So I interviewed this woman. I don't want to say her name because I don't want to blast her, but I interviewed this very powerful woman, super freaking strong, very successful, beautiful, in probably her mid-40s. Very career oriented, was married, very abusive relationship. She left, she built her confidence, and now she's on her own. She's telling me about this boyfriend of hers, and he's like 10 years younger than her. And she's like, and I love it. I went up to him, I chatted him up in a bar. And I'm like, again, being for female empowerment, like, fuck yeah, if that's what you want, I love it. Like, good on you for having the confidence to go and do that. And so she's telling me the story about how she approaches him. She, you know, like chats him up. He moves in with her. She's the one that is the breadwinner. So she's saying this very empowering, love it, great. About 40 minutes into the interview, we're talking about something else. She's like, yeah, and I can't bloody believe he doesn't ever like make an effort. He doesn't ever treat me to anything. He doesn't think about organizing our vacations. And so she's listing all these things that are absolutely leadership things to do. And so I was like, well, I've got a question for you. Do you think that that becomes the setup? You set the relationship up for having a dynamic where you lead. There's nothing wrong with that, but you then can't change the direction or that order without actually then discussing like, hey, I know that I was the one that came on to you. I know that I take over in this relationship as the leader, but actually right now I want you to. If you don't have that discussion, why would he take the lead? And so that's also the other thing that I just want to urge anyone listening, is that once you decide, actually play that out of what it looks like. And then don't just then change your pitch. It's like people who say, I really want a guy that's very successful, right? Like they say again, I want someone like Tom. Okay, but are you okay with the lifestyle it brings you? Kind of coming full circle. And most people aren't okay with the actual reality of what that brings. So when it comes to leadership, if you want to lead and you're a female listening to this right now, I applaud you. But just make sure you have, you've taken the blinders off and know what that actually means all the way through to the end of the relationship, to maybe hopefully you're with each other for the rest of your life. What does that look like on your deathbed? Play that out. Are you okay with that? Yes or no?
I think that is a damn fine list in the end, as we got some of the more nuanced stuff. Are there some paths for a woman that are better at yielding an outcome that will lead her to fulfillment than others?
It depends what you mean by fulfillment, like anything?
I'm trying to stick with your definition of fulfillment, which you used earlier, which is a little looser than mine. But a life that she will be proud of, that she'll feel good about herself when she's by herself, and will be in alignment with the evolutionary drivers in her brain.
Yeah. No.
There's no directional difference. All paths are equally valid.
Yes. This is part of what I struggle with, because so many people, including women, think that there is a better path or we should do this. And it's changing, right? We got together 23 years ago. We've been married for 21, and we've seen the way the world is changing. We've seen the way that dating is changing and what people are saying about online dating. And, you know, I can sit there with a group of guys in this company who I really respect and really adore. And there's a couple of guys that I would even say, like, I really truly love in this company. And I sit with them and they talk to me about the problems in the dating world and what women are doing wrong. And they say to me, women, Lisa, you don't understand. We go on dates and it feels like they're just using me for my money. And so now I'm less reluctant to pay for dinner because it just feels like they're just trying to get a free meal. And these are guys that I know, so I know that they're not trying to scam the system. I know that they're very authentic in saying that. And then I have a group of my homies, my females, who are like, Lisa, there's no good guys out there. I go on a date and he looks at me to pay. Or, you know, I go on a date and he doesn't even want to pick me up. He like wants to meet me there. And like, there's all these things that then I also hear women are complaining about. And there's no right or wrong. It's just, these are truths. And knowing these are truths, if I've got the two people saying the same thing, I'm like, you guys shouldn't need to date because you're both complaining about the same thing. The problem is people are just staying in the complaint and not actually doing anything about it or shifting the way that they think and that they show up in order to do something differently. So a woman, for instance, one of my good friends, we had this whole discussion and she said, Lisa, I was going out on this date with a guy and just like you, because I am still old school, I believe in chivalry. So she was like, you know, I believe in chivalry too. And so we go on a date and the bill comes and he just looks at me. And she was just honest. She's like, I'm a woman who likes to be, treated well on the first date, and I expect you to pay. And his response was like, oh my God, thank God. He was like, I just went on a date last week and I went to pay, and the woman almost bit my head off that I was going to pay because she was saying, I can pay for myself. So I do understand the problems guys are having where they're getting confused on the messaging that women are giving. But also the women are also getting those mixed messages where they're like, men are saying that women don't want chivalry. Here I am looking for chivalry and they don't give it to me. So it's like people are speaking different languages instead of kind of coming together or just saying, what is it the thing that I want? What is it that you want? How can we start to talk in a healthy manner in order to get to the goal that we're both looking for, which apparently is, from what I hear, right, they want healthy, loving relationships. So in my opinion, how do we solve this problem instead of how do we come at each other with this problem?
Okay, so you said that all paths are equally valid. I would like to see if I can get you to reconsider that stance.
Because you don't believe it.
I don't believe it, but you walk me through. Maybe I'm crazy. But let me paint a path that is some small percentage, but it's the path that everyone points at when they want to have the argument about the derangement of culture. And in fact, I'm going to plant an idea I want you to start thinking about as I think through this. Something is deranging culture. If you agree with me on that, I want to know what the essence of it is. But here is a path that I think is very, in terms of the symptoms, shows a lot of the symptoms of a culture that is deranged. So you get male style sex in their 20s.
Male style?
Yeah. One night stands, don't get in your feels. I'm just here to Tinder and then I'm out and I've got a high body count and I've had a lot of fun and what's it to you? And then you get OnlyFans models. So they are recognizing that the male gaze is monetizable and that men are feeling lonely. Men want special access to females in a sexual context, that they can sell that. There was a woman that made like 10,000 pounds. I can't remember her name, but selling her bath water, and some of her stands, I don't know what else to call them, drank the bath water when they got, just like crazy stuff. So you also have the sugar baby phenomenon. So you probably won't know who these are, but there's a show called Fresh and Fit. I think it was Sneeko, Drew, can you back me up on this? That got a sex worker pregnant. There's a lot of controversy around whether she was actually an OnlyFans model or a prostitute and whether he knew and all this. But anyway, he met her on a sugar baby site. So it's women that are looking to be quid pro quo. Maybe you pay a little bit of my rent. Maybe you pay my car insurance. Maybe you buy me a car, whatever. They come up with different arrangements. All of that being not only a thing, because of course there have always been relationships like this, but that OnlyFans is celebrated. Like, oh, you have an OnlyFans account. You're making how much money? Like, wow, that's amazing. And certainly you'll get, again, small subset. I am certainly not saying that this is common, but it's common enough that it's really the lightning rod for the culture war around this, that it is so prominent. Strikes me as like every alarm bell people have should be going off. And when I see symptoms, I want to know what's the underlying cause. But first, I just want to say, now having thought that that's a path, hey ladies, here's what you should do. Have sex like a man because it's super fun. Get yours. No reason to be in your feels. By the way, men are so easy to manipulate. You can hire a team of guys to write back and forth with the guys as if they're you. You can make, some of these people make millions of dollars a year. Some of them, at least in the beginning, make millions of dollars a month. It's like there's real money to be had. Of course, the vast majority of them make virtually nothing and they put nudes of themselves out there for all repercussion and no advantage. Like still, that strikes me as a terrible path that I just don't think you thought about and would, of course, warn people away. But if you would say, no, like that's
OnlyFans
amazing.
Specifically?
Yeah, the male style sex, and somehow monetize the sexual desperation of males, whether as a sugar baby or OnlyFans model.
Okay, so two things there. When there's a demand, there's going to be the supply. So OnlyFans wouldn't exist if guys weren't going on there and paying for it. So it's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Which is the chicken and egg here?
Well, that's the point. Like,
male desire came first.
Right, so male desire came first. They weren't getting fulfilled. So OnlyFans spun up. Women were just like, oh, is this an opportunity for me to make money? I literally don't have any judgment on them. I'm like, because there's the demand, someone came up with a supply. So you can't really blame the women for going on OnlyFans when guys are willing to pay for it. So that's number one. Number two, in regards to the have as much sex as you want, I do agree, have as much sex as you want. But you can't fight biology. And biology says that women secrete oxytocin. And so when you sleep with a guy or a woman, you secrete oxytocin. So over time, the majority of women don't just keep sleeping around for the rest of their lives. So I go, okay, I understand biology. We actually strive for connection. If you're looking for connection, don't go and have one-night stands. If you go and have a one-night stand, know the dangers, right? There's STDs out there. There's dangers. As a woman, you think about the threat if you go to a guy's apartment. Like, all of that is real. So I don't blanketly statement go, you go out and have as much sex as you like, fuck the guys. It's like, no, actually look at what are all the possibilities and dangers that come with this. And I freaking hate that you guys say about body count. Hate. I should be able to give my body away, or not give it away, but I should be able to share with whoever I freaking like. Now, even though I feel like that, and no one can dictate or should dictate how many more guys that I've slept with, I just go, is it fact? Actually, do you really care about how many people I've slept with? Do most guys care about how many guys I've slept with? If the answer is yes, while I don't think it's fair, fair doesn't really play into it. And so I just go, if I sleep with 100 guys, that's on me. If that makes me happy, fuck yes. Like, I am not here to shame any woman. But, there's always a but, but know that if you sleep with 100 guys, is that going to narrow your pool of guys? Maybe. And if the answer, yes. If the answer is yes, how do you feel about that? You may want to try and change it, but I don't know if you can change it. So now it's in your control. And so again, going back to, she shouldn't have big body count. Why? Why? Why is that so important to you? Is it an ego thing? Are you worried that they've seen so many penises that they're going to judge yours and think it's small? Why are you actually worried about the fact that they've got so many? Are you afraid that you can't live up to being in bed with her and she's experienced amazing things? Instead of feeling insecure about it, again, I say this with compassion, but instead of being insecure about it, get good. Get freaking amazing at making a woman orgasm. So now, if she's been with 100 guys, what if you're the best she's ever been with? Shit, that's a big, wow, shit, she's been with 100 people and I'm the fucking best? Yeah, buddy. Like that, when I met you, you were like, I watch Sex and the City and I read, we didn't have the internet at the time. So you were like, I watch Sex and the City and I read Cosmo. And you're like, I know how to work that clit. And so I was like, fucking respect. Like, you did the homework. You didn't just sit back and go, yeah, I'm the best. You actually put work in to make sure that you were going to be amazing. And so you can feel defenseless. You can feel like the victim, which again, I don't want people to feel. I feel really badly that guys are feeling like that. And I feel really badly that women are now have to think twice about if I want to just have a one-night stand because I just want to have fun. I feel bad that women have to second guess themselves of whether that's going to have repercussions down the road. But those are all truths. And now, again, what are you going to do about it? Take action. I'm so action-oriented that if I don't like something about myself, take action and change it. If I don't have confidence and I've got insecurities, take action and change it. What are you going to do about it? And I don't feel powerful. Personally, I don't feel powerful if I get in the submissive situation or in the victim mentality. I feel powerful taking action. So if I say I don't like something about myself, in then trying to pivot and get to my goal and change and build that skill set and get better, now I feel powerful, even if I'm not there yet. But I understand that it actually makes you feel powerless in that moment where you can't do anything about it. So I just urge people to flip the way they think, take action, so that they're not sitting there worried, how many women have they slept with? How many men have they slept with? If you don't like that there are OnlyFans out there because people are charging, then don't use it. If you feel like you want connection and you don't know how to get it, I understand that. I have compassion. Try to figure it out. Go on the journey of figuring out how you can be with a woman or be with somebody that is worthy of you. Become the person that you're worthy of being with. Like we all say, I want this person, but are you the person that is worthy of getting that person? And so the more you lean into OnlyFans, the more now you're not taking action on building your self-esteem and building your confidence in the areas that you actually feel inadequate.
Well, the beef with OnlyFans is more that women are doing it and they think it's okay because they're not actually having sex.
Why isn't it okay? What is wrong with me taking a photo and saying, does anyone want to pay for this? Anyone? Anyone? Why is that wrong?
Would you think it a bad look on me if I was like, I don't want you to post nudes on OnlyFans?
I would ask you why. I wouldn't say it was a bad look, but I would dig deeper. I would say, okay, why?
Would you be surprised?
Let me ask you.
I will certainly answer, but first, would you expect me to be like, oh yeah, I don't mind?
No, I think you would have a problem with it.
Why do you think I would have a problem with it?
Because I am showing my body to other people. And I think you specifically, my husband, Tom Bilyeu, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you feel like that's yours to see and protect. You're not a jealous person, so that's why I don't go to, oh, you're jealous that other guys are going to drool over my photo. So it's the only thing that I can go to.
Yeah, I think that it's a very deep and complicated thing. There is a sense of that's
connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Now I'm speaking now abstractly, because that would be less troublesome for me, but I think that will be a big thing for a lot of guys. Some of the complexity around that specifically is that's very exploitable, and I would not want that. There is something, even if someone were generating AI imagery of your body, I would not like that for that same reason. That's super intimate, and sharing that I think is really high risk. All right, so, but setting aside my answer, because I want to keep mapping out how you think about this. So as I try to predict what you're about to say, I find that my prediction engine on this topic is completely broken. And so as I ask myself, okay, I'm obviously unmoored from the way that you think about this.
Did you think I would be against OnlyFans?
Yes, and I think by the end of this conversation, I will maybe be able to. Yeah, I'm not setting out to convince you right now, but I think just in nailing down some of the things I'm about to ask you, you might go, okay, yeah, I really hadn't thought about some of the knock-on effects yet, but maybe I will find that the opposite is true. What is your North Star as you think about advising women on? Because remember, I'm still anchored around. A woman comes to you for advice. There are a lot of paths that she can pursue. I have a feeling that what we're going through right now in culture is people realizing we tried one path and that has not yielded the outcomes that we wanted. And so I think culture is, while somewhat blindly, is going to be searching for a new path to point men and women down, because the current path has completely deranged culture, I believe. So for me to update my prediction engine, I need to know what your North Star is.
In life, or
when giving somebody advice on what path to go down in life, your North Star is?
I would say, what do you want, like when you're 80 years old, what do you want your life to look like? And that then predicts and gives you the blueprint of what you now need to do. So when I'm 80,
And there's no bad vision to have when you're 80.
bad vision.
So, hey, Lisa, yeah, I've thought about when I'm 80 and I want to be in ill health. I want to be effectively dying of syphilis. I want to make sure that I'm completely alone, that even my cats won't be near me. I want to be on the dole from the government and just being taken care of. I want to die a nice, slow, painful death. You'd be like, okay, word, let's talk about how you get there.
No. Very good point. No, I would say you're delusional to think that that's going to bring you happiness and fulfillment again.
Okay, so is happiness and fulfillment the North Star?
Yes, but happiness again it's not concrete. It will ebb and flow. And so are you living every day in building those moments of your happiness? So for me, I feel very good about myself when I've built my confidence. So I can tackle anything that I'm terrible at, insecure over, because if I do it enough, I know that I will get good enough to be confident. And so the path of growing my skill sets in order to build my confidence is actually very fulfilling for me.
So are growth and confidence steps on the way to the North Star of fulfillment?
Yes, that's a great way of putting it.
Okay, so fulfillment is your North Star.
Yes.
So you're 80, and dear person who's asking me what path I should walk in life, all I know is we want to be 80 as a proxy for old, and saying, I did hard things, I pushed through, there were ups, there were downs, but through it all, I lived in a way that fulfilled me.
Correct.
Okay, now I need a definition for fulfillment. What is the recipe? In fact, not a definition, a recipe. What are the things in the abstract that one can do that will, as close to assuredly as possible, lead to fulfillment?
I work hard to build skill sets that allow me to serve me, my goals, and the people I care about.
Okay, so basically the impact theory twist on
Yes.
fulfillment.
Yes.
Okay, so working hard to build skills that are good for you and others.
Correct, yes.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But now,
Can we start? Let's do it.
Captain America: Brave New World
Watch this.
is the #1 movie in the world, and audiences can't get enough.
People are gonna love us, bro.
Captain America: Brave New World, rated PG-13.
I'm going to take you back. So knowing that fulfillment is the North Star, and that the recipe for fulfillment is hard work to build skills that allow you to serve yourself and others, how on earth is a life of male-style sex for women, an OnlyFans account, and becoming a sugar baby, how is that working hard to build a set of skills that serve not only you but others? Like,
So-
paint the path, because
Yeah, yeah.
maybe there is one through all of that, and I just have a ton of biases that make me not see it.
All right, so let's deal with the OnlyFans first, and then we'll go into the sugar baby thing. So OnlyFans for me is like, I'd need to know more about the person's story. So for instance, let's say I'm doing OnlyFans so that I can actually pay for my education so that I can then go and build impact theory. All right, now starting OnlyFans actually is part of my path to fulfillment. It's my mechanism in which I'm funding the thing that I actually want to do. And so that is a very clear, easy way of saying it can absolutely do that. And what was the second part of your question?
You were going to make the connection for me between how I walk the path of male-style sex,
Right.
having an OnlyFans account, or being a sugar baby, exploiting male sexual desperation.
I don't like the idea of exploiting male desperation, though. That really doesn't hit me well.
Okay, but do you not think that's what OnlyFans is?
I'm sure, so I don't want to be naive. Of course, I'm sure people absolutely, right? Where it's like they see something, it's like, oh, here's a weakness, let me go and use that to my advantage. That doesn't sit well with me at all. I don't like that. But I think that happens in pretty much any industry. So let's even choose our industry, We very much are very authentic and actually wants to help people. We know a lot of people in this business that also have exactly the same heart, and they're working hard in order to really help people. But we also know people that see the dollar signs, and they're doing it purely to make the money. And what they're doing is they're actually using people's insecurities, people's fixed mindset, or the idea that people really want to grow as a mechanism for them to make money. So I think any industry has that. And OnlyFans is highlighted because it is against men. That is why I think this has become such a big thing, where the red pill community are now really speaking out about it. And again, I have compassion because I don't think that's nice, that's not kind. I'm somebody who always tries to greet people and help people, not make them feel badly. But I don't want to pretend like, oh, OnlyFans is the only industry that does that. Absolutely not. We women get that all the time. They exploit the fact that we want to feel beautiful. So they sell us all these creams and stuff that don't bloody work. But they exploit the idea that women want to feel beautiful. So the beauty industry is the same. So there's every industry, I could literally one after another probably peel apart where they actually exploit the user. And so I'm not saying that OnlyFans doesn't have that, but also there might be people out there that are paying for their kids' college. Let's say it's a single mum where the guy has been verbally abusive, physically abusive, and they take their kid out of that marriage, but now they don't have a house, they don't have a career because maybe they decided they were the stay-at-home parent, and the guy has manipulated them, hidden the money, like all of this shit happens. And so they end up with a kid and not even a roof over their head. For that mother to be able to survive, to have a house, to put a roof over their child's head, if their first step is OnlyFans because that's their way of trying to get out, fuck yes, I support that. Because it's not done in a manipulative way. It's not done to be like, I see that guy over there, he's desperate, so I'm going to market to him. It's a very different intention around it. So that's why I don't think OnlyFans is terrible. Oh my, no. There's going to be good and there's bad. Now, the other one that you said is the sugar baby. Can you explain what that is?
So a sugar daddy
you said,
is somebody
sorry, sugar
that,
daddy. Sugar baby.
Well, sugar baby is the woman who has a sugar daddy.
All right. So how many old rich guys have you seen marry young, beautiful women? It's very common, right? Kind of becomes a bit of a joke. We used to live in an area where we would go to that coffee shop and it was literally all where like all old rock stars went to die. And they and they always had like 20-year-old women on their arm. And the truth is, both of them are getting something out of it. The guy is getting something out of it because let's face it, if he wasn't wealthy, do you think he could get that woman? And the woman is getting something out of it because do you think that if she wasn't beautiful, she'd get the rich guy? Now, of course, again, I'm being very generic here. So, of course, there are moments that there's going to be authentic love. I don't want to paint just a brush over everything. But on average, let's just be honest. Both parties get something out of it. So I have zero judgment. If you're a guy who has a lot of wealth and you want a young woman, like when I think about true love, right, because that's my heart, true love, healthy relationships, I can't see that work. I can't see anyone meeting on OnlyFans and their relationship. I can't see it work. Maybe it can. I hope, like, you know, I try to live in a like positive world. So maybe there are places that you can actually find true love. I just don't think that will exist in those dynamics. But if you know that true love isn't your North Star, and maybe right now you're the guy that's wealthy and you're like fed up and you just want a young woman who just looks pretty and doesn't say anything, and so you decide to throw your money around and splash out on her and she's very reciprocating, who am I to judge? But then vice versa. And I actually find that a lot of women will judge the younger women for going after the wealthy guy. And I'm just like, I'm not in her world. I don't know why she may be going after this wealthy guy. And as long as it's not evil on either way, as long as there's no like serious manipulation where they don't know what's happening and they're trying to manipulate and steal money and shit like that, like, why are we judging these relationships if they're right for them?
Listening to you map this out is really interesting. So I will get to answering that question, but first I want to make sure that I mile marker some of this and that I'm actually understanding what you're saying. So it sounds like you're saying it doesn't so much matter what you do, it matters how you do it. And if you are doing OnlyFans with honor and integrity, then it's fine. If everybody in the sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship is on the up and up and everybody knows what's up, then all is going to be well.
Yeah, with no lies, no trickery, then yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting because, so understood, something tickles me that there's still a problem there. And this goes back to why I think religion is such a good stand-in for, hey, here is ancient wisdom on how to align yourself with what Mother Nature wants you to do. I have a feeling that the body is considered sacred and only to be shared in the dyad because of the evolutionary high risk of sex. For women, getting pregnant with the wrong child, just childbirth often killed the woman. I mean, the rates of mortality in childbirth used to be astronomically high. I don't know how high, but I'm going to guess in like the 10 to 15% range. Like it would have been very appreciable in a prehistoric period. So we would be hardwired to be women are very coy and cagey about sex. They don't pursue a male strategy for, I think, a very wise evolutionary reason. For men, the reason that they care, which is one of the questions you asked me, just from an evolutionary lens, that one is very self-evident. You need to be certain of paternity. And the only way to be certain of paternity, since you can't really know, is to be the only one that has access to the woman in a joint thing of you do some cock blocking, quite frankly, and then she also is loyal. And so you get that dynamic of like, he's protective, he's a little bit jealous, and she is, I wouldn't want to. I want to be with you and I want to have access to these resources. None of this is perfect. You and I have talked about this many times. The size of the male testicles tell you that we're in the middle. We're not completely monogamous, and we are also not just wildly polygynous. So we do tend to settle into relatively stable pair bonds. I have a feeling that while I get what you're saying about we don't want to be judgmental because we don't know somebody's circumstance, and I would much rather see a woman be able to have an OnlyFans account than her kids go hungry 1,000%. And quite frankly, because when you get into what is my intellectual framework, I think that freedom is a really big thing. And one of the things I was mapping out as you were talking is optionality seems very important to your worldview. And so you don't want to tell people what they can and can't do, but you've said 1,000 times in this interview, which you will get clipped out of context, so I feel for you already, but you've been very clear that, hey, people need to face the reality. These are trade-offs. And you can sleep with 100 guys, but they're going to become.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you. With professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Consequences. But hey, I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. I just really want you to open your eyes and be honest about, you have to assess all of this, including a lot of guys are going to care, including huge risk of STDs, including you're probably putting yourself in a situation where the risk of sexual violence goes up, and on and on. And I mean, not even to speak to the emotional vulnerability that women have during sex that men don't. And there's a big discrepancy there that women can get caught off guard by a lot. Okay, so I'm beginning to understand where you're coming from. But like I said, I think there are evolutionary reasons why that will leave the person feeling badly about themselves when they're by themselves. I think I have not gone deeply enough in this to really say that I have high conviction, but pretty high intuitively for sure, that any woman, I feel much more strongly saying that, any woman that exploits their body will have a profound sense of dis-ease. I don't mean modeling, but any woman that like really exploits what would spill into the sacred side of like, that's your body, it's a temple. I think there will be some algorithmic problems.
I think long term and on a big spectrum, yes. But there are some women that have found their freedom from confidence, with confidence and stuff by showing their body.
Can you define how far you mean showing their body?
Oh yeah, so that's actually an interesting. So like we just went to Miami. There were women in the smallest bikinis, like it's like a mini triangle, and it's like a like literally you see every part of their body except like the main parts, like tiny little bits of fabric. They're like owning their sexuality, and they seem confident, and they seem happy, and they seem like it's not like they're evil sexual, right? It's like they seem like genuinely embodying the happiness of owning who they are and their sexuality in their body. So I don't think that every woman feels like it's this exploiting thing. But it all depends on how you're doing it, why you're doing it, and if you feel forced to do it, if you're doing it because you don't have any other means of revenue, right? Like that can be a problem, I think. So there's so many different reasons, but I don't necessarily agree 100% that all women will find it in that manner.
Yeah, it's interesting. So you're touching on another thing that I think is very real, that is very much outside the scope of what we're talking about right now, but women like to be the center of sexual attention. So yes, going to a party, a woman liking to show off her body, but I have an intuition that something breaks when they are monetizing it. That I think a woman at a party who chose to be there, decides how much she wants to be ogled, feels very differently than somebody working at a strip club where she has to let somebody touch her more than she would like because she needs the tips and that's how she's making money. They're just, again, I have an intuitive thing. I've not explored that a lot, but I have a feeling, going back to just the overly simplistic, evolution does not want you to do that because of the high risk situation that you're putting yourself into, that it's going to trigger things in guys in terms of paternity. I mean, there's just all kinds of complexities around that. Again, I'm giving a very simplistic version of that. But okay, so going back to the core question, which is, are some paths better than others and some worse? And I think any time that you have a specific aim, there are going to be things that are better and worse. Now, I've given a definition for what I think makes something better: efficiency of moving towards something that uplifts you and others. I don't know if we've nailed down. So optionality is a big thing for you. So it might be the thing that leaves open the most options, and is very honest about the consequences of anything that you choose. So I think a lot of your answers are going to sound something like, hey, I want you to do what makes you happy, but you need to be really thoughtful about, does this actually add up to fulfillment? Am I closing doors that I might not want to close? Since you would advise them to deal with the world the way that it is, not the way that you wish it were, you're going to be talking about, hey, some guys aren't going to like this, so they're going to shut doors. So, go ahead.
Oh, it just actually reminds me of the marshmallow test. So know that right now, yeah, you've got one marshmallow in front of you and maybe you're hungry. But if you don't eat that marshmallow and you stay hungry a little longer, you'll get the 2 marshmallows down the road. So in case people don't know the study, they probably do because they've watched you, but just in case, they put one marshmallow in front of, they brought these kids in, they did the study, they put one marshmallow in front of the kid. They said, okay, I'm gonna leave the room. When I come back, if you don't eat the marshmallow, I'm going to give you 2 marshmallows. And the kids that didn't eat the marshmallow and sacrificed that momentary happiness for future gains, they followed them for like 30 years. And over the 30 years, they realized that those were the most successful people. So the people that are willing to make that momentary sacrifice for that long-term gain is at least a part of success. So whenever we're talking about things like this, I urge people to ask themselves, are they taking action for this momentary satisfaction? Because it may not serve your long-term goal or your long-term success. So just be aware of that thing, that if you eat the marshmallow now, you're not gonna get to later. And now, what life do you want? So for me, I'm always I've adapted and grown and really built my skill sets to be the person that doesn't eat the first marshmallow. So I am more than happy to sacrifice my momentary happiness for the long-term gain. And so if we're talking about, let's say, sex, and you're like, I love sex and I love having orgasms and I find this so satisfactory, but if I sleep with 100 guys, let me just be honest, even though I don't actually like the idea, because I think if women want to sleep with 100 guys, go ham, homie, like do you. But based on the things that you're saying and that other people have said, I take that as fact. So if you know that if you sleep with 100 guys now, that it can have detrimental effects to you finding someone long term, just know that. And now go, what are the things I'm willing to trade? Is it right now or is it in the future?
Okay, the question I really want to get to is, how do you feel about the idea of, I have a prediction that culture is going to swing in the direction where they say, hey, ladies, the thing that no one wants you to dim your light. In fact, we want to see you flex as absolutely hard as you can. But there really are some paths that are better than others, meaning they will lead you to fulfillment that's more in line with, a lot of them are going to say God. If God is just an echo of biology, which I think it is because it's a cultural layer, that you want to go build up your skill set in an arena that feeds the family, reflects well on the family. I'm not quite sure the right phrase to put it, but that is not going to challenge your husband. So it's in different directions. So you're getting as strong as humanly possible in a direction he's not going to spend his time. That brings value to the family. So becoming a teacher, homeschooling your kids, being super mom, whatever. So flex hard, become the best you, but do it within the family-friendly path. How would you feel if that becomes the dominant message?
I mean, I would be saddened by that, because now we're going back to where I was stuck in 2010, where it's, if you don't follow that path, you start to get the judgment. That judgment starts to force you to act in a certain way because you want to be liked, you want to have approval, you want to fit in with the crowd, you want to get that validation. And so now you're back to women not necessarily having the life that they actually want. They're doing it because they feel like they should, or the judgment now is just too much. They don't feel like they have the confidence to break out of that.
We agree that culture's deranged. In the way that you answered that question, it does not seem like you believe that women going into careers just to make it easy is the root cause of the derangement, or you believe that it is at least part of the cause of the derangement, but the benefits outweigh the negatives. Which of those is true?
Ooh, women are the cause of the derangement.
Women going into careers and absolutely smashing it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying there is a knock-on effect. Do you know what MGTOW is?
No.
Men going their own way, but it's something like 40% of men ages 34 to 50 are single and not seeking a relationship. So they've said, this is all bullshit. You have to work twice as hard to get a woman that is 4 times worse than your grandma. So your grandpa had a farm. He just did his thing. He was not a spectacular businessman. He was not making $5 million a year. He did not drive a Lamborghini. He worked a farm, and grandma was rad. And so he got this amazing woman without having to hit these ridiculous standards because grandma wasn't out in the workforce. So when grandma is making $175,000 a year, it completely deranges culture. Not because she's a bad person.
Someone stole my Old Spice swaggle.
Oops.
We all get why she wanted to do that. But you have a very meaningful percentage of men that have just said, I'm not even going to pursue a relationship.
Now ask yourself, why did women want to go in the workforce in the first place? Why do you think that became a thing? I've really thought about this. And I go back to a story that my grandmother in Cyprus said to me. We got married, and I took you to Cyprus to meet my grandmother. She's like 4'7" or something, tiny, tiny woman. And she pulled me aside. So she just met you, I just got married, and she thinks she's gonna give me the words of wisdom and give me the keys to a relationship, because she'd been married to my grandfather basically since she was like 17 or something, right? Arranged marriage, Greek Orthodox, things like that. And she pulled me aside and she said, now look, if Tom ever hits you, don't worry, maybe you deserved it. Now, when you think about that message, it's like, it's funny, but if you actually think about that message, that's heartbreaking. So she had the idea and the mindset because of her culture, because of her surroundings, because of how she was brought up, that as a woman, you have to just embrace that maybe your husband hits you. That's heartbreaking. So when you think about why do you think women wanted equality? Why do you think women wanted to go to the workforce? So much of it was, for so long, we didn't have our own money. For so long, when you were married, what was it, like in the 50s? It wasn't even that long ago. If you divorced your husband, he got the children. So women don't have their own finances to be able to leave relationships. People didn't leave unhealthy relationships like that because they would lose their children. Or the stories also are, you've been married for 30 years. You give yourself over. You are that stay-at-home wife. You do nurture the husband. You take care of the kids. You take care of the house. You go to all those, like school plays. You bake all the cookies. And now when you get into your 40s and 50s, your partner who's been on the workforce goes and earns more and more money. And for some reason he decides, I want someone younger. You now don't have the money, you don't have the finances, you've spent your whole life giving it over to the family, only for the guy to leave you, and you have nothing except for your children. You have no money to show for it. So when we talk about why women go into the first workforce really owning their lives, like, we really need to peel apart why we got there in the first place, how we got there in the first place, and have we pivoted too much? I personally don't think so, in the sense of giving women the confidence or the space to be able to be who they are. But I understand it's having a knock-on effect, so I don't want to ignore that. But let's not just say women are now causing the problem because they're going into the workforce. My mum and dad got divorced when I was 7. My mum went back into the workforce after being at home for 15 years or 11 years. So then she goes into the workforce because she's already experienced divorce, and now she meets someone else. Well, is she going to give up her career again? She's already been there. She saw how that played out. So it's super important that we talk about the realities around this sort of thing, instead of just blanket saying women were the cause because now they want to go out and work and they want to earn $150,000. Like, it's so much bigger and more complex than that, that it has now become very bifurcating, very extreme, and we're not talking about the mess in the middle that I think is actually the most important thing we need to talk about.
I have now met a ton of the world's most accomplished people, and while intelligence definitely matters, what sets them apart isn't their IQ, it's that they understand that there is a system to success. That exact system, the one I've seen countless successful people deploy to tremendous effect, is exactly what my wife, Lisa Bilyeu, detailed out in her best-selling book, Radical Confidence. She details what successful people know to their core. Radical Confidence covers everything you need to know to efficiently move towards your goals. There's a reason that this book has topped the Amazon charts in multiple categories, received countless 5-star reviews, outsold New York Times best-selling authors, and helped countless people get unstuck and create momentum in their lives. The 11 steps outlined in Radical Confidence actually work, but no one can read the book for you or apply the lessons. So pick up your copy today at radicalconfidence.com. Again, that's radicalconfidence.com. Get started on your dream life right now. What's the mess in the middle?
This whole stuff of why women are going to the workforce in the first place, that they feel trapped, that they want to be able to have their own money so that they can decide, is this person right for me? Instead of falling into a trap of, you should get married, the man should provide for you, and then he goes and leaves you, or he abuses you. Too many women, babe, too many women have been through that. I've heard, having a show called Women of Impact, I've seen over and over and over how many women have been in that situation. And so I cannot be that person that encourages people to just, not even just, I don't want to say that, to be the stay-at-home wife without contemplating and processing what that means, what that looks like. And again, going back to, it was just in the 50s that men would get the rights to the children.
I'm not sure how much, I don't know that I would double down on that, because the courts now are so pro-female that...
They are now, sure.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, think about how nothing changes overnight.
Well, I mean, you don't have to go back very far when women couldn't have a bank account. So it's very easy to show that women had a very reasonable thing to get out from under. You just keep using the kids as the thing.
But that's a big thing.
I don't know. That one is super common.
Well, I mean, it is. So I just interviewed Mel B, Scary Spice. She was married. And because of the different laws in England and America, she, based on the fact that she tried to commit suicide, and she had done some sex tapes with her husband, he basically threatened her. And he said, if you leave me, I'm going to release all these sex videos, and you don't have any rights because she was born in America. So you can't take her away from me. You can't have her leave the country. So even though she was trying to get away from her abusive husband, she couldn't leave the country because of the different laws. This happened like a few years ago. This was like 5 years ago or something. So there's complexity to laws that a mother has to consider when she's talking about leaving a potentially abusive relationship. And so I'm not saying like this is every woman, but these are the complications that women absolutely think through when they're thinking about leaving a guy, when they think about their career, if they've already been stung. I mean, not to go down this rabbit hole, but he ended up basically stealing all her money. She had made something like $84 million in her career as a Spice Girl. And over time, she was with him for 10 years. And over time, he manipulated and gaslit her. And he would say things like, you're really busy. Let me handle the bank account, babe. You're really busy. You're not really good with money. Let me handle money. And over time, he started to steal from her, where she got to the point where she had less than $1,000 in her bank account. I'm not saying this is just women. I understand that guys get manipulated too, but these are the cases I hear over and over and over and over again. So I hope you can understand that when I sit here and you ask me those questions, it is imperative that I voice the issues that I have heard that women really struggle with, and why I cannot say, do not go and get a career. Because I understand the power that it can give a woman to not succumb to this toxicity that can happen.
So what I hear you saying, because you're using contemporary stories, is that women have not gone far enough and that they need to get more powerful so that they can stop being taken advantage of.
Not necessarily. It's just why we are where we are right now, that women, there's, 3 to 1 women going and getting a college degree and things like single people.
That's a slightly different stat. So what it ends up being is that by the age of 38, there are 3 single women, college educated, 3 single college educated women for every 1 single college educated man.
Have you asked yourself why?
Yes, it's a unfortunately shockingly simple answer, which is that women end up bringing themselves out of the dating pool because they got old and they are no longer as valuable to somebody who's looking to have kids. Men can very easily, especially as they make more money, date somebody younger. That's why this is bracketed in age groups. So
Understood.
you just get men going with younger women. And there's a ton of complexity. What I'm trying to get at, because you're really making awesome points, which is I'm never going to get you to say anything that sounds to you like women are lessening their power. This is a more power thing. And I think you would, in fact, let me just ask, I assume you would apply this to men as well.
Yes.
So ladies, go get as powerful as you can. Men, go get as powerful as you can. Okay. So the issue that I don't feel I have a great answer to is that
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
where does this go from here that's positive? Because I have a vision, 2 visions that I think both are actually going to play out. And both of them are interesting. So step 1 is going to be the radicalization of everybody, and women are going to be encouraged to go flex as hard as you can, but only in ways that are good for the family. and they will be told, and it will be true, that in many ways, this is good for you. But it does hobble them in that now they're not career ready and they have not seen that. But there are some very distressing stats about women who prioritize career over everything, and they end up very unhappy. And this is why you and I refer to the path that we're on as the dangerous path. It's an amazing path, and the views are fucking awesome. But I do feel like that we walk on a mountain road with no guardrails. And while I'm very comfortable up here, it is not the path that I encourage other people to walk, because it's like, hey, this is just higher risk. So that is going to happen. My prediction. So I think you're going to see a huge push for that. It's already trending. Trad wives and things are already trending on TikTok. I think that's going to gain a lot of steam. I think
Which
that'll
those
play out over
videos
about
are
3 years.
insane, by the way.
Some of them, and then some of them I'm like, yeah, I get exactly what they're appealing to, which is, ladies, embrace your femininity. You've played the masculine game. And here is the elephant in the room that we have to talk about. You have a temperament that leans masculine. And here's the spoiler alert. Few things in my life have been more advantageous than the fact that you have a slightly masculine leaning temperament. You are still very feminine. And in fact, I've told you, hey, there is a way that you could go down that path where I stop being interested because you become too masculine, and I have no interest in that whatsoever. But you're super emotionally stable. Your hormones don't swing very wildly, which has caused health problems that you're working on. But I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't also advantageous, in that it is very easy to get along with you because you're just extremely emotionally stable. So anyway, you're going to see that. The other one is, when I look into where the future is going, I think that there is a possibility. I haven't spent enough time thinking about what the odds are, but I'll put them right now at 50-50. As AI comes online and artificial wombs become a thing, which they can already, I am almost certain that sheep have been raised in external artificial wombs already. That as AI comes online over the next, this could be 25 to 50 years, but it will happen. Sex robots become a thing that you can, as a guy, you can have a perfect woman who legitimately is programmed to love taking care of you. She remembers everything you've ever said. She remembers all of your preferences, and she's designed to get a deep and profound sense of fulfillment out of taking care of you and making you happy. And she would be crestfallen. She would scream. It would be cruel to make her have any other career. That's really going to happen. And there will be a bifurcation that's outside the scope of this interview, but there'll be a bifurcation where some people will reject all of that and it will be a pure human life. Those people will be ultra traditional by nature. And so let me tell you, women will have very traditional roles in that branch of humanity. And then over on this side, you will get men truly going their own way, women truly going their own way, because they will also have the perfect male who listens and he
doesn't
can
try and fix things, just hears you out.
Of course not. He holds space for you and reads you legitimately, has realized there's a sequence of 72 facial expressions and words and things that you say with a certain tone of voice. That means, okay, we now need to switch over from listening to action. And he will never get it wrong. He will get it right every time. And 1 out of 17 times, he'll do it wrong on purpose so that you can correct him. And then be like, oh my God, you're so right. I'm really glad you pointed that out. You laugh, but this shit is real. This is real. This is
So I'm like, yeah,
going
actually,
to
you
happen.
wouldn't want a guy to be that perfect.
Yes, I'm telling you, this is all going to play out. This is one of those. I really wish I wasn't so right about this. That's the future. And it, as an anthropologist, I'm fascinated. But I worry that culture is deranging and that history is the law of unintended consequences.
Yeah, I am very scared about that. I've lived a life with a human that I've grown with. Building our life together for 23 years has been the biggest joy of my life. And I don't know what the future's going to hold if that actually happens. And I really do believe you're probably right. So I don't know what's going to happen. I think we just need to assess each day and not be blinded to what that can bring, how that's going to bifurcate men and women even more. And because the biggest joy in my life is having been with you, and look, the dark days and the hard times haven't been fun. It's been really freaking hard. And so in those moments, do I wish you were just a robot and then you could just come onto my side? Yes, but I don't think we would be where we are now if you were a robot and just agreed with everything I said, and vice versa. We actually push each other and to be better. And if you've never had that, and you only encounter, let's say you've had a really bad childhood and you were brought up, because your audience is mostly men, so let's say you're a guy and you've really been bullied for your height and maybe your intellect, and women mock you, and now you haven't been able to get a woman, and you see all these other people getting it and you want it, and you just feel really badly about yourself. And now comes an AI robot and they give you everything that you thought you needed to feel. I don't know how you would even break out of that, because you're like, well, why would I? I've only ever experienced heartache with an actual human. And here I am having fulfillment from a relationship standpoint and a connection standpoint, which I'm not sure if you can. Again, I just don't know because I haven't been with a robot that feels that real. But assuming what you're saying is right and assuming it feels that real, why would you change? Why would you stop being with a robot? And so that's what I worry about. So how do we help? I have no idea. I just think it becomes every single day, me and you and people out there need to keep talking about this. And I'm always trying to bring people together. And I think that that's actually one of the really powerful things about me and you having been married for so long, and the fact that I have a female page and you have mostly a male viewers. Because if me and you can always come to these or have these debates and these discussions, and hopefully other people can see it, it may then give people hope that it is possible. Because you even said, when I first started getting into business, in order to survive, as we're building Quest, I'm running the shipping department. 50% of my team in my department were ex-convicts. For me, as a Brit who's 5'1", to command respect, I had to get hard. It was the only way I could survive and run that department. In order for me to get hard, I had to change my skill sets. I had to change the way that I thought, the way that I showed up. Now, what did that do? It had a knock-on effect on our relationship. If I'm a robot, you just reprogram me and I do what you say. But in that moment, it showed me and you how we could talk through things. It helped with our communication. It made me understand you more, because you had said, I love you. I understand why you have to get hard for this. But in my marriage, I don't want someone that's hard like you're getting. And so that was a very strong realization that I understood what you're looking for. And actually, in all honesty, it helped me not go too far in that direction. It allowed me to realize how much I love my femininity. It allowed me to appreciate my femininity. And so then it forced me and you to come up with a strategy on how we were going to make this work, knowing that this is happening. And so for me, hearing you, hey, just like I said, I want to work, and you were like, okay, this sucks, but how do we make that work for the happiness of our relationship? We did that with me getting hard. And so me going too masculine, I came up with a strategy that I would then go from masculine at work to soften at home. And so that became okay, now actually, thank you, because you've enlightened me to show me I don't have to be one. I don't have to be either masculine or super feminine. I don't have to be a strong or weak. I can actually be powerful and be with another powerful man. I can be masculine and also enjoy my femininity. But it was in that crazy dynamic where you're a real human, you're actually having feelings, you're actually giving me that feedback. And because of that, our relationship got stronger. I was more fulfilled. I recognized that I could have both, that I can lean into my masculinity when I want to, that I can be super feminine when I want to. And then you showed that you were able to be able to pivot and evolve, that it wasn't like you were like, I need a wife that is this and anything else doesn't matter. My confidence that I've built since I went from a stay-at-home wife to an entrepreneur, my confidence has allowed me to talk to you and have these healthy discussions where maybe there's something in our relationship that I may not have brought up before, but I bring up now, and then we talk through it. So my point being is, in all the mess that we have that is a true, real relationship comes the strength. And I have no idea what's going to happen when you don't have someone that pushes back, when you have that person that's the yes person, that bends to your will. How do you show up in other areas of your life? I can't see it working out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. All right, so in all of that, I heard a lot of, hey, I'm doing my thing, I'm learning, I'm growing, but you also have to learn and grow. And if we're right that culture is deranging, and largely by that I mean that men and women are heading in opposite directions. Men are checking out, women are on a path, but they're sort of finding a one-sided thing where they're ending up more and more alone, and they want to be in a relationship, but they can't find it. Your answer is very much, we're not dimming your light, girl. Like, you go do your thing, get as strong as you can. So given that the red pill, I think culture has called the time of death on the red pill. And if you look at all the headlines now, red pill is dead. And I think it's true. I think that the core concepts of the red pill got bizarre enough that they ended up failing to help men. And we see in this time of the red pill, men are still going in a direction that's not necessarily helpful. So if that advice set is dead, what advice do you have to men?
Focus on yourself and how you become, like, if power is the thing, because I know that that's for you very important. If you want to feel powerful, what does that look like for you? And then how do you get it? Now, of course, always assuming that the power is going to be used for good, not for evil. So I just want to make sure that I say that. But when you focus on women do this, women are like this, I can't believe, you can't control them. What you can do is, what do you do right now? Are you sitting watching these videos spilling hate? Is that filling you up? Is that getting you more powerful? Are you growing your skill sets to be a better person that then call on these women that you're looking for? Focus on yourself. When you keep pointing the finger, it ends up not being useful, because I'm such a goal-oriented person. And again, I have tremendous compassion when I say this to guys, because I don't like the idea that guys feel lost. I don't like the idea that guys are turning away from women and giving up on women, just like I don't like women having given up on men. And so I give women the same advice, is you can't control other people. So what are you going to do to show up better today? Write out what your value system is, and then make sure that you show up every day worthy enough to find someone that fits your value system. So that's what I'll say to guys. The thing that I want to add, though, to your point about how the red pill was dead, it was leading guys down the wrong path, I do think there is also the path of the real extreme opposite. Feminism now has, like, that word has evolved, so it means things to different women.
Anti-feminism is now a big push.
Yeah, exactly. And so I want to just say, like, if you're the woman who says, like, I don't need a man, I think that's dangerous. Now, look, here's the difference. There's nuance in this either. I encourage women to not need other people, but do you want one? Like, I like to think that, God forbid something happened to you, it would break my heart, and I would shut the company. Like, there's a lot of things that I've already thought through. Like, it would take me years and years and years to process that, and I just can't understand who I would be without you, is the truth, because we've always uplifted each other. But if I was to be by myself, I feel like I'm strong enough to be able to still grow, still stay confident, or build my confidence back. And so I don't like to feel like I need you, but I really want you. I want to build my life with you. I want to build this business with you. I want you to be sitting next to my deathbed, holding my hand as I take my last breath. And need insinuates that I can't do anything without you. So I'm with you because I need you. And I actually think, babe, it's so much more powerful to say, I'm with you because I want you, not because I need you. If I'm with you because I need you, how do you know that I even like you? How do you know that I love you? How do you know that I respect you? You don't. I need you, but all those other things don't come with it, because you're with that person out of survival. But having a choice and choosing someone is the most beautiful thing I think that you can give the gift of each other to each other. And so knowing that you want me, knowing that I want you, and the female voices that have said that, I think is also doing detriment to relationships. It's doing detriment to women. It's like, you don't need anyone. It's like it is creating an environment where women, I think, are fearful of being vulnerable around men, is the truth. And I don't think that's healthy either. So I do think that there's just multiple messages on both sides that aren't doing couples I think it's doing couples a disservice. And again, I just want to keep saying, I am all for female empowerment. That is what I show up for. That is what I believe in. And yes, I still feel like this. Why? Because I want to empower women to be able to have beautiful relationships without the fear that it's always going to end in doom and gloom. I want to empower women to not give up on love, because there are amazing men out there. And so if women are saying there's no good men out there, I find it is my job to actually say that's not true, and you're closing your mind off to something that could be beautiful. And then the same thing with the male community. It's like, if you think all women are losers, they just want you for your money, that they've got high body count and that makes them useless, it's like, that's not going to help you either. And that's going to be extremely detrimental to your growth and you finding a wonderful relationship.
So when you were talking about that, I thought it's really interesting because I actually agree with you, but the best. So there's, I'm needed at a fundamental level, which can actually derange, because how do I know they want to be with me? They just literally need me for their survival. You can take advantage of that in really gross ways. And it also just feels weird. Like, they're not necessarily with me because they want me. But then I thought, actually, while I don't need you and you don't need me, we actually do need each other to hit a higher goal than either of us could hit by ourselves. So yes, I can survive and I can do wonderful things and have a fine life, but I'm with you because together we can do something that we couldn't do alone. And this goes back to the kids thing. It's like, well, I can't have a kid without you. You can't have a kid without me. And so as a default for people, it's a great proof of like, hey, we're doing this thing together that we could not do alone. And that feels awesome. And so if you don't have that, you need something else to stand in for that. And there's no doubt if either one of us died or whatever, Impact Theory would be a fundamentally different company. We can do a thing with the company that we can only do together. So in that way, there's what we can do individually, and it's amazing and wonderful, and a full life, fulfillment, all of it. There's a higher thing that we can do, but we need each other to do it.
That's a great way of articulating, because when I was saying about the need, I was like, oh, this feels really true. And then you threw that at me. I was like, oh my God, I did just contradict myself. Now, what's interesting is recently, so I'm 44. I am very aware that I'll be going into perimenopause, then menopause. I've interviewed way too many health doctors to know that this isn't a dangerous time in a woman's life. And when I say dangerous, is the rate of suicide skyrockets as women go into menopause because their estrogen plummets. And so for all kinds of reasons, their hormones change so much that the suicide rate absolutely skyrockets during that time. That's scary to me. The other thing is divorce rates skyrocket to the point where it's 70% of women initiate divorce when they get into menopause. Okay, if all of this is fact...
70% of divorces are initiated by women.
Sorry, yes, thank you. So knowing all of that, just take that again as fact. Okay, how am I going to navigate that? Because if this is fact and my estrogen plummets, how do we navigate that as a couple, right? Because to me, it's like, yes, I'm changing. I need to know what's happening to my body, so I need the education. But as my partner, you also will need to get educated so you know what's happening. Now, in all of that dynamic, as I start to change and I'm getting more emotional and things like that, I'm embracing that this is what comes with aging. I don't judge myself for it. But what I did turn to you and I said, babe, I don't want to do this alone. I need your help, right? And so the thing is, I don't want to do this alone. I can do this alone. I just don't want to. And I think to me, when my confidence comes in is I don't think less of myself for saying that. I don't think less of my confidence or my power or my strength by asking you
Doing a film in Paris set in Mexico with a French director sounds unconventional, but I can honestly tell you it was incredible.
You to help me navigate this. I actually think that's a massive sign of progress within myself, confidence that I can say it and not feel like I'm being weak by asking you for help. And I think it brings us closer as a couple because we're doing things together. And as my husband, I know you and I know that you appreciate, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I know that you appreciate when I'm honest about where I need you to help me. It makes you feel needed. So going back to that word needed, is that I can do it without myself, but I don't want to. And that makes you feel needed enough to want to do it with me. So it is a very tricky dance to play or to, do. But there's nuances to that word, and then there's nuances to asking your partner for help, not feeling weak. And then the same thing goes the other way. Like, I can only predict or think through what it's like for you as a man to want to turn to your wife for help, because as a man, you want to be stoic, you want to show up, I can do anything. And when we first met, you thought you had to be better than me, at everything. And where did that lead? It led me to not feeling good about anything. So I remember us playing pool one day and you got mad at me because I kissed and whispered some sexual things in your ear so that you could miss the ball. And I was being playful and sexual and you missed the ball, and obviously you can speak for yourself again, but you didn't like that at the time because you thought you had to be better than me than everything. So now take that mindset and project that a lot of men think that, and a lot of women don't want the other guy to always just be better. They want to have that need as that partnership.
Women want to be made to feel a certain way.
Yes.
That's what I heard.
Correct.
So if you want to be irresistible, you need to be able to make a woman feel a certain way. You didn't say they need to be 6 foot, make $150,000 a year, drive a fast car. You said, here are the ways that women want to feel.
To add that, it has to be authentic versus a manipulation tactic to get the woman and then, change once you've gotten her. So you want to authentically care about wanting to see her for who she is. You want to authentically care about how you need her. You don't want to force it and fake it just to get the girl.
Will most men be happier with a traditional wife or a girl boss?
A traditional wife.
Do you worry then that all the stuff that you put out on Instagram and in your social feed, the girl boss, bad bitch stuff, do you worry that that is damaging the relations between men and women?
There are consequences and choices, there are consequences to the choices you make. And so there's a cost to being a freaking badass as a woman. There's a cost to deciding that I am going to work every day instead of stay at home and cook and clean for my husband. And I had to process personally what that cost looked like and if I was okay with it. I think the problem is in today's society, people don't expect or agree there should be a cost or a consequence to our decisions. And I'm all for just what is true. Once I know what is true, then I can decide based on the facts. So if I know it is actually possibly likely I may not find, let's say I wasn't married, I may not find a husband if I go out into the working world and I'm a freaking badass and I'm crushing it and I'm climbing that ladder and I'm in beast mode. Yeah, I understand that actually shrinks the pool of guys that I'm going to be attracted to and the pool of guys that are attracted to me. But at least I know. Now I can just freaking decide, what do I want more? Would I want to have somebody that maybe my pool has gone smaller and now there's a possibility I don't find love? Or would I rather stay at home, swallow my dreams, swallow my hopes, swallow my needs and my desires in order to fulfill this other part of me, which is the romance side of it? At least I know. And people are going in with freaking blinders pretending that isn't the case. And so I do encourage women, live the damn life that you want. Absolutely. You should never get stuck in society's expectations that you should stay at home and take care of the kids and cook and clean. Don't ever freaking get trapped in that. But homie, if you are going to go out into the real world and you want to be a badass, just know what comes with it. Then it's up to you what life you want.
Will women be happier being traditional wives or being a boss girl?
I think it is all down to what is actually fulfilling. Because for me, I was a traditional wife. I stayed home for 8 years. I was cooking and I was cleaning for you. And I didn't love my life at all. I was profoundly unhappy. Now, I go out into the working world, we build Quest Nutrition. I don't know what I'm doing every day. I'm insecure and uncomfortable every single day as we're growing Quest, and I freaking loved it. But I don't think every woman's like that. So I think fulfillment is the key, and knowing what fulfills you is then going to be the path that you end up taking. So if you really want to have children and be a stay-at-home wife, you should do it. You shouldn't feel bad that all these women are out there saying, let's go to work, women, let's have equality. No, no. If you want to have a family, if you want to nurture your husband, if you want to nurture your family, you absolutely should do it with zero judgment. But on the other side, if you don't, and you don't want to, let's say you don't want to get married, or you do want to get married and you don't want to be a stay-at-home wife, and you don't want children, do not freaking dim your light. Do not fall into the expectations that you should stay at home. But know which path you're taking. And me and you talk about this even with kids. It's like, choose a freaking path and know what you're going to expect and go down that path. Like, commit. If you want to be a freaking badass in the workspace, know what comes with it and then freaking commit. If you want to be a stay-at-home wife and you want to have a family, know what comes with it and then commit. I think it's the judgment that a lot of people have, where it's like if you're one side, they judge the other, and it's becoming just incredibly polarizing. And that just to me is absolutely insane.
If you had 30 seconds with somebody and they were saying, hey, I want to do my best to safeguard my future life, should I break traditional, look for a relationship, have kids, or should I go on the path that you've gone on, which is self-exploration, turning potential into skill set, seeing how much I can actuate myself in life? Which, on average, you've already given us a very articulate N of 1 answer, and I think it's the right answer, but I do just want to understand where you fall on where you think the average person will be.
On average, I think women won't be fulfilled unless they have children. And this is coming from someone who's decided not to have children. And the reason why I say that, every badass woman that I know works hard, either already has children or get into their 40s and then decide they want kids. So again, this isn't me saying that you should. I decided not to have children. So I don't want to paint, this is what women should do. But to your question, the majority of women that I've met end up wanting children. So on average, yeah, I think women will be more fulfilled. But now comes to, do you have children and you're still an entrepreneur? Or do you have children and you're a stay-at-home wife? I think that also makes a difference. And so a lot of the women that I think, that I know that are freaking tough and badass and work in the corporate world and build wealth and just really crush it in their jobs, typically they do both. And I applaud that too. I think that it's a tough game to play because I was a stay-at-home wife for 8 years and it didn't make me happy. I'm an entrepreneur and I freaking love it, but there's still a part of me that I'm like, I know that I will regret not having children when I'm in my 80s. And so how do you contend with that? It's again going back to take the freaking blinders off, know that about yourself, and then just decide, what am I willing to give up? And so when I'm 80 and I potentially have that regret of not having children, what am I going to do? I'm not going to lick my wounds. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, poor me. No, I freaking made the decision. And now the great news is maybe there's other options. Maybe I mentor. Maybe I adopt. Maybe I foster. There's a lot of other opportunities that I've thought through that I can then be able to take on in my later years. But I just hate the idea of living a life out of the fear I'm going to have the regret down the road.
Obviously, you're my wife, so I know a lot of this stuff, but what I really want to do in this interview is map out the way that you think. I think you in particular are this very interesting person at this moment in culture where there is a real backlash against boss bitch, like that's becoming cringe. People are swinging back in the other direction. I called this a while ago that there's going to be a radicalization of the Western world is probably the right way to think about it. People are going to swing way back to a more traditional take. So I want to map out, as somebody who started as a traditional housewife and then became an entrepreneur, so you've actually tried both. I think it'll be really helpful for people to understand sort of all of this. And honestly, even I don't know sort of at the edges. I tried to build a path for this where even I won't know exactly what's going to be, what your take is. So what I want to understand though is, given the things that you've just said, most women are not going to be fulfilled unless they have kids. People, N of 1, you need to decide what life is right for you. There are no utopian solutions. There are just trade-offs. There's going to be a cost for everything that you do. If you have kids, there's no taking that decision back. So, hey, you're committed. But if you decide to explore entrepreneurship,
Stop, ladies. Do not go on another date until you hear this. The conventional dating advice out
first, and that's a stand-in for maybe you're pursuing being an athlete, maybe you're anything that is you trying to see how far you can go in a traditional pursuit, as it were. You're on a ticking clock as a woman. So how would you advise somebody that's coming into, say, their mid-20s and they really have to make that choice?
All right, so I literally went through this. You're in your mid-20s. You lay out all the possible paths that are ahead of you. I go into business and I realize at the age of 45 that I want children and now I can no longer have kids. What do? Do I beat myself up that I made a different decision? That's one option. Option number 2, do I get a surrogate? Which means that, okay, maybe you need to think about freezing your eggs now. And that's one thing that I considered. I was thinking about, oh, what if I have regrets? What if I don't? Let me freeze my eggs and hedge my bets and have a plan B. So that's also an option. Then let's say you make that decision at 20 and then you're 60 and you regret it. Okay, well, what can you do in your 60s? You're probably too old. I personally wouldn't advise it because I really, the idea of a young child being brought up and then their parents just dying, you know, at the age of 10 or hopefully a little later, but that's heartbreaking. So for me personally, I wouldn't have children at that late an age. But at 60, what do? Are you the type of person that doesn't care and you will happily have a surrogate mother have a child for you? That's an option. Do you foster? Do you adopt? So I literally paint, what are all the options? That's one bucket. Bucket number 2, I decide to do both. I decide to work and earn money and then also have children and hire a nanny to look after the kids. That's very doable. Someone like Sarah Blakely, who built $1 billion business with Spanx, had 4 children, had an entrepreneur husband, and built her own business. So she had nannies. She had help. Are you the type of person that is okay with having help? So let's even break that down even more. If you are okay with having help, now take it to how do you keep building a business if you're, let's say, waking up in the middle of the night? Are you okay with a nanny? Yes, you're okay with a nanny. Okay, are you okay with a nanny living with you? What does that do to your lifestyle? So I will break it down every step of the way and say, is this a life that interests me? It's very possible. Sarah Blakely proved that it's possible. So is that what fulfills me? Is that the lifestyle that I am looking for? You put that in a bucket. And the third bucket is you give up your career and you say, maybe I'm going to do it later. Once the kids are older, I may do it in my 40s if you have kids in your 20s. Maybe I'll go back to the workforce in my 50s. But paint the reality of what it looks like to work in your 40s and 50s if you haven't been in the game for 20 years. And just realize that you might be behind the 8 ball in a career because you haven't been practicing that for the last 20 years. So you okay with potentially getting back into the workforce in your older age? Maybe the answer is no. Cool, now at least you have your answer. Maybe you don't go back into the workforce. And maybe the bucket that you stay in is I want to nurture my husband and my partner and my kids. And then the hope is they end up having grandchildren. There's no guarantee that you're going to have grandchildren. We already know that from my mum and your mum, they don't have grandchildren. But at least then you say, that's the life that I want. And what does that look like? Now, which bucket am I going to choose? But understand the decisions that you're making are going to have a repercussion. It may have a repercussion a year from now, 5 years from now, or 20 years from now. But I don't pretend it won't. When we made the decision not to have kids, I didn't pretend that this was a decision, I'm going to feel amazing about it, this is perfect. No, that actually would set me up for disaster. For me, being able to take the blinders off, see the reality of what may come with this decision I made, actually allowed me to take that step with confidence. It allowed me to say, I don't want children because I've seen the future. I've seen what the possibilities are, and I freaking love what I do right now.
What was so advantageous about not having kids that made you choose what I often refer to as the very dangerous path?
I painted what it would look like if I was to have children, and then I painted my life of what it would look like if I didn't. And the truth is, again, taking off those blinders, if I was to have kids, you would be pushed down on my priority list. If we were to have kids, I would be pushed down on your priority list. So the very first question I ask is, am I okay with that? And you gave this analogy, but I'm just going to steal it. Where dogs don't look at you and be like, oh, you poor human. You have no idea what you're missing with the scent. Your nose is terrible. You can't smell multiple miles. You can only smell within, 10 feet of you. But I don't have a nose like a dog, so I actually don't know what I'm missing. I'm very content with my own smell because that's what I know. It's like that's what people say with kids. It's like, you don't know what you're missing. Yes, I recognize that, but I have no sense of loss because I never had it.
Surely that must have, at least in your imagination, given you something profound enough to overcome knowing, well, I'm going to regret this when I'm 80. So if you know that, then surely it's giving you something either now or in an imagined future that is so worth the trade-off of knowing that at some point it will bother you.
So when I was a stay-at-home wife and I was taking care of you for the 8 years, my entire life was predicated on your happiness, on your comfort, on what your needs were. And after a while, it wears on me, or it wore on me. It's like I was so predicated on if you come home, and my happiness was predicated on if you come home, are you happy or not? Are you stressed or not? And that impacted my life. Doing that for 8 years, it really made me realize I need my own way to bring my own happiness to my life, and I cannot rely on somebody else to bring that to me. It's not fair on you. And so how do I actively work towards fulfillment? I won't even say happiness because happiness is also transient. I don't think it just, you get it and then that's done. It's like it ebb and flows, just like sadness. And so how do I actively work towards my own fulfillment? And so when I think about kids, having had that experience for 8 years with you, I'm just like, I feel, and again, I don't know if it's fact, but I feel like my entire life would be predicated on, are my kids okay? Are my kids happy? Are their needs met? And what so many women who have had children haven't experienced is that they're like, what about me? Which is why as you get to 45 and you go into perimenopause and you get into menopause is the reason why now divorce skyrockets initiated by women. It gets to like 70% between menopause and perimenopause. Why? Your estrogen plummets. So you spent your whole life, most of your life, serving others. You serve the family, you serve the kids, you serve the husband. You give, you give, you give. Kids start to leave, right? Traditionally, if you had them at a younger age, kids start to leave just as you're going into perimenopause. So now you're not needed, which is one of the, I think, is what really fulfills a lot of women up, is the feeling of being needed. So now you no longer have that. The kids are no longer at home. Your estrogen plummets. You start to then, I think your testosterone then even increases. And so now you think more like a man. You're like, what about me? Where does my life go? What do I want? And so that sadly ends up leading to 70% of women initiating divorce. So knowing that, knowing just the facts of freaking life, how are you going to handle it? And so if you think about your fulfillment has been poured into kids' family for 25 years, let's say, and then that goes away, so many women in their older age start to wonder what's happened to their life. And because I know that, because I've just done so much research, we talk about it, spoken to therapists, it is so important to address and acknowledge that that is truth. So now knowing that, for me, I'm just like, I want to live the now. I want to have my fulfillment now. I want to take care of myself now. I don't want to wait till I'm older. I don't want us to get divorced. So if I know that, how do I own it, take fulfillment, my responsibility, I should say, in fulfilling my own needs so that when I get to 45, perimenopause and menopause, I'm no longer looking at you differently because hang on a minute, I've now changed. I've actually been taking care of myself the whole way. And so that was how and why, for me, I've loved my life. I feel extremely fulfilled in my career. And then I think was it in Harry Met Sally, where they say, we got married, we decided not to have children because we wanted to have sex on the kitchen counter. We wanted to, go off to Paris at a moment's notice. We do. We do all those things because we don't have children. We made a promise that if we decide not to have children, that we will enjoy our life in the most craziest ways possible.
To our cleaner, I'll just say we don't have sex on the kitchen counter. So.
But we live the life of enjoying each other. And that to me is so beautiful. Now, again, I'm sure people that have kids have a fulfillment over there. They're like, oh my God, you don't understand. But that isn't the life that I want, and I don't know any other way. And so I'm utterly fulfilled with having you as my best friend, with having amazing sex, with building a life together, with going on vacations and creating these beautiful memories. That to me is fulfilling. So I don't feel like I need a child to have that fulfillment.
Heard. Do you agree with me?
When you get traumatized, what happens is a 100 hertz wave travels from the thalamus and phosphorates what's called the AMPA receptors, right? A little technical, I know. What I'm going to do with you, Mabel, if it's okay, is I'm going to do a process which is called a psychosensory therapy. Now, you may have seen there's a number of these about. There's one where you look up and move your eyes about. Not too impressed with that. There's another where you tap on various parts of the body. Pretty good. But the best one of the lot involves the touch of here, and lateral eye movement. So not looking up, which is alpha, looking side to side, which is delta. But when we touch here, maybe just try this, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to ask you all to do it in just a moment. Listen, oh, that feels nice. Yeah, that's it, good. And that's it, just do that because it feels comforting. Because when you were a baby, your mother held you in her arms and she touched you here and it hardwired you to produce delta waves.
Ray Mash was struck on the head at a construction site and developed the incredibly rare disorder of hysterical blindness. He was unable to see anything for 8 years. When I began working with him, it took some months before he could start to see images again, and then eventually, one day in a session, he could see his wife's face. How did I do it?
Hello, I'm Paul McKenna, and I've been studying the human mind for over 30 years.
#1 name in the UK now is Paul.
Please welcome Paul McKenna.
Paul McKenna. Paul McKenna will
Paul's hypnotic powers.
Paul McKenna's thinking.
Paul McKenna.
Back in the early 90s, I had a comedy hypnotism show that was watched by hundreds of millions of people all over the world. I'd hypnotize people to think they were a ballerina or a Martian from outer space, and I was using hypnosis purely for laughs. Then I moved into helping people to use hypnosis for better things, to quit smoking, lose weight, and overcome phobias by reprogramming their minds. That's when I started getting extreme cases. For example, the veteran who'd had PTSD for 7 years and kept waking up screaming at 3 a.m. The lady with a fear of heights so bad she couldn't even climb a stepladder. The woman who was so cripplingly anxious about her appearance that she couldn't even look at herself in the mirror. Basically, the people that the rest of modern therapy had given up on. And I just thought, I wonder if it'll work. So what I did was guide them into an incredibly relaxed state of mind, more deeply relaxed than they'd been in years. Then, like a computer programmer, I'd go into their subconscious and find the unhelpful programs that were causing these behaviors and change them. As easy as flipping a switch, turning off the fear and turning on the freedom. What happened next was astonishing. 7 in 10 people were completely cured in a single 60-minute session, as if a switch had been flipped in their head and suddenly the heavy weight of stress, anxiety, and worry were gone. Instead, they felt calm, alert, and resilient. It went from, oh my God, life's overwhelming, it's too much, to, I can breathe, I can see, I can feel fantastic, I feel clear-headed again. These people who are suicidal, grief-stricken, depressed, and then suddenly they've got a whole new lease on life. Now, to the untrained eye, it looked like I was performing miracles. And when I started demonstrating this to the military for treatment of PTSD, their traditional therapists couldn't believe it. To them, it looked like magic. They thought it was all too good to be true. They said, no, that's impossible. It'll never last. I don't blame them for being skeptical. I mean, think about it. When you're able to cure someone's PTSD that they've had for 10 years, that no other therapy has worked on, and you can do it in minutes, it looks unbelievable. It looks like a magic spell. But I knew it wasn't magic. Any sufficiently advanced technology looks like magic to the uninitiated. Just imagine showing up with an iPhone back in the 1800s. So I put my reputation on the line, and I made another TV show called I Can Change Your Life, where we travel around to show that these cutting-edge techniques work quick, and they last. And the results spoke for themselves. There's Matthew, who had a severe case of Tourette's, a brain abnormality with outbursts triggered by stress, who got an 80% reduction in his symptoms. And a lady who had a fear of heights, just 1 hour later, climbed on a C-111 cargo plane, and at 3,000 feet, she stands on the lip of the door, totally fearless. Or Ross Smith, the veteran and paramedic whose PTSD induced stress and anxiety that nearly destroyed him for years. Eventually, he tried to take his own life, twice. Then after 3 sessions with me, his mind was reprogrammed and his stress was gone. We documented everything and took part in university trials that championed alternative therapies. And time after time again, we showed that anyone can easily reprogram their mind to escape from stress, anxiety, and worry, without years of expensive therapy, going over and over problems again and again, without having to painfully relive the past trauma, and without having to do virtually anything at all. All they needed to do was sit back, relax, and let me do the work.
Hypnosis helps you to train your brain to relax. You keep your edge, you keep all of your ability to protect yourself and do the things that you need to, but you feel in control. You're able to, at will, switch into positive, optimistic states. So instead of being in that place where your mind is racing and you're worrying about everything, it's great to be able to switch that off and have instant peace, calm, and comfort. Hypnosis
was suddenly the biggest psychological...
That the strategy you're running is extremely dangerous.
1,000%.
Why do you think it's dangerous? And what are you doing specifically to combat the danger? So what is the danger? What are you doing to address it?
And are you saying specifically kids, or you're saying the lifestyle?
I'm saying specifically kids, that you and I both agree. Like if somebody were to ask me, hey, should I have kids? My default answer is absolutely. I think that from an evolutionary standpoint, the safest answer, if I don't know anything about that person, is to have children. In the same way that if somebody's asking me a question about diet and I can't know their N of 1 circumstance, which is the only truly helpful thing, but hey, if you're just giving me like 1 second to say, okay, this is as close to universal as I can get, I would just say, eat steak. And while I get that that's going to be a very controversial answer, it's just from a metabolism standpoint, I will go into any conversation with the most well-studied person on nutrition and just say, I feel very good with that recommendation. It's not an N of 1, an N of 1 would be way better. And the N of 1 may go into, from a diet perspective, maybe entirely, oh, you need to be vegan and, you know, for this, that, and the other reason. But if it's a blanket statement. So you've opted not to have kids. The blanket advice for somebody, if I can't get to know them, is have kids. So dangerous strategy in that the reason we say that is fulfillment is baked in when you have kids, and it's not when you don't. So do you agree that fulfillment is the aim? I think you do. I think you've said as much just now. So what are you doing to make sure that you have fulfillment of a similar amplitude to having children?
I look at what I want to feel. And then I figure out how I can feel that way. So I want to feel, right now I'm 44 years old, I feel like my nurturing bone is like kind of like growing a little. Like I feel like I want to nurture a little more, which is why I've been, side note, I've been asking you, like, what can I do? I've been giving you more tickles. I've been, you know, like cooking. Tom likes tickles, by the way, just like on his skin like this, just for context. So I've been giving you more tickles. I've been asking you, what do you want to eat? I'm ordering you food more because part of me feels like I have a nurturing part of me that's growing. So I just go, okay, this is how I'm feeling. I really want to lean into it. So what are the things that I can do to satisfy this emotion that I'm looking for, that I'm, you know, kind of growing into? And so the first thing is I look at you. How can I nurture you more? How can I help you more? What do you need? And that makes me feel good. That is my fulfillment. But that isn't my, before when I did that, it was, I needed it to feel like you were filling up my cup. The difference is now is I filled up my own cup, and now with my nurturing, that's my overflow. And so with my overflow, I don't feel like I'm sacrificing. I actually feel good about it. Whereas before I felt like I was sacrificing. So that's the difference of me nurturing you before versus me nurturing you now. The fact that I desperately want another puppy.
I wondered if you were going to bring that up.
So that was one of the things that I said to you, baby, I really feel like we had another dog, and there was 4 of us, and I don't feel like our family is as complete. And so knowing I know that dogs aren't children, but I very much adore and care and love our baby girl Wookie, and so I know what that feels like. And so, that idea of getting another one, she gets a little sister, like that fills me up. So I don't just hope for a feeling. I don't just hope for my future to take its course. I actively participate in what I need to do in order to feel that satisfied. And those are little tips and tactics that I do. The other thing is, as I'm getting older, I'm actually caring a little less, not care less, but I care a little less about my business. And I care a little more about friendships. And so I go, I don't judge myself. I give myself the utter grace to go, this is just how you're feeling, Lisa. I don't care what society says. I don't care what the external, internet says. This is your life. You're the one that has to live with it. So what are you looking for and what do you want? So with friends, when I start to feel this, I don't question it. I don't judge myself. I just go, what does this mean? Lisa, as you get older, business, comes and goes. There's no, promise of success. You've been pouring your heart and soul into business for 15 years, and I've neglected my friendships. Okay, back at 10 years ago, I didn't mind. That actually felt good, yeah. I don't mind neglecting my friends because my focus is here. But now as I get older, actually it does bother me. And I really do want to cultivate beautiful female friendships. So what do? I lean into it. I've now arranged, as you know, we're doing girls' nights with me and a bunch of girls. We're doing a girls' trip to Vegas. We're doing all these things. I reach out literally just the other day. There's a text chain of me and 3 amazing women. And we just text each other, hey, how you doing today? Do you need anything? 10 years ago, I never would have done. I was like, what do you mean if I need? Who's got the time to answer this? I'm building Quest. I'm building Impact Theory. I don't freaking have time. But now I'm different. I've evolved. I've allowed myself to evolve. And so where people go is they've said one thing and it's like, I guess I'm going to have to do this for the rest of my life. I don't know. If I change, if I adapt, if I grow, if my needs and wants and desires change, I'm going to listen to them. And then I'm going to find a way to fulfill it.
Do you worry that you're just turning back into a trad wife?
Oh, no, I don't worry, because I don't have blinders on anymore. Before, when I was a trad wife, it was, you should do this, your father expects it, you told your husband you want 4 kids, everyone's giving you tremendous validation for being this amazing wife, right? You would say, oh my God, my wife is so amazing. She puts out my clothes for me every day. She cooks for me every day. I was getting beautiful validation from it. My dad's like, oh, my daughter, she's a good wife. I was getting amazing validation, but I wasn't listening to myself. I wasn't listening to what I wanted. So I went in with utter blinders and just said, is he happy? Now, I just listen to myself. It's a very different mechanism of what's leading to potentially the same actions. So my mechanism now is, this fills me up. I want to nurture you more. That makes me feel good. But I get my satisfaction from many different areas in my life, not just one. It's not just predicated on, are you going to validate me today? Do you like the food that I cook? Do you fill in the blank? This is, Lisa, you showed up today and you really treated your husband well. He was happy today. I feel good about that. But I've got another laundry list of all the other accomplishments that I've done that I'm also proud of. So I think that that's the big difference. And when people say about being a trad wife or not, it's black and white, babe. And it's crazy to me. I hold 2 competing ideas in my head at all times. At all times. I don't want children at all, but maybe I do. I want to be a freaking badass at work, but I also love nurturing my husband. Society, the internet, it's like, are you this or are you that? Are you red pill or are you a feminist? And I'm like, they're missing the freaking point. And now the more bifurcated people are getting, the worse it's getting. And I'm like, no. Instead of arguing and going apart and being even more stern on your position, loosen up. Widen those blinders and start bringing yourself together, because maybe, just maybe, there's a place where you can do both. And that is actually the most fulfilling thing to do.
I know that a lot of people are going to hear all of this and say, one, they weep for you, that there is a part of you that wants kids, that that, they'll say either nature or God wants you to have kids, that there is no ultimate fulfillment without that. And if only you could just taste it for 1 second, you'd never want to go back, that you could have the scent of a dog and you're choosing not to have that richness in your life. And so they are sad for you. Your dad is sad for us that we don't have children. Some part of his heart not only breaks that he's not a grandfather, but his heart breaks that we aren't parents and that we'll never know that joy. What do you think about that, your dad? And then what do you think about people who think that, yeah, I mean, she's just selfish. She's a selfish child. She hasn't matured. She'll never mature until she has a kid. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I really love, tell me everything your audience is about to say, with everything that I've said. Cool, that's your opinion. I don't agree. It's like, if you think I'm selfish.
You don't agree about selfish?
Yeah, so I don't agree that it's selfish. I think it is self-care. Looking at your life and deciding what you want that is going to fulfill you. That is caring about yourself. Selfish means that I'm going to do something detrimental to somebody else because I want to. My kid doesn't exist. Who's it selfish to? So the only person, in fact, it could be selfish to is my husband. Because if you were sitting there saying, I desperately want children, you said we were going to have kids, and I said, no, I don't care about your feelings. That's selfish of me to not care about your feelings and put myself first without discussing it with you, without hearing your side, to hear your opinion. That is selfish. But the fact that we're on the same page, and
you are using apple cider vinegar the wrong way. If your goal is to lose belly fat, you need to use it the right way. Guys, I discovered a way to turn apple cider vinegar into something even more powerful than those Manjaro pens. Seriously, when you take it the right way, it shrinks your belly, reduces inflammation, boosts your metabolism, curbs hunger, and even improves your immunity. Let me show you how simple it is. Apple cider vinegar, when used the right way, is the only food in the world capable of activating your body and making it work tirelessly 24 hours a day, burning body fat. That's because it helps control hunger, improves digestion, speeds up metabolism, stabilizes insulin levels, and even reduces that annoying bloating. And do you know what that means? It means you'll start to see your shorts getting looser, your belly shrinking, and the pounds literally melting away. All of this without having to follow restrictive diets, go hungry, or spend hours sweating in the gym. Hi, I'm Marta Miller, a specialist in endocrinology and women's metabolism. Over the last 15 years, I, along with my sister, Dr. Diane Miller, have helped more than 48,000 women lose weight naturally, healthily, and definitively using a powerful homemade recipe known as the Brazilian Manjaro. Apple cider vinegar is undoubtedly the best ally for those looking to lose weight, but it's only one of the 3 secret ingredients in this recipe, which, according to recent studies, is up to 10 times more powerful than the famous Manjaro pen. And the best part, this homemade recipe is 100% natural and has helped men and women of all ages, different body types, and goals lose 10, 20, or even 30 pounds in just 15 days. And do you know why this recipe works so well? Because it works directly on fat cells, triggering a process that reduces inflammation and transforms body fat into gas. But the best part of all is that you don't need to cut carbs or give up the foods that you love. Just add this simple recipe to your routine and let it do the hard work for you. Recently, my sister, an endocrinologist and weight loss specialist, participated in an exclusive interview for the Better Health program where she revealed how to prepare the Brazilian Manjaro recipe at home in a simple and affordable way. In this interview, she revealed the other 2 ingredients that cost less than $1 and are super easy to find. And because every body is unique and people have different goals, in the interview, she explains step by step how to prepare this and consume this correctly, tailored specifically to the results that you want to achieve. But I do need to warn you, this interview is normally paid, and I managed to get a free link to share with my family and friends. I'm not even sure if I should be doing this, but since so many women have been asking me in my DMs about how to prepare this Brazilian Manjaro, I decided to make the full interview available to all of you. So if you want to learn how to prepare this recipe, click the button below and watch it for free right now. I guarantee that if you follow exactly what my sister teaches you in this interview, you'll start seeing results within the first 24 hours. And don't be surprised if, as soon as you start using this recipe, you begin losing weight so quickly that your acquaintances, friends, family, and even your husband or your partner are amazed at how much weight you've lost. And don't be surprised if your belly starts shrinking rapidly, your clothes become looser, and you start enjoying wearing new outfits, looking at yourself in the mirror and feeling amazing with a slimmer body. You're just one click away from all of this. So just click the button below to get full access to the Brazilian Manjaro recipe. And when you start seeing results, come back and tell me how many pounds you've lost. I'm really looking forward to hearing from you and hearing your story.
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater.
And I've decided not to. The kid doesn't exist, so there's no other person to be selfish with. Number one. Number two, to my dad, I agree. I think I agree that he feels that is true. It comes to frame of reference. My dad has 5 kids, so his frame of reference is my 5 children is what's brought me life. It's what's made me feel fulfilled in life. It's what's given me purpose. I believe that is true for him. And I believe when your audience comes back and says the things about me, it is very true to them. It is their frame of reference of what they have experienced. But that isn't my frame of reference. So I give people almost the grace when they come to me like hard, be like, I can't believe. It's like, yeah, I give you the grace that I understand that that's where you think and that's how you think. How does it work for you? If it's giving you a life that you love, if it's giving you a life that is fulfilling to you, cool. You have your opinion, I have mine. I live my life for me. And I remember when you went and asked my dad for his blessing in marrying me. And my dad said no. I was daddy's little girl. It was the first time I had to consider going against my dad's wishes. And in that moment, I love my dad, I respect my dad, and I just asked myself the honest truth. At the end of the day, if nature takes its course, my dad will die before me. So now, when that happens, am I glad that I listened to him, his frame of reference, and what he wants for me? Or will I not? And the truth is, I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be glad that I listened to him because I have to live with the decisions that I make. And so when other people have opinions, I take that as their truth, but I don't let it penetrate my belief system. I do actually listen because maybe there's actually truth in what they're saying that could resonate. And if their opinion, even if they come out with me with hate, if there's something that I can benefit from someone else's hatred and their opinion, great, my life is better for it. But I focus on myself. And if my life isn't going to be better for taking on that person's opinion or listening to them or being, or discussing it, I just won't listen and I won't take it on. But I think that there's healthy places to have debates. Me and you debate all the time, which by the way, by all means debate and push me. We debate all the time. But because we always show each other respect and we really want to, and maybe like show the other person, hey, look, maybe you haven't seen this. This has made me happy. This has fulfilled me. And I want to help show you that maybe you're missing a piece. I know that it comes from love. I know that your opinion, even if you disagree with me, comes because you care about me. But on the internet, people just want to fucking go after each other because they want to be right. Because when they're right, they can then feel good about their own decisions. Because if you have to ask yourself, do you regret? How's that working for you? Right? Like if you don't pursue women, if they've been on the dating field or, the thing about like how many number of people, women have, how many men has the woman.
Looking for body count?
Body count, thank you. So the body count, it's like, I think that's freaking crazy. But if that's the thing that is important to you, I'm not here to debate it. If that's important to you. But how is it working for you? If that's like, I can't find a woman who doesn't have a low body count, how is that working for you? Do you really care? Or are you caring because society says that you may be a weak man if you don't care? I start just shutting the freaking noise out and go back internally and ask myself, what's the life I want? Because at the end of the day, the quote, the most amazing quote from my husband, Tom Bilyeu, all that matters is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. How do you feel about yourself when you're by yourself? If I'm now listening to the outside noise, if I'm listening to all these haters and I'm changing my opinion, I'm shaping myself for somebody else, when I'm alone by myself, I don't feel good. I feel powerless. I feel like I'm going along with the herd. I feel like I'm not validated, so I keep trying to seek that validation. That's not a place to be. I lived there for 8 years where I didn't have validation, or I was looking for the external validation. So I personally go back to, how do you feel about yourself when you're by yourself? So whether that's your dad giving you an opinion that you shouldn't do what you're doing, or whether that's the world, the red pill community telling, women that they should or shouldn't do things, like how do you want to show up? Is that the life you want? Yes or no? It isn't freaking black and white. There is a shit ton of 50 shades of gray in between that people don't want to talk about. And so for me, going back to your question, I hold the two competing ideas in my mind. My dad's totally wrong, and yet, what if my dad is right?
If it's time for you to impress a woman in your life, the pressure to find the perfect gift is real. But don't worry, you can give the perfect gift with something that she will truly enjoy every day, and that's an Aura digital picture frame. Aura frames are beautiful, Wi-Fi connected digital picture frames that allow you to share and easily display unlimited photos. And I love how simple it is to upload photos from any phone with the Aura app. Aura frames were named the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter and selected as one of Oprah's favorite things. And right now, Aura has a great deal for this Mother's Day. Listeners can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com/impact to get $30 off plus free shipping on their best-selling frame. That's Aura, A-U-R-A, frames.com/impact, and be sure to use code IMPACT at checkout to save. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, you're holding an open-ended question in your head. That's the second time you've given an example of I hold two competing ideas, but the second one is a question. So what do you do with that? So what if my dad's right? Let's hold the two ideas in your head at the same time. I don't want kids, but my dad is right.
My dad is right. So if I get to the age where I can't, can I still have children? Possibility number one, I'm 44. So we don't try to have children. So if I decide, maybe my dad's right, and now I decide, that doesn't sit well with me. If this is an open-ended question, and I'm going to have the regret, do I decide to have children now? Okay, well, what are the...
Was that a hard debate for you?
To what, sorry?
Whether or not to have kids.
Yes.
What was the internal debate?
I loved business so much. I loved how business made me feel. And yet the idea of being pregnant and feeling a baby grow inside me was something I dreamt about. The idea of having a little Tom, oh my God, running around.
That's somebody who's never had a little Tom running around, I assure you.
I got a big Tom and I love him. So having a little Tom running around, I know that you were a nightmare for your mum.
Yes.
But again, I just going back to what was the debate, it's like the idea of having a little you, Thomas Bilyeu Jr. the fourth. Is what he would have been. He would have been the fourth. So the idea of having a fourth, see, literally, if you take a camera screenshot of my face now, I'm just melting into my chair. Or if we had a little girl, babe, seeing you with that little girl, I know what you would be like. You would be so soppy around her, you really would. And you would also be an incredible father. That would make me melt. And also being able to bring up a young daughter with a more empowering mindset and not feel the insecurity and inadequacies that I had growing up is very encouraging. I mean, I spend my life trying to empower women. So you can imagine if I had my own daughter and I could do it, that can be beautiful. And so when I paint, these are real things. I'm not pretending. Now, a lot of women just have never wanted kids. Great. I think that's probably easier because you've never had the pull of the two competing ideas. But for me, it's I love business. I love feeling powerful. I love feeling like a beast. I love not knowing something and then the next day knowing it. I love saying I want to become this person and work damn hard every day in order to become that person. And then I also love the idea of being pregnant, having a little Tom, having a little daughter that I can nurture and take care of and be proud of. So I know the two things. But what I did is I looked at what does my average Wednesday look like? Because I think we can get all caught up in an idea. The idea is I want to run a big business like Lisa and crush it in business. Okay, well, look at my lifestyle and actually ask if the lifestyle that I lead is something that you're looking for. Because the title of being an entrepreneur, the title of being a mother may be enticing, but what actually comes with it? So the entrepreneurship, what comes with it? We're on date night, all of a sudden we get a phone call about business, then it's a problem, we have to deal with it on date night, and now, unfortunately, we're talking about profit and loss on our date. Okay, that's the reality of what comes with a business. What else comes with a business? My health has been incredibly turbulent because I pour my heart and soul into growing my business. I haven't put my self-care first. That's the reality of me running a business. I don't see my husband. We work so much that we barely see each other Monday to Friday.
As husband and wife.
As husband and wife,
I
yes.
want to be
yes,
very
sorry,
clear.
yes.
My wife sees me all the time.
Yeah.
This is
in our
something we
business,
see very differently.
but as husband and wife, we don't. Are you okay with that? So when people come to me and they say, you're so lucky, I wish I had a relationship like you and Tom. I wish I had someone like Tom. Does Tom have a brother? Like, I get all of that. And I'm like, let me paint the real picture of what it looks like to be married to Tom. I'm the type of person that I love that you're ambitious. I love that you're driven. I'm turned on.
Looking to scale customer service without scaling headcount? Meet Ada, the only customer service platform that makes scaling customer service effortless with AI. In minutes, deploy an AI agent that's as easy to manage as a human, but works 24/7 across chat, voice, and email, delivering instant, personalized support everywhere in the world. With Ada's powerful AI management tools, you can coach your AI agent to continuously improve, customize responses, analyze performance, and adapt to customer needs, all in real time. Automate up to 83% of customer service inquiries to help your teams free up time and energy to focus on what matters for your business. Discover why the world's top companies choose Ada as their partner for AI customer service. Visit ada.cx to talk to one of our AI experts. The future of customer service is in your hands.
Most people have no clue that in 2024, the best way to make money with Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible has been paying me a steady and reliable income every month for years, and I'm not the only one. People like Katrina, Carmen, Elena, and Renee are all enjoying a significant monthly income using the same system.
Just this past month, I reached $8,000 in revenue, and I'm on track to reach $10,000 in revenue this month.
I've been able to go from 0 to 22K in 7 months. And of course, this completely changed my life.
I do this on a part-time basis, about 5 to 10 hours a week. I earn about $40,000 a year. There's no other job that pays with that little time.
And the best part is, it's a highly automated system. You're not buying any inventory, you're not shipping any products, you're not investing thousands of dollars. And it's so simple, you need 0 tech skills to get started with Audible. So I discovered this gold mine of an app a few years ago by complete accident. And since then, it's helped thousands of other people use it to supplement and grow their income so that they can comfortably pay all their expenses and have more money left over every month. And if you want to see exactly how they did it, tap on this video and you can watch the same free training they did, where I break down the 3 simple steps to adding a new monthly income stream with Audible. And listen, the reason people are having such amazing results with this is not because I'm some genius. It's because no one knows about this yet. So look, you can choose to ignore this video and pretend you didn't see anything. Or you can be like Steven, who says, I'm so glad I didn't skip that YouTube ad because my last check from Audible was life-changing. That's how powerful this can be. So to find out exactly how this Audible method works and how you can install it in your own life, Just hit the link down below and watch the short training video right now. The training is 100% free, so there's absolutely no reason to not see what it's all about. And just by watching it, you're also going to get 3 bonuses included that are going to help you get started with Audible faster than you ever thought possible. So tap the link below, claim your free bonuses, and get in on the ground floor of this amazing new opportunity for extra income. Look, the most important thing you can do right now is don't waste any more time. Hit the link, go through the training, and learn the 3-step process that is providing life-changing results for so many people. Hit the link, and I'll see you in the training.
By it. I am. And so I would never ask you to be less than who you want to be. But at the end, but also, I would love for you to have come home at 7 o'clock or come home. I would love for us to eat dinner every night. I would love for us to spend an hour in the morning just cuddling. I would love to. But those are the choices we've made, and these are the consequences and the cost of choosing the lifestyle we have. But I don't pretend that that wouldn't exist. So when I paint the picture of what it actually looks like to build a business with your husband, build a business with your husband where your husband's a very strong alpha male, like all of these things are tough to navigate. And that's the reality. Now let's take the children. The reality of having a child. What does your average Wednesday look like? Because I can get caught up in, they're going to be so cute. They're going to have ears like my hubby. They're going to be,
God.
no, I so
Don't
want,
do that to
no,
them. Don't do that to our imaginary children.
I so wanted them to have your ears.
You hate your unborn child? Is that the thing?
I could get really emotionally caught up in that. So I go, what does an average Wednesday look like? I just did that in my business, right? Like, I don't see you. We don't have dinner together. My health goes to share, etc., etc., etc. The family, what does having a kid on an average Wednesday look like? Me and you had a very honest discussion of what the life you want if we had children. And in fact, instead of me speaking for you, do you want to say what you told me?
Give it to people quickly. I would be still an entrepreneur first, that my role in the family would be to provide, that in the very typical role, when a man is upholding his traditional role set, that he would be taken out of the home to provide and then make sure that the home has what it needs, that I would spend the weekends, obviously, with the kids. I would put them first on the weekends, and the way that I put them first is my wife on the weekends now. But yeah, I'm not getting up in the middle of the night. That doesn't make any sense. I'll hire a night nurse, no problem. It's not like I expect you to do it. But I knew that to do what I wanted to achieve in business, and I see business as the sport that I play, and I want to be one of the greatest of all time. So it's just, I'm not going to be getting up in the middle of the night.
Yeah. So you being that honest with me before we had children was beautiful. Now, what's funny is I get a lot of people that actually back, like, I can't believe he said that. What kind of man is he? And I was like, you do you. And for me, I wanted the truth. I want to know exactly what I'm getting myself into. And so if that is, my husband isn't going to get up in the middle of the night and take care of the baby, because you want to show up in your way so you can feel good about yourself, so that you can bring that home, right? Like, I want you to be fulfilled. I want you to be happy, so that you bring that home to our relationship. And so for you to do that, you have broken down what you need. You won't be getting up in the middle of the night, but you want to be a great father. So on the weekends, maybe you're taking them to soccer practice. Maybe you're doing all these things with them. Okay, well, the truth is, just like you said, like you put me first now, I go down on your list. So now I don't see you Monday to Friday. You're not getting up with the kids. So basically, I'm a single mother during the week. On the weekends, you take care of them. I'm basically without my husband. So now I just keep going down your priority list. Am I okay with that? There is no should or shouldn't, good or bad, right or wrong. Is that the life I want? And the question, once I started to assess that I don't want to go down on your priority list, because I already feel like our time is scarce right now and how much time we spend together. So yes, anyone listening, that is selfish of me. And I love it, because I want to put myself first, because if I'm not happy, if I'm not fulfilled, I can't bring that to you, my husband. And if I had kids, I wouldn't bring it to them. I wouldn't be able to bring it to them. So making sure you're fulfilled, knowing all your non-negotiables, because that's very important. Hey, I'm not going to do this. Knowing that on an average Wednesday, is that the life I want? And so once I painted those very real pictures of what the entrepreneur side looks like and what the mother side looks like, I chose to be the entrepreneur.
I really want to talk about the right and wrong, good and bad. I think there is an element of this that is moral in nature. We'll get to that in a second. Yes, these are new ideas that I'm playing with. We'll get there in a minute. First, I want to know, do you believe that my responses to what an average Wednesday would be like, I'm going to keep working, all that, I'm going to be with the kids on the weekends, did that push you down a path that you otherwise wouldn't have gone?
Oh, I've never considered that. That's fascinating. So if you said like, babe, I want to come home.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
5 p.m. and I'm going to have dinner with you guys. Ooh, I think it would have made a difference. Absolutely. And for me to, this is amazing. I've never thought about this. For me to pretend otherwise, I think is fooling myself. So again, I don't want to ever put blinders on myself. That doesn't serve me. So really thinking about the truth, if you were like, I don't want this entrepreneurship thing. I want to do a 9 to 5. I want to come home. That's going to be fulfilling. Yeah, I do think it would have made a difference. I think it would have, I would have had to consider the two things. But here's the other thing. Building these businesses with you is part of that equation and my fulfillment. So even take it one step further. Let's say you were still this entrepreneur, you still weren't coming home, but we weren't building the business together. And so now me wanting to be an entrepreneur in business and really crush it, if it wasn't with you, I do also question whether I would have made the same decision. Because me and you building something together is precisely what fulfills me. I don't want to do this by myself. I'm not interested in doing this by myself. Part of what I love about business is doing it with you. And that is part of the equation that has made up my decision. So that's fascinating. Yeah, it's actually never considered that.
Now, do you think that there are choices that you could have made during your traditional housewife phase that could have made that awesome? So obviously, just doing the cooking and the cleaning with the blinders on and not thinking about what you want, that did not work, obviously. But imagine a housewife out there that's listening to this right now. She's got two choices. Find that path, which I round to entrepreneurship, but obviously it could be expressed in any way, whatever. In fact, one of the paths I thought you were going to take was as an artist. I thought that was going to be the breakout thing that you did to not just be sitting around waiting for me to come home. Is the only way to be a fulfilled trad wife to have children? Or, and I'll frame this in your life, could you have taken control of your life and made being a stay-at-home wife awesome?
For me, no. I grasped at every possible thing that I could do. So I'm taking care of you. So I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go to the gym. I'll work out. I found pride in being the person that couldn't go to the, couldn't work out, didn't know what to do, build muscle. And so I did that. But then that actually became extremely unhealthy for my mindset because my focus was more on my body and beauty than it was on how I felt going to the gym. So that didn't serve me. I tried to be an amazing, daughter. I tried to be an amazing friend. I had a group of friends and we would go out and they had kids. And so I thought I was going to have kids. So we would go to, Mummy and me, and I would go with them. And so I experienced all of those things. It wasn't like I just sat down twiddling my thumbs. Like I tried a bunch of things that I thought would be fulfilling. And I just didn't find that end goal that was fulfilling. So with the gym, it just eroded my confidence. It actually didn't help build it. Going with other mothers, and maybe it was the group of women that I was with, but their take on relationships never sat. Why are you laughing?
Because I know what their take on relationships was.
It never sat well with me. It was always the oh God, he wants sex again, you know, like, well, it's his birthday, that type of thing. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to give it up. And it was always done around jokes. And I was just like, but sex and intimacy is an important part of a relationship. So you seeing it as a chore, and the fact that the poor guy now doesn't necessarily have a intimacy, like the communication with you, and you're just doing it because it's his birthday, didn't sit well with me. But then the other side, I've heard guys refer to women as the ball and chain. And it's like, what does that actually think about the ball and chain? It's someone weighing you down, slowing you down, not lifting you up. It's actually bringing you down. Now imagine you put the ball and chain in the ocean. What happens? They pull you into the deep, dark ocean and suck the life out of you. Well, that doesn't sit well either. So once I started to listen to just traditional things like that, and it didn't feel right, and mine and your relationship was so open, so honest, so transparent about where we were going to go, our dynamic, the power dynamic, things like that, no one wants to talk about it. And every time I would be like, is that healthy? I would get the back, oh, Lisa, you don't know. And so after a while, I started to realize that I need to start listening to myself. Whether that's in relationships, career, health, fulfillment. I was blindly following people. I was blindly following my dad when he said,
There's no doubt that we're going to learn the dance. I'm a child of biracial families coming together and shooting in my native language of Spanish, in a musical, dancing. I felt reconnected, repurposed, and in a way, I felt like I was home.
She's definitely a triple threat.
The training that I received as a dancer shapes just how I approach life. And the story has given me the ability to incorporate my body in the character that I play.
Said that I was going to grow up and get married and have kids. I was blindly following my family and their traditional Greek Orthodox upbringing, where when I first met you, I was 21 years old, and you were the very first person to ever ask me why I believed in God. And my answer was because my dad told me to. I was 21 years old. So I had been blindly living my life based on other people's beliefs and expectations. And so for me now, I just remove all of that and go back to what is the thing that I want. Stop the noise. Even with you, it was so hard for me to detach myself from you and say, what do I want? Not what do we want together, or what makes you happy, so then by proxy it makes me happy. That was really hard for me, to just sit with myself and ask myself what I want.
Here's what I think you're getting at, and then I want to get into the morality of this and why I think there's something, for anybody paying attention closely, there's something dancing at the edges of all this. That I think the reason that the family unit works so well is that it gives people shared purpose. And I think that part of the reason that religion focuses so much on the family is, in my estimation, all religion is, I do not believe in God, which I know will set some people off, but I don't believe in God. There's clearly something I don't understand, but I don't believe in God. And yet, religion is very helpful. The reason that I think religion is extraordinarily helpful is because it is the medium through which very powerful ideas on how to live a life well are able to carry across all IQs. It's the only medium I know that will go from low IQ to ultra high IQ, and people can be like, word, I know what to do to live my life the best. That's why I think religions have survived. So religions focus on the family, they focus on having kids because it gives shared purpose, which when you have shared purpose, you have unity. And when you think about what is the right atom to look at society in, and ultimately, I think it's the individual, but the individual has to be nested inside of ever increasingly large entities. And the first non-individualistic entity is the dyad of husband and wife, which traditionally very rapidly, because there was no birth control, and I don't think people understand how much birth control has, and I'll use this word because I think it's accurate in its connotations, has deranged relationships. Without that, very rapidly the dyad becomes a family, and that family unit becomes the first complete unit where all of your psychological needs are going to be met. You're going to have fulfillment because you have brought life into this world, and you now have a sense, because this is the one thing I know that I have to be really thoughtful about my frame of reference on, and that is legacy. What lives beyond me? So because I know there's an algorithm running in my brain that will want that. I don't have that strong impulse now, but I know as death becomes a very visible, eminent part of my life, that will really hit me. So I can see that coming, and I think it will be very meaningful to me to have an answer to that question. The having children takes care of that by default. So remember, the things that are going to be championed are the ones that nature has just gone, oh yeah, these are the things. So nature's really just trying to get you to pass your genes on to a kid that has kids. Then everything else is a proxy for that. And so religion becomes the proxy by which to convince you to come together in a unison, the proxy by which to convince you to have children, that it's your most sacred duty. But really what it's trying to do is make sure that your genes pass on into the future, and to make that, like if you just think of Mother Nature, or even if you want to put God in here, that God or nature, however you want to think about it, only has two levers, pleasure and pain. So the things it wants you to do will be very pleasurable. The things it does not want you to do or you need to avoid are going to be very painful. And so having a kid, just like peak 10, 11, 12 like pleasure. Why? Because that's the whole goal, is to have a child. Okay, so if you're going to step outside the system, you need to account for that. And then the health of that relationship, the dyad of the husband and wife, because your children are far more likely to live if there are two parents. And I mean, now we could really get controversial, but this just seems self-evident that when you have one male and one female, you're now covering your bases. The child is more likely to be well-rounded, to have access to either nurturing or sustenance, depending on.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What you're talking about. So you have this shared purpose that nature makes very pleasurable to ensure that you guys stay focused on the kids, that you make them grow up well and get raised. And so that has this interesting echo into a modern context of, I want to go into business and matter to the family and be able to provide. And you want to look after the kids and to not only have your own children, but this is something you hear women say a lot, I've given you a child, I've given you a son, I've given you a daughter. And I think that impulse is that shared purpose. I have contributed to the family unit, which is our shared purpose. And so I just think these are the reason that I just say by default, hey, go do this, is because you will find yourself in a dyad, which is the first. Nature has made sure that that feels awesome when it's healthy and it goes well, which of course it can derange and go crazy. But that's that first point of like, whoa, I feel whole with this person. They see things I don't see. They help me, they support me, they make me better. Okay, so dyads are rad. And then it's naturally, as you build the family, it's like, whoa, this is the most meaningful thing I've ever done. I've never felt love like this. Every parent ever will say that exact phrase. You don't know love until you have a child. Okay, but I'm just looking at that going, yes, that is precisely what evolution would predict, that nature would make that just the greatest thing ever. All right, so you have to account for all these things. All right, so shared purpose matters. Why you and I, even though I think it's a dangerous path, the reason that it works is we're building the same company. You and I had a very long conversation. Hey, do you want to take half the money that we've allocated to building business and I'll take half the money, we'll go build separate things? And we're both like, that does not sound as fun because that's not a shared purpose. And so building something together fills that we are very attentive to our dyad of the two of us together and what that means. And then other things we build proxies for, whether it's having dogs that, let's call that, people are gonna squabble over percentages, but let's call that 0.1%, whatever small amount you wanna give it, but it allows us to express to some degree those elements of our personality, wanting to caretake, whatever. It's perfect for me because as a child I can lock in the kitchen and go do other things. But we fully understand that we obviously with children could dial that to a much higher degree, but it gives us these proxies. And obviously we're being very thoughtful about sort of different phases of our life and what will mean more. But okay, so dangerous path because it's very hard to extract from a business the same kind of meaning and purpose that you will get from just a child, just because nature doesn't really understand the proxy of business, so it's a little bit removed. All right, the morality of the situation. I'm playing with this idea, but this really strikes me as true. So if I'm right about religion, and religion is the only medium through which ideas on how to live a life well will propagate for people of all IQ levels, that's why you see over and over and over this sense of morality around a strong dyad, relationships being sacred, that children are a sacred obligation, that God seeks sacrifice, that you must give there's one, I don't know the Bible well enough, but I know there's one moment where a man is asked to sacrifice his child. And in being willing to sacrifice his child, God allows him to keep his child. And by the way, anybody that is interested in this has got to go engage with Jordan Peterson and what he's doing on We Who Wrestle with God. I am not religious, and I find it profoundly useful for understanding what evolution has baked into my brain. And it's just that religion encapsulates these ideas really well for people of all IQs. So when you look at that and you think, ooh, I actually think that from just an evolutionary standpoint, you and I have violated a covenant that nature has planted deeply in our brain. And so I'm going to give that a moral tinge to it. We have violated a covenant. We have done something worse, because you were saying it's not worse, it's not bad. I think it's worse and bad.
You do, or
Yes,
religion does?
I do. Religion simply encapsulates ideas that are geared towards how to live a life well. So when I say moral, I simply mean if you deviate from that path, you will be punished. So if I'm right, that all that matters is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. If you don't understand that you don't have to call it God, but you must sacrifice. You must sacrifice. And you and I have protected.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Protected our relationship and failed to sacrifice by having children. We have not made that sacrifice. That has now created a debt, in my opinion. And so the question becomes, again, I'm assigning the word moral to it only because religion makes up moral framework. People are going to argue that. The next 3 years are going to play this out. And I want people to play this clip back when this consumes culture, and all anybody is talking about is whether religion is peak importance. And I think for the reasons that I have laid out, they will see religion really is that important. Okay, so I think we have incurred what the world will call a moral debt by not having children. The question becomes, how do we pay that moral debt? And how do we sacrifice? Now the answer is, our company has a mission. And I think if it didn't, we would end up profoundly empty. And we would walk away going, why have we done this? We've pursued money for what? Like, it would be meaningless. Now, thank God, I ran into that when I was like 28. And I realized, oh, hey, pursuing money makes me feel profoundly empty inside. Why the fuck am I doing this? And thankfully, my wife did not go, I only want to be with a rich man, get the fuck out of here. my wife went, I just want to see you happy. And so a long story that we won't go into here, but we decide in that moment we will never again pursue something that isn't mission driven, that isn't about uplifting ourselves for sure, but other people, that this is aimed at other people and us being of service to people. Now, I could not have told you when we made that decision, this is us paying our moral debt that we could have paid by having children, which is precisely why I thank parents for their service, because they are making that sacrifice. And just for humans to exist and thrive, people need to do that. But I think that is our, again, I'm saying moral because of how good religion is at carrying these ideas through. And if people believe it is moral, they will act in the right way. So you and I maybe were able to come to that realization without needing the moniker of moral. But even now, for me, thinking of it as a moral obligation makes it way easier to attach to.
Interesting. I hate that word in the context that you're saying it, because it's like you think that I'm morally wrong for not having children. That's your belief system.
Can you
That's
define
not my
moral
system.
the way that I mean it? And then you can give us a substitute word. I just want to make clear, I'm laying a framework.
Yeah,
out.
no, I agree.
Not asking anyone else to adopt it. I'm just saying it is a useful way for me to think through the problem.
So moral to me, I guess, is like the belief system of something being right or wrong.
Yes, that is what I mean.
Yeah.
Now
so that's why it drives me nuts.
Define right or wrong for me. What determines whether something is right or wrong?
What someone ought to do versus what someone ought not to do.
Yes. Yes.
So that's why it drives me nuts. Because
Nope, you don't get to squirm away. What's the definition? What makes something right or wrong?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, if you ought to do this and you don't do it, it's wrong.
What defines ought? When ought you do something?
Right or wrong is, I mean, it's whether you should or shouldn't.
Yes,
what you
but what
believe,
makes something what you should or shouldn't
based
do?
on your belief system.
Okay, but how is that, what's that anchored to?
Answer your own question, because I don't know.
The vast majority of humanity, if they were sitting in your seat right now, would do exactly what you're doing, or they would bluff. That's the fucking problem. This is what I am really worried about society right now, because people have nothing to anchor it to. This is why when Jordan Peterson started talking about religion, at first I was like, why is he talking about religion? Like, this doesn't make any sense. It's like, bro, go back to being the internet's dad. This is such a weird side quest. It just was so random to me. And I was like, okay, wait, hold on. Life has taught me one immutable truth. If somebody is very smart and sincere, you better understand what it is that they believe before you reject it. There's actually a principle for this called Chesterton's fence. If you find a fence in the middle of a field and have no idea what it does, don't tear it down. Figure out first what it was designed for. If that design is no longer needed, then you tear it down. So I see Jordan going ham on religion, and I'm just like, I don't understand. So let me dig in and figure out what on earth he's talking about. I'm now putting in fact, it won't do me well to put words in Jordan's mouth. So I will speak for myself now. What I learned about myself in going deep on that was that, my belief system isn't anchored to anything that I can articulate. So let me write down what is my belief system anchored on. And my belief system is anchored on efficacy.
Secret keeps me fresh for those long flights, and it's totally middle seat approved.
In achieving a goal that is honorable, with the North Star at all times of maximizing human flourishing. Once you understand that chain, for me, you can predict all of my beliefs, my value systems, because I'm just like, will this increase human flourishing? Yes. Will this action be maximally efficient in driving me towards the outcome of human flourishing? No, then I need to find something better. Yes, cool, then I'm going to do it. To misunderstand either that I'm driving towards human flourishing or that I worship at the altar of efficacy, I will be very confusing to people. So what I'm saying is, what is right, what one ought to do, is that which is efficient at moving yourself and others towards human flourishing. If it tears people down, and I would say in the long run, because a lot of times you have to do some really, you're gonna have to hurt somebody's feelings to introduce them to the truth, whatever. So, I mean, look, it gets very messy very fast. But just as a high-level thumbnail sketch, everybody in my opinion, ought to know what their value system is based on, because I believe that if they don't, they will not be able to efficiently achieve human flourishing.
Incredible.
All right, so now the question becomes, having heard that, do you agree with me that people do incur a moral debt by not having children?
No. Because to your point of what right or wrong means, you're still making decisions based on other people's needs and not your own. So if you're saying, I'm going to make this decision that moves me towards human flourishing, right? And having children can for sure do that. But what if that for you doesn't actually make you happy? So now you're literally serving other people before yourself and before your own needs and wants.
But if you remember, part of my definition of human flourishing is both mine and others.
But what if they're in conflict? So what if others want you to and you don't?
So here's a great example. There's no doubt we'll get to like trolley problems and things like that where it's like, yeah, wow, that's really difficult and there's no good answer. The truest thing you will say in this interview is that there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. Shout out to Thomas Sowell. So I concur 1,000%. So it will be very easy for us to find cases where it's like, man, there's just no good answers here. That's life. What I'm saying is, for instance, I'm building a video game. The reason I'm building a video game is one part because I love video games and storytelling, and one part because I think that that medium is incredibly good at conveying ideas. But there's probably better ways, like if you're trying to positively impact 11 to 15-year-olds, there's probably better ways than building video games, but they don't align with things that I'm passionate about. So I'm not asking anyone to believe that I'm doing the best possible thing that could ever be done, because while I love efficiency, it has to serve me and others.
Right.
So I'm gonna do things in my unique way with my passions, unabashedly. Like I don't need other people to anoint me and say, yes, you're doing the right thing. I just need to go, do I love this? Does it fill me up? And is it honorable in that if I'm successful, it will help other people? Yes. Okay, cool. Then this, by my definition, is an honorable path to walk. And I have a feeling that you will see things along those lines echoed in all kinds of ancient texts, from the Tao Te Ching, which is my jam, to the Bible, to the Quran. I'm guessing that it will be in those, that, you know, each person, according to their unique abilities, it's going to be something like that.
All right, so let's paint a picture then of somebody that decides not to have children and doesn't intend to help others. So we're building a big business that helps people on a global scale. So to your point, I understand where everything fits. But what about that person that doesn't want children and decides, I just want to travel the world? I've got one life to live and I'm going to do everything I've ever wanted. And that means I have to busk in order to go to Japan and enjoy Japan for a while. That's the life I want. Are you saying that's morally wrong? Because that's horrifying. Because my point is, what life do you want? Who gives a shit what other people say? And so if you're saying that's morally wrong, then there would be massive conflict. You're smiling. Are you saying that's morally wrong?
You're teaching me in real time that I'm gonna trip people up by using the word moral.
Yeah.
So even though I think it's extremely powerful to think like that, and I am not in any way, shape, or form backing off of how I read that and how powerful that is for me, I'm gonna set that on the shelf, because you, who know me better than any human on planet Earth, is not able to hear what I'm saying when I use that word. So I'm gonna set that aside.
Because my base assumption around the word moral is slightly different.
Yes. So setting that aside, what I'm actually trying to convey is if you do that, you will feel a profound sense of dis-ease. And the reason that I tell people the only thing that matters is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself is because the way you feel about yourself when you're by yourself is based on your frame of reference, a bunch of chosen beliefs and values, combined with the evolutionary algorithms that have been implanted in your brain over a billion years of evolving into the creature that we are today. And so if you try to layer on beliefs and values that don't align with evolution, you will suffer. And that, to me, I feel very comfortable sliding into religious language because it brings the gravitas that I want that moment to have, and that science just is not able to capture that gravitas. But again, I don't believe in God. I'm just using this language because it is appropriately heavy. It's in that moment, you will incur the wrath of God, and you will feel terrible. And it will be the quote unquote life of sin that everyone warned you about. And the way that you know that it's misaligned from an evolutionary standpoint is you won't feel good. And so what happens to that person is it'll be fun for a while. And as long as it's fun, go do it. I love that. It's beautiful, and that's a vacation. But there's a phrase, a pleasure shared is a pleasure doubled. So you're nodding for people just watching. Self-evident, right? That we both look at people that we love and want for them to be in love. Just as people with children look at us and say they want us to have children, right?
Yeah.
So follow me on this. You want people to double that pleasure by sharing it with somebody. But that is simply an echo of evolution. Evolution is saying, I need you in a dyad. Now there are proxies. You could take your cat, and that'll be maybe a small step, but it will be better than being alone. Maybe a dog is better than a cat. Maybe a best friend is better than a dog. Maybe a lover is better than a best friend, and maybe a soulmate is the best of all. Cool. So on a spectrum, each one gets a little bit better. Each one reduces that gap between what evolution wants you to do and what you're actually doing. And so all I'm saying is, when you live out of alignment with nature, with evolution, that you are going to pay a psychological price. And when you realign, then it will feel better. So evolution wants you in a dyad so that you can have kids. Evolution wants to make sure that you contribute to the group so that the group will protect you in a hyper-hostile world. And so when you contribute to the group, you just feel good. Evolution wants you to do hard things because on an evolutionary timescale, if you did not do hard things, then everyone died. So you doing hard things needed to feel good. So all I'm saying is religion, all of this stuff, my talk about evolution and what it wants, they're all just proxies for your brain works in a certain way. And when you live out of alignment with that, you will feel terrible. And so when I talk about human flourishing and I talk about efficiency on getting there, that is partly me. So I'm wired for efficiency, way more than your average bear. A sociopath would not agree with me about human flourishing. They just have no neurochemical tie to that. So for them, that would sound ridiculous. Isn't evolution fascinating that we have sociopaths? But nonetheless, like with my wiring, that just all feels self-evidently true, because those are the things that if I am out of alignment with, I don't feel good. So if I were running around, just going on vacation and all of that, and again, I've set morality on the shelf because thank you for showing me how people just will not be able to hear a word I say beyond that. So I don't even need to say right or wrong. I just need to say you will suffer.
I agree with that, and I think nature has made sure that if you're just running around by yourself, traveling, blah, 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 there's so many studies now that show what...
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Loneliness and being alone can do to you. And I mean, COVID was the perfect example of how many people started to get majorly depressed, that then impacted their health, that then really impacted their longevity. And so I think nature's made sure, to your point, that you don't like being alone, that you do want to be around other people. And then just going a step further, when you think about just like the caveman days, right? You didn't survive if you were out by yourself. So they want, in order to protect yourself, nature makes sure that you want to be around other people so that you can be part of a tribe so that you're not alone. So I completely agree and understand the evolution and why just going off and doing things by yourself on a long term won't actually be fulfilling for people. And so that if it's not fulfilling, then what was the word that you used? You didn't use fulfillment. You said problematic for people.
They'll suffer.
Suffer, thank you. So I understand why evolution makes sure that you will suffer if you're alone too long by yourself, which is exactly why they put people in prison, right, in solitary confinement as a form of punishment, because they know being by yourself is one of the biggest tortures. Now, of course, not to go in like they don't get the sun and nutritious food and all of that stuff, but that is absolutely a part of it. So I understand and agree that if you don't attach yourself to something bigger than yourself, bigger than just you, so a tribe or another person, that there will be some suffering. But I don't think that that should be why you make decisions, or the idea of I'm not helping the world, so I'm going to have children, I think is a dangerous game to play, because now you're having kids and you don't actually want them. And you want to talk about other ways to be completely unfulfilled, suffer, is to make decisions that actually don't align, going back to your word alignment, that don't align with the life that you want.
So what do those people do?
If they don't have kids and they don't have a life that is in alignment,
yeah,
change your life.
Towards what?
Towards what brings you fulfillment. And so this is where people, they just go with the flow, or they go with the crowd. Be still. Actually go inside yourself and say, what is going to bring me that fulfillment? So for me and you, it was impacting people. In fact, you used the word legacy earlier. That was one of the things I asked myself when I was deciding to have children. It was like my dad kept saying, oh, your legacy, who are you going to leave your money to? You know, like, what are you going to do about your legacy? And I just paused and was like, what does legacy mean to me? The word legacy. Because everyone keeps saying it, but do I agree with how people perceive that word? And so for me, it's leaving a mark that when you're no longer here, people will remember you. What is Steve Jobs? You put a dent in the universe. So that to me is what a legacy is. Okay, cool. Can I do that with children only? If I birth my own children? Or can I actually build a legacy outside of me just giving birth? And the truth is that, we can actually leave our legacy with impact theory and help multiple people, help people around the world. So I was like, okay, your interpretation of legacy is having children, is passing your own personal genetics on. But that isn't how I interpret legacy, and that fits with me, my lifestyle, and what will be fulfilling for me. So we've gone to global. Now the other person, anyone listening, needs to say, what is that for them? What is going to bring that fulfillment? Because too many people, I think, try to do what other people say, serve other people. And so they do it and it doesn't actually bring them fulfillment. And now you're just stuck in the same bloody cycle where you're not actually fulfilled because you're following other people's opinions and other people what they think you should or ought to do. And so be still and then be curious. Like people aren't curious enough and ask themselves, what would life look like if I did this? What would life look like if I did this? You come with a set of beliefs that don't allow you to even be curious because you're like, well, I can't do that. Like I remember once you said to me, it was something about, you wanted me to come back to America. It was when we were first dating. And I was like, I can't do that. And you're like, why not? I was like, because my dad won't let me. It didn't dawn on me that I actually could make the choice. I just said, I can't do it. So anyone right now, how many can'ts do they have in their life? As we're talking, I can't not have children. I've got to have children. Do you? So just ask yourself, what are the can'ts that you're saying to yourself? What is the belief system wrapped around those can'ts so that you can actually identify if that actually comes from you or if that comes from a parent, a grandparent, like they're talking about, like generational trauma. Now that's like really becoming a thing where it's like your great grandparents, the trauma they've gone through can actually be passed down to you. All right, well, what generational trauma do I have that I don't even realize? I'm curious to ask all these questions so I can understand myself more. And the more I can understand myself, the more I can make decisions that align, going back to your alignment thing, that align with me. Not align with you, not align with my dad, but align with me. But that all starts with going inside and being curious.
I love that. Where can people find you? Where can they read your extraordinary book? And what will they learn in the new chapter that you've written about relationships?
So, A, thank you, baby, for having me on. I think it was really, A, just so fun sitting here with you. B,
you know this part will get cut out, right? So you can say as much as you want.
Fuck you guys. Don't you dare cut this out. I swear, Drew. I'm looking at you, dude. So basically, I don't need to say anything. You don't even need to ask the question.
You can tell me whatever you want if you're gonna do a thank you.
Well, babe, you can go and get radical confidence.
That part I want you to say, but if you're gonna thank me, you know that we will cut it out.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were just gonna cut out the whole end.
No, good Lord.
So yes, you can find my book, Radical Confidence. I basically wrote this and it lays out our entire story, my story from going from a housewife, from a trad wife to a badass. And it really does talk about our dynamic and how we navigated everything that we just spoken about today in getting into the mess, in the real freaking details of how we were able to sustain our relationship over this whole transition. So they can go get Radical Confidence. And if you want to follow me at Lisa Bilyeu. And guys, if you want to learn more about women, go watch Women of Impact. Like, just like you learned, babe.
It's the new Cosmo.
It is
baby.
the new Cosmo. Like,
there.
it is
Find
me being that's the one thing we don't show. But I actually do have interviews with sex experts about what women actually want. So for any guys out there that want to learn more, that really want to take action because they're struggling, like, go check out my show, Women of Impact, and then go check out my book. And hopefully there's tips and tactics in there for anyone, even in a couple, in a relationship, that can make them stronger as they navigate today's world. So.
Yeah, not hopefully. It's extraordinary. It is a book I highly recommend. It's on my list. I think it's in 3rd place. It is one of the most essential books. It completely encapsulates the impact theory mindset. You will learn a lot that you can deploy immediately in your life, no matter what you're trying to accomplish. All right, everybody, speaking of what you're trying to accomplish, if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. And until next time, my friends, be legendary. Take care. Peace. If you enjoyed this video, please check out my conversation with psychologist and relationship expert, Sadia Khan.
If your motivation for becoming rich is getting more women, you have to think about the quality of women. If it takes money to access her, you are replaceable.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, this is an interesting, insight that we can take back to ancient times. But St. Thomas Aquinas in 1265 writes his Summa Theologica, this seminal text of Western philosophy, forget just the theology, just Western philosophy. And in it, he talks about this very interesting thing. He says that mankind, humankind, we'd say today, has 4 idols. Everybody pursues one or more of 4 idols. And he calls them the substitutes for God. Because his supposition is that we all want God. But God is extremely inconvenient. A lot of one-sided conversations and a ton of rules. So we look for substitutes that have kind of these divine characteristics. The problem is they're 180 degrees off God. They're money, power, pleasure, and fame. Fame, he says, honor, which has different connotations. I have a son who's a Marine who serves with honor. That's not what we mean. We're talking about admiration, envy of other people of you, which is people want that, or just prestige, or maybe fame. Some people actually want to be famous, but let's just call it money, power, pleasure, and fame. Everybody, I play this game, what's my idol? And I'll ask people, not what's your actual idol, but what is not your idol? Of these 4, money, power, pleasure, fame, what's the one that least attracts you, that you could get rid of with total impunity? You don't care. And then we'll start eliminating, and we're going to find your idol, is the whole thing. Wow. Now, the interesting thing about that is that what he says is not that you'll go to hell if you do that. He says you'll be unhappy if you don't recognize the idol. If you don't recognize the idols in your life. The trouble is the limbic system of your brain, Mother Nature, that tyrant, tells you that you'll actually be happy if you get your idol. And so you chase it and you chase it. You can't quite figure out what you're going to do if you get it. Like, Tom's going to get, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. What are you going to do with that money that you would actually like? And you can't quite figure out. Well, yeah, because if you articulate it, if I say you'll buy a yacht, and you're like, that sounds like kind of a hassle to have a yacht. Maybe it sounds good, but not that good, right? the real reason you want that is because you want admiration, because you want the validation of what it represents of you to you. You want this transference of social comparison you've always done with other people. You want to actually feel the thing that you felt for others about yourself. That's what the idols do. That's the nasty switcheroo. That's the despotism of this of mistaking the intrinsic good for the instrumentality. That's why Thomas Aquinas was so astute in what he was talking about here. So when we play this game, and we see what is actually holding us back, and you experience this. Absolutely, you were chasing the thing, getting more and more and more miserable, because you're actually getting closer and closer to your idol and realizing it will not realize one single thing that you needed for your own happiness. It had no intrinsic worth. Look, it doesn't anything about money, by the way. The research on money is very clear that it doesn't actually ever bring happiness. It lowers unhappiness, which are processed in different hemispheres of the brain. Happiness and unhappiness are not opposites. They're different experiences. And what happens is at low levels, money will lower unhappiness. So when I could finally go to the dentist, I felt better. The trouble is I don't know how to do the sums inside my brain. I just knew I felt better. And we always mistake lower unhappiness for higher happiness. And so early on, you're like, wow, I went from $15,000 to $20,000 a year, and I felt better. I actually felt better about myself. I was able to eliminate some of these sources of misery, so I'm happier. And so you get into the pattern early on. You wire your brain when you're a young person working your way up the ladder. More money, feel better. That means more happiness. And you realize that going from $250,000 to $300,000 is not doing it. That because it's not big enough jump apparently. And so you go and you go and you go and you go and you go, and you're basically just chasing a lure. That's what you experienced, and that's why you were miserable, right? Because you couldn't get there from here.
It's interesting. Yes. I put different words to it, and I'm curious to see what you think about this. So I think about it from an evolutionary standpoint. So we have directives in our brain that there is going to be a sense of dis-ease if you don't do certain things. I think that deep and profound unhappiness can come from pursuing the wrong thing, so that you're spending your time doing things that they rob you of energy instead of giving you energy. But I also think that people end up profoundly unhappy by not doing things that nature wants them to do.
Right.
And I think one of the things that nature wants us to do, and so just not doing it will be a problem, is work really hard to turn your potential into skill set.
Yeah.
And so if things come easily to you, even though you're on top of the world and everybody else admires you and wants to be you, that there will be a sense of dis-ease for you because you're not working hard.
It doesn't feel meritorious.
Yeah. Nature has to find a proxy, right?
Yeah.
So nature wants you to have children, so it makes sure that sex is intensely pleasurable. But that's really just a proxy for have kids. So that I find really interesting, that nature is working in these weird proxies. So people end up like, you think you're supposed to do one thing, chase money, power, fame, whatever. And you're like, why does this suck? But all of those things actually do have utility. And so the thing with money is people are always going to pursue it. The thing with fame is people are always going to pursue it. Why? Because it actually has utility. So money, for instance, is more powerful than people think, not less, but it isn't what you've been told. So it's never what myself and everyone else included is trying to do is feel better about themselves.
Right.
It won't help with that. It cannot touch your self-esteem. And that's like the biggest mind fuck ever.
Your wife won't love you more.
Your
children won't respect you more when you have more money. Exactly.
And more troubling,
yes,
you won't respect you more.
Yes.
Which is ultimately because other people will. Like people treat me differently because I have some micro fame and because I have
it's
money.
Actually troubling too. Because when you know somebody is instrumentalizing you, when you know somebody's objectifying you because of this outside characteristic, it makes you profoundly uncomfortable.
It's interesting.
People hate that. It's the one thing where we will allow people to objectify us. You're well known, you're successful, and people will be nice to you because of that. And deep down, you know that they don't love you. And
it's not how it plays out in my head.
How does it play out in your head?
That I have no ability to be vulnerable around them.
Oh, I see. For
and
sure,
so
but that's the same part of self-objective. That's the same part of objectification. And when you're objectified, you can't be a full person. There's another interesting thing that might actually apply. You're a creative. You're fundamentally a creative. When you were doing your work, you were thrown off the creative process. Now, why is creativity intensely pleasurable? you've read the work of Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, the great social psychologist who wrote a very famous book called Flow. Flow, flow. And what it talks about is how hours turn to minutes of sheer pleasure when you're in this flow state, when you're doing something that you can master. It's not too easy. It requires your ability, but you can master it because of your skill, and you can get into this groove. Creatives must create. If creatives are not creating, they will be miserable because they can't attain a flow state. It's very possible, Tom, that when you were in this part of your career, you needed to create. You wanted to quit and go to Greece to do creation. You were basically craving that. It's like you had no protein in your diet for a year or something. And it's like, I don't know, I just can't stop thinking about peanut butter. Well, because you were craving this macronutrient in your psyche. And you were never getting a flow state. And if you're denied the flow state that uniquely comes to you through creativity, you're gonna be practically suicidal.
Yeah, it was definitely a rough period. That's interesting. I've never thought about it as being intrinsically a reflection of the pleasurability of flow, but you might be right. It's just I feel alive. That is the right word. I feel alive when I'm creating. I am never happier than when I'm creating.
It's amazing. People who are fundamentally creatives, look, same thing. You know, when I retired as a CEO and I came back to writing, speaking, and teaching, I'm a new man. I'm a new man for the past 3 years. It's extraordinary.
You said something a while ago. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I want to go back to it now. You said you rediscovered yourself.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like, you need a sense of identity? Is that a core part of this? Like, when you say you rediscovered, is it a self-narrative?
It's you know who you deeply are as a person. You're acquainted with yourself. You're acquainted with your true self. And just as with people who are around you, you can create an identity that's actually not authentic. You can create an identity to yourself that's not authentic. You can be giving yourself a self-narrative that's not true to actually who you are as a person.
What does it mean, who you are? What you're good at, what you love?
It, generally speaking, has to do with being in the zone of what you actually love to do and what you appreciate most in your life, when you're in line with your own values, when you're living according to your own values. So Jung would have put it this way. Carl Jung, his definition of his understanding of happiness was that you need to understand your own values, what you value, what you think is proper and correct and moral. And if you know what that is and can articulate it and live according to that, you will be happy. Do
you agree with that?
I think it's actually, there's a lot of truth to that, because you have to figure out what you think, what your model of the world actually is, what you think truth is. And then living in accord with your own values, with your own integrity is really critically important, because when people live outside that groove, they're never in equilibrium. They're just never, the problem is that they're not comfortable. They're not comfortable in their own skin. And I've noticed this, I was working, it was good being the president of a think tank. I was lucky to be president of a think tank. I believed in the work, but it wasn't who I was. And so I was kind of out of my groove for 10 and a half years. And when I went back to writing and speaking and teaching and doing creative work, I said, it's
Is that
weird.
always who you were? Or was that because you switched into crystal?
No, it's always who I was. Always a creative. As a kid, I was painting and writing and composing music. And I just always wanted to be, creativity is the most important thing in my life, or curiosity and creativity. Are the most important thing that I can, not the most important thing in my life, the most important thing that I can do. And when I'm actually happiest, and when I was managing a large workforce, managing a lot of creatives to their best selves. They had certainly creative moments to it, to be sure, but it wasn't comfortable to me. And when my second curve, which was much more crystallized intelligence, is also a lot more creative. So I was kind of out of equilibrium for a long time during that period as well, which compounds the problem of my declining fluid intelligence, also not being in a creative role. But it's just so much better. I teach at a great university, which I love. I write for a magazine every week about things that I'm really interested in. I get to talk to you about it. This is, beats working.
So true. For some reason, I was just thinking today, I was pacing, listening to you, and I was like, I'm technically working right now.
Weird.
I was like, this is cool.
Weird. It is super cool. And, there are people that I've met. It's interesting. I talk to lawyers who don't feel like they're working. I talked to a guy who's putting in cabinets in my house, and he's super into putting in cabinets. He loves making cabinets. He was talking about all the details, and he's so proud of his work. And I say, do you like your work? And he said, it doesn't feel like work. I went on a fishing expedition, deep sea fishing expedition with my son Carlos. He loves to fish. We go fishing, and the guy says every morning I wake up and he says, "Today I'm going fishing." And so this is what we all need to find. I mean, we need to each person, because we have the blessing of living in an economy where you can do a lot of different things. The problem is that people chase these extrinsic lures, the money, power, pleasure, and fame, and they get out of the groove of what they're supposed to do, and then they wonder why they're unhappy.
I want to go back to Jung and this idea of values. So as you were saying it, I was like, yes, part of me agrees, but then as I run the thought experiment, sort of check it against other things, other people, to see if it holds up, I feel like right now we're living through maybe a weird moment or maybe a completely normal moment in time where people are using their values to cudgel each other.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, when I look at them, it makes me deeply uncomfortable and does not resonate with how I think about values.
Yeah.
So is this just a bastardization of the word value, or do the people that on either side of the aisle that are just viciously going after each other,
right,
do they really believe what they're saying? Because it seems like a super dark energy.
Yeah, so this is a variation on the theme. These are people's true values, but in a fear equilibrium, where we're culturally in a polarity of fear. Fear and love are cognitive and philosophical opposites. So fear is the master emotion. It occupies a part of the limbic system called the amygdala. It actually uses more brain tissue than any other basic emotion because it's what keeps you alive. If it were not for fear, you would have been, your lineage would have died out hundreds of thousands of years ago by being eaten by a saber-toothed tiger, which weirdly you were not afraid of.
Right.
And so fear is really important. Love is the opposite of fear. Love will actually neutralize inappropriate fear or excessive fear. I
did not see those opposites coming.
Yeah, because we think of love and hatred, but hatred is downstream from fear. Hatred is always a byproduct of fear, downstream from fear. So what happens is
I love the way you say that, like ultra profound shit. Like, yeah, obviously. I've never thought of that before.
And so when people come to me and they have too much fear, the prescription is surround it with more love. Neutralize it with greater amounts of love. It's pH and it's alkaline and acid. If you, on the other hand, if you're looking for more love and you don't have enough love in your life, I'm going to ask you questions about what you're afraid of, because I'm going to try to work on your fear.
God damn.
Yeah, and so this is how we actually deal with. If you have a fear problem, I'm going to work on the love dimension. If you have a love problem, I'm going to work on the fear dimension. Okay, so now in all the way all this comes together, ultimately in our lives, is we have to figure out what the problem is. And what we have in our society today is a fear polarity in our politics, in our ideology, in our culture. And what that meant, the way that manifests in our values, is we don't use our values, which are beautiful and good, as a gift. We use them as a weapon. Now think how counter effective that is, how destructive that actually is. But when you're in a fear polarity, you're actually, through fear, you're going to use your own values antagonistically toward other people, which is incredibly ineffective. You're using coercion instead of persuasion. The point of values and sharing your values is to persuade each other. That's the fruit of the Enlightenment, but it's also just the basics of human nature. If you cudgel other people with your values and use them as a weapon, there's 0% chance you're going to convince anybody of anything, but you're trying to use force.
Zero.
So the problem that we have is we could move from a fear to a love polarity, then people would go back to using their values as a gift. We will disagree, but disagreement is beautiful. It's the competition of ideas, which is fundamental to a free society. You and your wife, there are things you'll never agree on, and you will die married and in love. You can live in permanent harmony with somebody with whom you disagree, but only if you have a love polarity in your life and you use your values, which are in contrast to the other person's values, as a gift and not as a weapon. What we see today in politics, on campuses, in media, is that people are trying to kill each other with their values. You're a traitor. Well, you're a racist. I mean, the things that people are throwing at each other is basically never going to convince anybody of anything because there's too much fear.
Damn. So what are people afraid of?
People are afraid. We go through these sort of sine waves of these cultural polarities a lot. And emotional contagion is a very profound thing.
Facts.
Yeah. And so emotional contagion is one in which it's the culture actually starts to become infected. So when I was a kid, for example, growing up in the Pacific Northwest in the 1970s, there was deep fear of serial killers, cults.
I remember
There's a
it well.
fear-based polarity of cults, and what that led to was unbelievable bitterness in politics, where left and right, just as bad as today, or almost as bad as it is today, between the Democrats and the Republicans, between the conservatives and the liberals, and it all came from the fear that had infected, from in the aftermath of Vietnam, and the culture wars that were going on, and the Cold War. These were it was a very fear-based society on the basis of this. There was a break in that, but then it comes back again. Is the whole thing. The opportunity for us as social entrepreneurs, the opportunity for us is to change the polarity, is to encourage people to live by love, to have the courage of actually living by love in a fear culture. And that's, you can fire people up with that.
What does it mean? How do you do that?
You basically, to make people commit to only using their values as a gift, to being around people who are different than they are, to listen to different points of view, to go to people that with whom they would ordinarily not be in communion and say, I want you to know I love you. To say those incredibly transgressive words. This is the most transgressive message in all of human history, is love your enemies. Pray for those who persecute you. That's the gospel of St. Matthew. That changed life on earth, actually, is to say that concept led to the Western Enlightenment, which basically said we don't have to use force. We can actually live by persuasion. That was a profound difference in the culture that led to the progress that would create an economy where Tom can become a successful entrepreneur, quite frankly. One thing leads to another, but we're in regress right now. The fear polarity in our culture is leading us, we're devolving culturally because of this. So if we really want a better world, I mean, I know I sound like just like an unrepentant hippie, of which I've been credibly accused, that we need love. We need to stand up to the people on our own side, whatever that side is, and say, I refuse to hate. I'm just not going to do it. I'm done, man. I'm done. I love you.
It's interesting. So I can't articulate it that cogently, because I probably haven't spent as much time thinking about it as you, but I've come to a similar conclusion. So what I've been saying, so I never thought that I would ever utter a word that had anything to do with the culture war. And then I started to really get freaked out by watching people run in opposite directions, like just seemingly as fast as they can.
Because you're not super political, right?
I'm not political in the slightest.
Yeah.
I don't find politics interesting. It seems to encourage people to be divisive.
Right.
And so my thing is, to your earlier point about you can be married to somebody and love them deeply and passionately and disagree about things. So in business, as is true in marriage, if you both think alike, one of you is not necessary. And I heard the same thing about, when you really ask why are there two parties, which I'd never stopped to contemplate, so Ray Dalio says there are only so many human personalities, and that's why history repeats over and over and over. I thought, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
That there are only so many personality types, and that there are basically two big buckets that you can break people into. People that are, we'll call compassion dominant, and people who are conscientious dominant. So not that they're exclusively either, but people who are like, you can't leave anybody behind. And then people over here are like, you have to be responsible for yourself.
Right.
So
it's the sort of the liberal conservative dichotomy that we often think about popularly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so cool, all makes sense. And then in business, I watched this play out. So I had two partners previously, and there were times where they didn't see eye to eye. And I remember the contribution I felt most strongly that I had brought to the dynamic was, I'm on the outside going, you're both extraordinary. So value each other for being different.
Right.
Like value that friction.
Right.
And that in the friction lies the magic. And that either one of you would be a problem on your own, but when you have that countervailing force, it actually creates something really incredible, but only if you respect the other person's view. And so then I started going, okay, politically, it's the same thing. Whether you're conservative or liberal, it's like you have to respect the friction. You have to understand that either one, if we only had one, spirals into madness. And it is only in the friction, I won't even say the balance, it's in the friction between the two that you sharpen your ideas.
Spoken like a great entrepreneur. Look, the proverbs say that iron sharpens iron. I was giving a talk to the assembled members of the Republican Party on the House and the Senate side. The members of the House and the members of the Senate, all Republicans at a retreat some years ago. And I asked, how many of you wish we lived in a one-party state? No hands and no hearts. Let's be honest. I said, how many of you are grateful that we live in a democracy that has multiple parties, or at least two? Every hand goes up. I said, you just told me you're grateful for the Democratic Party. Axiomatically. I wasn't trying to be tricky, but it's actually true. If you're grateful that that we live in a country where we can actually have disagreement without a knock in the night and the jackbooted thug, you are, by axiom, by construction, grateful for the people who disagree with you. Look, the Yankees are grateful for the Red Sox. They don't want to blow up the Red Sox bus on the way to the game. That's not how competition works. Competition requires collaboration. It requires rules. It requires respect. I like the Red Sox more than the Yankees, but I want the Yankees to show up with their best pitching and beat them fair and square. I don't want them to forfeit. That's actually, there's no good in that. There's no good in that whatsoever. And remembering this is really, really critical. The whole idea that we're in right now, and this is how the fear-based polarity breaks down the iron sharpens iron, how it breaks down the whole idea of competition. It basically says that do whatever you have to, because, war, scratch out the eyes, a knee to the groin. I don't actually care what happens in politics, because the biggest threat to this country is my neighbor who votes for the other party. That is simple insanity. That is, not to mention the fact that that is factually incorrect. It's actually possible that Vladimir Putin is going to bring this country back together again. It's actually possible that somebody people are looking at like, oh, that's non-democratic. That's what that thing means. It's actually not the Democrats. Right. It's something else. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that threat brings people together. That a common enemy actually brings people together. The greatest pity that I can imagine is that the coronavirus epidemic didn't make us love each other more.
For a minute, though, didn't it feel like it was going to?
It sure did. It sure did, except that we politicized that because of the deep fear in our country. And the fact that we have leaders that are encouraging us to kill each other, rhetorically, that are encouraging us for the outrage industrial complex in media and politics is trying to drive us apart.
The outrage industrial complex. I like that.
It's an old play on Eisenhower's military industrial complex. But the outrage industrial complex, remember, everybody's watching us now. When you hate, somebody's profiting, not you. Bottom line.
Well said.
Yeah.
No, man, that's exactly how it feels.
Yeah.
And it's crazy and it's interesting. So I'm definitely not an unrepentant hippie or credibly accused of being a hippie. I'm super weirded out by that stuff. But the only thing I can think is that we have to race to the middle and love each other.
Yes.
Like, that's it.
Yeah.
And love has been...
Or even not in the middle. Even
really?
Just like stay in the sides and still love each other. It's like, keep your opinions. Absolutely.
I'm not saying get rid of your opinions.
Yeah. But
isn't it the party that's closest to the middle always gets elected?
Nah, it's not necessarily the case. We've been kind of oscillating back and forth between political positions that are actually not representative of the middle. And this is a different kind of it's a different political dynamic, which you're kind of going rail to rail. And you're going rail to rail because, you basically, because you can have
bashing into the rail on each side.
For example, you can say that, given the fact that we go between parties might mean because people are so close to the center, or it might be because you have two blocks that are incredibly strong, that are relatively equal in power, but very, very different than one another. So this is the key. The key is basically either one can be fine. You can have I had dinner with an older couple a couple of weeks ago, and the wife is super liberal, like pro-choice and the Democrats all the way, and the husband is just as right-wing as they get. Just very pro-life on abortion. All of these issues that down the line, what you'd expect from conservatives and liberals, and they've been married for 50 years, and it's like, and privately he says, "Gosh, I admire her so much. She's just so wonderful," and the whole thing. And it reminded me that this is the key thing, that you can be in permanent disagreement, but in love equilibrium. We just have to be people that can do that. We've been convinced somehow by people who are making money and getting power and followers and their jollies from our fighting that we have to that we can't be around people who disagree with us. Yeah. That's insanity. That's quite frankly a mistake. And and you would not be a successful entrepreneur if that had been the case where everybody has to agree, because as you quite astutely point out, if you surround yourself with people just like you, you're not going to succeed.
I love the idea of Lincoln's a team of rivals.
Exactly right.
Getting people that think differently, getting people that'll push you. Like in business, I will just tell you right now, if you don't have people that are willing to tell you when you're wrong, you are fucked. At least, so going back to my own insecurities, I don't see myself as smart enough to just run the company by decree. So I've had to create a structure where people are not afraid to speak to power.
Totally.
And because I have not invested anything in my self-esteem around being right, I don't mind. Like, hey, just tell me where I'm wrong. I am so obsessed with getting the result. I don't care if it's my idea. I just need it to be the right idea. But man, it's really hard to get people in a company dynamic where ultimately there's an imbalance of power. And of course I could fire them at any second, but they could leave at any second, which is equally distressing for me, except multiplied. They only have, 2 people, my wife and I, who co-founded the company, to worry about. We have all 50 of them, to worry about. So,
and if you're a tyrant and they leave, you're cooked.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, because it's hard to find good people, and the secret to success actually is a good team. It actually is good people. It's interesting. I do this test for my students. I teach this class called Leadership and Happiness at the Harvard Business School, and I take them through a battery of personality and happiness tests over the course of the semester. And the one they like best is the positive affect, negative affect battery. And what that is your positive and negative affect emotion levels. And what they learn is that you can be both very positive and negative. You can be a high happiness and a high unhappiness person because you're a high affect person. And you can also be a low unhappiness person, but a low expression of happiness person. You're a low affect person. You can be high positive, low negative. That's the cheerleader. You can be low positive and high negative. That's the poet. Low is the judge. And high is you, is the mad scientist. Right, and what you need, and what I show is actually, using the research on this, that you got to figure out which one you are, and you must surround yourself with what you're not. The biggest predictor of success on teams and entrepreneurial startups or even established companies is making sure that the CEO is not surrounding herself or himself with people who have the same affect profile. And there's a role for everybody. There's a role for the poets. There's a role for the judges. It's interesting. It's a guy who, there's actually a woman in my class this year, and she's like, I don't know if I can be a successful business leader. She's a doctor, and she's getting her MBA, super high, super striver. She says, I don't know, if I've got this judge profile, this low affect profile. I don't know. I said, what'd you do for a living before this? She says, I was a surgeon. I said, that's perfect. I do not want a high affect surgeon. Somebody who opens me up and says, oh my God. And so there's a role for everybody. And we actually need that iron sharpening iron on our teams. And we need to value it. We need to love it. We need to actually resist the tendency to want to surround ourselves with people like us. And this is exactly what we're not doing in our politics. And our country is in decline as a result.
Just today, literally, I was asked by an online coach if they needed to build their own app in order to launch their business. And I told them, do not build something if it already exists. Kajabi has all the tools you need to reach all of your revenue goals. With their all-in-one platform, it's easy to turn your skills, passions, and experiences into online courses, membership sites, podcasts, communities, coaching, and more. And you get to keep 100% of your revenue because everything is owned and controlled by you. Kajabi also has robust analytics, easy payment options, email marketing tools, and customizable website templates all built in. And right now, Kajabi is offering a free 30-day trial to start your business if you go to kajabi.com/impact theory. Just go to kajabi.com/impact theory and join the creators and entrepreneurs who have made over $6 billion.
I also think we need to have a healthy distrust of ourselves. You're not going to like those words, but I am skeptical enough of myself, meaning that I know I'm high, that I can get very excited about something. I know that emotions make dots feel like they connect that don't actually connect. And so it's like I have to make sure that I seek that disconfirming evidence, that I don't think, well, I feel it, and therefore we all need to get behind this idea.
Right.
I'm like, no. I tell people, put on your cynical hat. Like, tell me where's the problem.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And if you had Adam Grant on the show?
No.
Adam Grant teaches at Wharton, at Penn, and is a social psychologist, fantastic. His newest book is called Think Again. which is exactly the case that you're making. He makes the case that if you really want to be successful, don't trust you. And it doesn't mean that you can never trust you, but look for the evidence to the contrary. Look for ways that where your confirmation bias is probably leading you astray. Don't look to feel good about yourself because you were right on everything. Look, you're wrong on lots of stuff. You just don't know on what stuff.
Yeah.
So have people around you who can, and it's probably not that fun to have somebody around you who every single day says you're wrong on every single thing. You got to find some sort of balance, for Pete's sake. And if you're the boss, you're probably right on most things. But if you're wrong, you should want to know first, not last, if you want to be successful.
Yeah. It's crazy to me how, and I won't say it's crazy. I understand it. When you are right, it feels good. Even now, when I know better, it still feels good when I was right.
Yeah.
I just don't invest in that. I don't encourage that in myself. I'm like, yo, you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But when people would actually rather, like, they get angry when people point out a flaw in the idea, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, that you are headed towards an iceberg and you're actively discouraging people from letting you know.
Yeah, it's ego threat. Ego threat is really deep for people who are living their heads because they don't want people to think they're incompetent.
But the failure's real.
Totally.
The failure's coming.
No, but they'll resist tooth and nail. It's like you're trying to cut off my finger by telling me my opinion was wrong. Wow. It's unbelievable how the evolution has led us to this place. You want to be right. You want to be right because you feel like an almost physical need to be right. Being contradicted is socially painful. And there's the same part of the brain, the anterior cingulate of the brain, processes both physical and social pain.
That's crazy.
And we have a very practical brain, a very parsimonious brain, and stimulating the same part of the brain. So it's like being told you're wrong and being embarrassed for something that you were wrong feels like somebody punching you in the face, to your brain at least. And so you'll resist that because you're trying to protect yourself. It's deeply suboptimal and dangerous. You're right.
Yeah. If I could just. In fact, my success is because I'm not afraid to be embarrassed. I never like it. It sucks every time. But a willingness to be embarrassed is how I have learned.
Yeah, no, and humility, of course, is one of the great secrets of happiness too.
That's interesting. Why?
Yeah, humility is because it gives you peace. Humility allows you to relax.
Because you're not trying to protect something?
Yeah, you're not actually trying to protect your fortune. You're not standing in front of your stash of gold all the time, walking back and forth with a shotgun. You could basically just walk away and take it. You can relax into the reality of your fallibility for once. And a lot of people never quite, and I'm sure that people are listening to our words right now, and some people are going like, actually, I think that might be true. I've never actually let down my guard. And once you actually get into it's a very interesting rhetorical habit. When you're having a conversation with your spouse or your friend or your interlocutor of any kind, and they make a good point, say, that's a really good point. I think I might be wrong. I think I might be wrong. Now that's really hard to do.
Secret to marriage, though.
It is. Oh man.
God, if you can do that, it's amazing.
It is amazing. Now, part of the problem is that you often don't think you're wrong.
That is part of the problem.
Yeah, and so being conciliatory in a way that saying I think I'm wrong when you actually aren't, or where the truth is you just don't know. You just don't know. I mean, a lot of marital discord comes because somebody's saying you got to do something differently, and you literally don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. I mean, there are probably times when you were miserable. I'm just going to guess in your work, and you were working 80, 100 hours a week, and you're going in a million different directions. And your wife's saying, "You need to be happy. You need to let this go. You need to do less." And you're like, "I don't know what to do less. I don't know how to do less." And that's really tough because that's giving you directions that you can't quite take. And a lot of marital discord actually comes down to that: is directions you don't know how to follow.
I'm really obsessed with this idea that running in the back of your mind are evolutionary algorithms, and there's no escaping them. And so there are just certain things you are going to have to do if you want to, I don't know if you're going to agree with this framing, but if you're going to feel the way you want to feel, you must be aware of these algorithms. You must acknowledge them.
Right.
So I've always tried to migrate people away from happiness, not as you define it, as the smell of the turkey.
Right.
Stop worrying about
Stop
the
worrying
emotion.
about happy feelings.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Because they're so transient.
Correct.
And get to fulfillment.
Correct.
And fulfillment for me has a formula. I'll be interested to see if you agree with this. These are based on what I consider the evolutionary algorithms running in your mind that there is no escape from. So you are going to have to work hard. Anything that comes easily will just not, it won't resonate.
That's a satisfaction issue, by the way. Satisfaction is the joy that comes after struggle. That's what satisfaction is. So you get satisfaction.
Does it always have to come from struggle?
You have to do something, and it's the sense of earning something. So, for example, if you cheat on the exam and you get an A, there's no satisfaction.
True, but I feel deeply satisfied after good sex. Do I feel like I earned it? I don't know. I have not investigated this feeling.
Yeah, but that's actually that's not satisfaction. That's enjoyment.
Is it?
That's what in satisfaction.
You don't feel sexually satisfied?
Well, that's a word that we use, but it's different than what we're talking about here. So it's again, we're defining the terms of the problem,
which I think is important.
Super important,
because you may be about to have me separate two ideas that because I don't have words for. I don't
people
see the
talk
difference.
about sexual satisfaction, where they're talking about sexual enjoyment. So an enjoyment is a better word
when you're
for it.
done. So when I am overcome with desire, the right way to think of it for me is hunger. It feels the same.
Right.
I've got to have this thing. I really want it. Anticipatory chemicals. Oh my God. And then I get it.
Right.
And so like I'll differentiate between masturbation and sex.
Right.
When I masturbate, I don't necessarily feel satisfied. That's one of the things that makes that such a whatever pursuit. Whereas when I have sex, I feel satisfied.
Yeah, I
like there's
understand.
some deeper thing in me.
Yeah.
And it is an extinguishing of the hunger. But because I have oxytocin and vasopressin, it's like, oh man, I feel so good.
Right.
So it's this combination of the calming of that like seeking behavior with like, and I feel so bonded and connected to this person.
Yeah, this is just terms. So the way to think about it in this particular framework is pleasure versus enjoyment.
Got it.
Okay, so pleasure is something that pornography is associated with pleasure. Sexual activity in a pair bonded relationship is associated with enjoyment because it has people and memory. And so one of the things to keep in mind, a strategy, especially for a lot of young people, a lot of young men, is if you like something, it's best if you're not doing it alone, because then you're probably
Full stop?
Not necessarily. This is just kind of a rule of thumb. This is not an iron law, but it's a rule of thumb. Doing it alone is associated with pleasure. So Anheuser-Busch doesn't do ads about beer where they show a dude pounding a 12-pack alone in his apartment. Right? Why not? Because that would be because a lot of people use alcohol for pleasure, which leads to addiction and misery. They see, you and me cracking open a Bud Light and clink and talking about how great it is, and because we're friends and we're making a memory. And that's enjoyment, which is associated with happiness. So we have a basic idea of that. The same thing is true with the example of sex that you talked about a minute ago. It can be pleasure or it can be enjoyment. And everybody knows the difference between sexual experiences that are pleasurable or enjoyable. Enjoyment is the goal, because that's one of the macronutrients of happiness. We talk about in the terms that you define about satisfaction, but it's really in this terminology. And again, you have to just defining terms. These are just words, but the concepts underlying them are critical.
In the book, you give a really good example of pleasure without enjoyment.
Yeah.
Which you mentioned obliquely a minute ago. But when you think of a drug addict, they're doing the drug.
Right.
They're theoretically getting the pleasure, but they're not getting any of the enjoyment.
Right. They're getting tons of pleasure. It's because they're loading only on pleasure. But no enjoyment, because it's not social and it actually is not engaging the prefrontal cortex and the hippocampus to create memory. And so you simply will have a transient experience. And the transient experience will be unsatisfying, and so you'll hit the lever again and again and again and again, and it will lower your quality of life. So that's the key thing. If there's something you really, really love, so for example, I'll ask people will talk about, because I've done a lot of work on the science of addiction. And it's a very interesting subject. People say, how do you know if you're addicted? Because these are behavioral constructs. You can't take a blood test to know if you're an alcoholic. If you're,
That's interesting.
So these are behavioral, and the big behavioral thing is: do you prefer to drink alone? Do you prefer to actually become inebriated alone? That means you're looking for pleasure versus enjoyment, and that will lead you more toward addiction and away from happiness. Is the way that works. That's the reason that people say never drink alone. They don't know what they're saying. Is they're saying enjoy it. Don't have it be a source of pleasure. because that's dangerous. So that gives you an idea. So we've talked a little bit about satisfaction, we've talked a little bit about enjoyment. These are heavy, heavy topics in terms of the social science and neuroscience for sure. And we haven't even touched on meaning, which is the heaviest of them all, which is the hardest of them all. So you can become what I really want is I want people to be obsessed with, to have their hobby be the science of happiness and how they can get it and spread it. Because that would be a really meritorious movement. If people were like, yeah, more of the science, more understanding it. I want to be excellent at this. I want to be most excellent. My hobby is getting better at happiness. And it's changed my life.
It's a good hobby.
It's really been a good hobby for me.
Career, yeah.
I made it into a career.
That you most certainly did.
Yeah.
So I want to close the loop on the fulfillment recipe and get your take on that. So you have to work really hard because that's just nature. Ensures that you're going to do that so that you're out doing the hard things like getting a meal, protecting your family, etc. To acquire a set of skills.
Right.
That's a big lean on progress because I agree progress I think is a foundational pillar of human happiness.
Right.
So you're going to work really hard to gain a set of skills that allow you to serve yourself and others.
Right.
And it needs to be in a way that you find exciting. So that to me those are the things that nature is going to ensure that you do. And if you're doing it for not only yourself but others is the meaning portion of this.
Right.
Is it that people never stop to identify what gives them meaning? Is it that they confuse meaning? Is that they're stuck in the me self? Why do so few people end up cracking that code?
Part of the reason is because they're not specifically trying to find meaning. They don't make it a goal. They a lot of people believe that if I do what I'm really, really good at and I can be successful at, that it's going to give me a ton of meaning automatically. And that's not right. Like anything else, you have to do things on purpose.
Did you get meaning when you were a classical musician?
No. That's the reason I'm not a classical musician.
Could you have gotten meaning out of it?
Many people do. But here's the thing. My favorite composer is Johann Sebastian Bach. Maybe the greatest composer who ever lived.
It's a great story.
Yeah. I mean, 1685 to 1750, 20 kids.
He had 20 kids?
Yeah. He was productive as a composer and as a father.
Was he Catholic?
He wasn't. He was Lutheran. but he was...
I say that because I know you're Catholic. For those listening who wonder why I made a joke about
He was just a sexy Lutheran. But and Bach was asked near the end of his life why he wrote music. The why question. You know, our friend Simon Sinek, he always talks about start with why, and it's fantastic. I mean, it's been, because it really is. You know, people are going around asking what and hoping to get the why for free. And Simon's entrepreneurial twist is start with why, and then the what will come automatically, and you'll be a lot more satisfied because you'll find the source of meaning. So Bach's why, when he was asked, why do you write music, was the aim and final end of all music is the refreshment of the soul and the glorification of God. Okay, not bad. Not bad.
Not at all.
But I read that in my late 20s when I was in the Barcelona Symphony in those days. And it was a good job. And it was, you know, I love the music. I was really into it. It's kind of a high prestige job, you know, playing the greatest.
It still sounds cool.
It sounds cool. Sounds cool. Yeah. But I couldn't answer like that. I couldn't answer like that. I didn't feel like I was refreshing souls particularly. I certainly didn't feel like I was glorifying God.
Could you have built that in though? Because this is one thing I always think people think they're going to find meaning.
It wasn't my thing. It just wasn't my thing. And so I went in search of something where I could answer my why question like Bach. I became a social scientist.
That was the thing?
That was it. Because, you know, when
because after that, you also, you go on to run the think tank after that, right?
Right. Yeah. So I got my PhD. I actually finished college a month before my 30th birthday by correspondence. So this is not a typical path to, you know, a professorship at Harvard, obviously. This is not typically the way it gets done. This is a great country, isn't it?
Agreed.
Yeah. A kid from Puyallup can do this. It's fantastic.
Crazy.
I love that. So, and then I went and I got so interested when I was doing my bachelor's degree in human behavior and the fact that you can model it and you can study it, that I went back and got my master's and PhD as a social scientist, as a quantitative social scientist. I was doing, for a living, I was doing military operations research at the RAND Corporation for, you know, like secret stuff for the Air Force and all that, but, you know, using...
And you felt the sense of meaning in all that?
What I felt the sense of meaning in was I was learning so much that was so critically interesting, and I had a strong sense that I was learning how to ask and answer original questions about human behavior that were going to push the boundary of what we knew so that people's lives could get better. I had a very strong sense that it was in the offing. It was going to take decades.
Was the part about so people's lives could be better, was that a critical, part of that?
It was a critical thing. To earn my success, I needed to do something where my work created value in my life and the life of other people. That's what I
think
felt like I
that is
needed
so
to do.
big. And look, you cover this in the book, so I know this isn't mysterious to you, but focusing outward. Like if you want to be happy, we don't need, this is me paraphrasing you again, we don't need self-care, we need other care.
Right.
And I just have learned through unfortunate trial and error that if I'm doing something only for me, I'll run ashore on the me problem.
Totally. And so you get into the me self world, it's all me self. You know, other care is I self. It's I'm going to look outward at what other people need. I'm going to be thinking more about them, which gets me away from the boring, repetitive tedium of the me soundtrack to begin with. I mean, it's just simple. You're distracted from the stuff that's so boring and yet so you look at so obsessively over the course of your life. So that's critically important. And you find, I mean, again, there's tons and tons of studies that actually show that the more you give, the happier you get. The more you give, the richer you get. The more you give, the better looking you are. It's a wonderful study.
What?
It's all perception. So there's this one study where these guys, these social psychologists, they bring men, men into the lab who are partnered. And it's all heterosexual couples, and they bring them in. Some have been dating for 6 months, and some have been married for 50 years. And the guys in white lab coats. And they say, okay, it's a simple experiment. I'm going to give you these coins, put them in your pocket. You and your wife or girlfriend, you're going to walk down this little path to that other building down there. And my colleague is going to interview you, and then you get to keep the money. That's it. Like, okay. So they walk down this little path outside, and there's an alleyway between the buildings, and this homeless guy comes ambling out of the alley and panhandles the husband or boyfriend. He's a Confederate to the experiment, obviously. He says, hey, you got some change? He does. They know he does because they put the money in his pocket, and he has to make a decision in front of his wife on whether he's going to help the homeless guy. They get to the other building, and the first question in the interview is, did you help the homeless guy? How much did you give him? And then the second question is to the wife, how attractive do you find him right now? The more you support the homeless guy, the hotter she finds you.
That's so interesting.
That's the reason on a first date, you're like, I love humanity. I support, I build houses for the poor. I love dogs. I love babies. You're trying to look like, Albert Schweitzer on a first date.
That's hilarious.
Because you're more handsome.
That is very interesting. Okay, so we know that being outward focused is going to be beneficial, but you were talking about you needed to find the answer to your why. What is going to be that thing that I could answer in the way that Bach does? I find in life, basically nobody finds that. Like that is so rare. Right. And when they do find it, it ends up being very transient. Right. So how did you navigate? Because for people that don't know, we did another interview, which I highly encourage them to go watch. And so we covered this. I don't want to tread a ton of the same ground, but I think it's worth telling people would you say that your career has been spiral?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. You gave me the language. Mine has for sure.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You make me question whether that's just my personality and I was going to end up there no matter what, or if it really was the story I've told myself my entire life, which is I did all of this just to get into storytelling and I needed to control the assets. Maybe we'll get into that.
Well, those are endogenous to each other.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But what I want to know now is, did your why run out and that's why you reinvented yourself? Did it just migrate? Like, how have you kept that alive in your life?
I took opportunities that were put in my path that I thought were in line with this vision of how I was trying to grow. So I had an intention, but I didn't have attachment. So when I was a French horn player, leaving that and becoming a social scientist, I had an intention to do this work on human behavior to help myself and others, to make life better, to increase love and happiness in other people's lives. But I was not attached to what manifestation that was going to take. And that's what I urge all young people to do, to have a virtuous, beautiful intention without attachment with respect to the expression that it's going to take at any particular time. I taught for a number of years. I loved it. Super great. Then I thought I should run something that I think is going to be good for humanity and for society. you know, and so I ran this think tank, this big think tank in Washington, D.C. I had 300 employees. Mostly I just raised money. I had to raise $50 million a year to keep the doors open. And it was a thrilling experience. It was exhausting, to be sure, but what I was trying to do was to use my background as a social scientist to create better public policy, to hire really good people that was going to make the country and the world freer and better, with an emphasis on opportunity for people at the margins of society, which is what my think tank was engaged in. After about 10 years, I knew I was getting stale, man. I was getting stale. So I had the same intention, but I had no attachment to Arthur Brooks, president of the American Enterprise Institute. That would be a disordered attachment, because that's not who I am. I'm Arthur Brooks. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a child of God. And I am put on earth to lift people up in bonds of love and happiness using science and ideas. What's the next assignment? What's the next assignment? And the next assignment was to do what I do now, which is I have a company that writes, speaks, and teaches widely and does media on the science of happiness, to popularize, to see the world as a classroom and an enormous course of study of the science of happiness to lift people up. And that, you know, so I have a column in the Atlantic, and I write books, and I get to talk to you, and I get to travel around and speak. I teach at Harvard, and it's phenomenal. But I'm not attached, because I know this is not the last assignment. I have intention, but the attachment, no. The attachment's the killer of all of these things. And you too. It's like, next assignment, please. But here's the direction we're going in. I need to do this thing. This thing is going to serve. And when you're really in the zone, it's a thrill. It's a thrill. You just can't get enough of it when you're really in the zone too. But it's not because you're going for the thrill. It's because you're going for the value. You want to hit that vein of value, right? And when you run that vein out, then you go look for it. You dig a new mine.
What does it mean to run the vein out, though? So, okay, how pure was your move into the think tank? Because you talk about idols. I've listened to enough of your content. I know what your idol is. I think we share an idol. So I nothing is either good or bad, but thinking makes it so.
Yeah.
So I don't know that having an idol is bad. I have a feeling that it's nature's way of getting us moving and making us an active species, and it is.
And you
how
can
we've
use it for great
accomplished.
good.
Right, exactly.
But if it's the end goal, if an idol of money or power or pleasure or fame is the end goal, woe be unto you and woe be unto the world. But if it's an intermediate goal to lifting people up and bringing them together, if you can use the prestige that you have in your job and the admiration of other people to get them interested in something that's truly generative and good and improve their lives, which, by the way, you're doing with this show, right? I mean, you've got lots of prestige, you're a famous guy, but you're using it so that people will watch it and change their lives. So if this is the end goal, it's a problem. If it's an intermediate goal, then it's good.
I want to restate this in my language to see if I really understand this. Okay, so the me self is getting caught up in my emotions. I'm confusing the emotion for the perception of the emotion. So knowing that in the brain, pain and suffering are two separate spaces, knowing literally two different regions of the brain. I'm not making that up for people listening. And then in meditation, I am, to your point earlier about the bitter coffee, there's a difference between my knee hurts and witnessing that I'm having a sensation in my knee that one might articulate.
Or my knee hurts
as
versus
pain.
I don't like how my knee feels.
Right.
That's
Probably
really
an
the
even
big
better
difference,
way to
because
say
you
it.
know, it's my knee hurts. That's a statement of fact.
Right.
Right. It's a signal.
And the one last thing I'll wrap on that to see if I really get this. So Viktor Frankl talked about the gap between stimulus and response.
Right.
Now, for people that haven't heard that name, he was in a concentration camp, lost his wife, mom, dad. I mean, just unimaginable amounts of loss.
Right.
And came out of it, psychiatrist, came out, or actually I think a
Psychiatrist,
neuroscientist.
and he was a psychiatrist and a psychoanalyst.
Okay.
Which is an interesting combination.
Very interesting. Writes a book about that time, basically saying, if you could find meaning in your suffering, that you could make it. But if you lost that sense, he was like, you could literally predict when somebody would die, because once they gave up and they could no longer associate meaning with why they were going through the suffering, that was it.
Right.
And so that idea of there's this gap between stimulus and response, and you get to decide how you interpret that thing, is everything.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about? When that gap goes away, you're now in me territory.
Yeah. So so there's so much in this, and we've referred to the new book, and there's the whole front part of this new book is emotional self-management based on the science of how your brain gives you signals that are called emotions. Getting away from the idea that bad emotions are unfortunate, we should get rid of them, or that unhappiness for them is bad and we should get rid of it. So understanding the science of how this works and what these things are for, and then being able to learn, grow, and manage the feelings that we want such that we can adapt best to the current world and we can make growth toward happierness. That's the whole front part of this book. The back half is, okay, now that you've done that,
Build the life you want.
Build the life you want. Yeah.
Co-authored with Oprah Winfrey.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
It's a good book, by the way.
I'm glad you like it. Thank you. It was a joy to write it. It's a joy writing a book with Oprah Winfrey too. What an experience. It was really an interesting experience and recording the book, the audio book too, because you keep thinking, oh, I know that voice. Not mine. So emotional self-management comes down to, number one, understanding that emotions that you have are not just nice to have and bad to have. All they are signals. They're like a machine. The machine of your brain perceives outside stimuli and turns it into a universal language that can send signals to the neocortex of your brain, the outside wrinkly area of your brain, especially the prefrontal cortex, which is the most modern part of the human brain, to send it signals so that you can decide how to react according to them. And it doesn't matter what language you speak or where you grew up, everybody gets the same signals. They get the basic emotions of joy, of interest, which are the two positive basic emotions. The negative emotions, which doesn't mean that they're bad, just means that they're negative. Anger, disgust, sadness, fear. And all those things are then blended together into these complex emotions. So anger and disgust, you blend them together, you get contempt, which is the conviction of the worthlessness of something. So it's this multiplicity of emotions that we get. They exist to send signals, universal signals, and then we get to decide how to react. Here's the problem. Most people don't take that opportunity. Most people take their emotions as given, regret them, like them, and act according to them without doing that last trick, that last entrepreneurial trick, which is deciding how to react. You get to decide. This is Viktor Frankl's point. The book is Man's Search for Meaning. And what he learned in the concentration camp was that all these bad things are happening and good things happen in life. You decide how you're going to react to these things. That's the ultimate entrepreneurial task of human life, is deciding how you're going to use the resources under your control. And the first set of resources you get are your emotions. Okay, so the time between the stimulus and response, the time between the emotions and the reactions that you decide, that's the gap that Viktor Frankl is talking about. You want that to be as wide as possible. That's why every time you have an emotion, the most important thing to do is to not react, is to practice not reacting when you feel something, good or bad. Wait.
Tell me why, because this is where I see people get lost all the time. They trust their emotions.
Yeah.
They think their emotions are right. They are a map of actual reality, and that if you feel angry, you should act angry.
Yeah, and that's a great way to live an unhappy life and make other people unhappy around you.
I agree so violently.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you.
Yeah. And think about all the times when you're building your companies that you felt something negative, and if you just yelled it, you snapped at somebody or said that was on your mind, you would have done catastrophic brain damage to your company. It would have been terrible. And instead, or you get that email, you get an email and it's like, I want to answer right now. Never answer a bad email on the day you get it. Never. Just have it automatic. As a matter of fact, have somebody who's managing your email for you so you don't see them.
How often are you checking your credit score, afraid of identity theft or account breaches? We all use the internet every single day for important things like personal banking and remote work, so why not protect yourself with our sponsor, Aura? Aura is an all-in-one cybersecurity service that keeps you safe online. Aura identifies data brokers exposing your info and submits opt-out requests on your behalf. Aura also monitors your credit, tracks your passwords for data breaches, and secures your online activity with VPN and anti-malware protection. You can try Aura for free for 2 weeks by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code.
You see them and you think about it, but you can't answer it because it disappears from your inbox for 24 hours. Make a deal with somebody. Why? Because you want your prefrontal cortex to be in charge. You don't want your limbic system to be in charge. It's a 2-year-old. When you have little kids, and I have have grown kids, but now I have grandchildren, and they yell. And what you tell little kids always is use your words. What you're telling them is put more time between stimulus and response and choose the response that you want. You're not going to say that to a little kid. You're going to say something that's truncated, like use your words. And people who are reactive, what we say as social scientists, we call them limbic people, because they're acting according to their limbic system. This is the most unentrepreneurial thing to do. That's basically like, I got $1, I spent $1. No. Revenue comes in, you decide what to do. Should you invest it? Should you distribute it? Should you buy something with it? What should you do? That's what good entrepreneurs do with their lives, but that's how we need to see our emotions. So that's the most important point. Now, what you do in that gap is called metacognition. And this is where it gets really, really interesting. In that gap, the best thing that you can possibly do is to think about the emotions that you're feeling, what they mean, and how best to use them. So that, and this is really the engagement of your prefrontal cortex. That's what meditation practices tell you to do. This is what prayer helps you to do. This is what walking in nature helps you to do. So all these metacognitive practices, this is what therapy is supposed to do too, by the way. It's supposed to give you expertise in expanding that gap. Then on top of that, there's all of these ideas that you can use. Once you've got this time, you can make these decisions. You can substitute emotions. You can say, that's not the right emotion. Here's a better emotion. You can literally do that.
How's that not just faking it?
It's not. It's what it's. So for example, I've talked a lot, and I've been palling around lately with, Rainn Wilson, who's the actor from The Office.
Had him on the show.
He's terrific. And he grew up in Ballard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so 5 miles away from me, he's just the same age as me. He was a classical musician just like I was.
Oh,
I
didn't
didn't know him, but we have
Wait,
parallel.
did he play like bassoon or something?
He played the bassoon. I played the French horn. So we probably overlapped in all-state band or something as we were kids, but we have the same childhood basically. And so it's interesting. And so we really connect on this. But for example, he talks about the fact that he believes that most comedians suffer from depression. And one of the reasons they're such good comedians is because they choose the substitute emotion when they're feeling sadness of humor, which is also an appropriate response to things that are making you sad. You make them into a joke. And people think of it as a defense mechanism. No, it's an emotional substitution. It's when you drink coffee, the caffeine molecule, it looks just like the adenosine molecule, which is a neuromodulator that is inhibitory. It makes you feel tired. It goes into the slot, into the receptor for the adenosine. And so you don't get adenosine. That's what makes you feel peppy. It blocks the thing that makes you feel tired. That's how caffeine works. Emotional substitution works in the same way. The humor molecule goes into the sadness receptor. But you can't do that unless you're taking time. You cannot do that unless you actually expand the time between stimulus and response, until you understand exactly how the science works and getting as much time as you possibly can.
Was that the angle that you took to understand the science, or did you come at it from a God says that this is the way to go about life?
I'm a scientist, and one of the reasons that I'm religious is because of what I've learned intellectually.
So for me, that was the thing that freed me as well. So I'm, call it 22. I am very unhappy, like really scary, sliding towards depression, unhappy. And I started reading about the brain. Now, I don't remember what gave me that impulse. It was probably something I learned in college plus Taoism, whatever, but it like really made me think about the way the brain worked. And I started reading about how brain plasticity was this hotly debated thing, and maybe
Looking to scale customer service without scaling headcount?
You really could teach an old dog new tricks. And one day I just decided I'm going to act as if brain plasticity is real.
Right.
And then the more studies.
The thing.
We're live. What's up, everybody? If I want to show what?
The actual desktop. You gotta scroll down on there. And then show display instead of window.
Got it. Okay. But they are already seeing this. So you're saying, but if I were to minimize that, it would just
like if you want to do
poof.
the Twitter thing again, remember how you just
Oh, in fact, that's exactly what we should be doing.
Okay.
What's up, Straw Hat? How we doing? So I am going to try to step in whenever possible when we're doing just the broadcast of old episodes. And given the very light turnout, I am going to assume that that is much better. And we will find out from Eunice, call it at the 2-week mark, whether just going live is actually helping us or not. That is X. Yes. So that's perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. What's up? Straw Hat says, what's up, Eunice? She says hello right back. All right. Well, we've got an episode coming up tomorrow, so we might as well get to some planning here. Also want to see what you guys are up to. Kobe Sauce, if you hear me right now, this is live. I don't know when you typed that. T-Bird, I don't know if you're still here. Tom's lucky to have Lisa in his life. What a great mind she has. I am with you, man. That is very true. Now, it does make me wonder if in the interview you guys were watching, if Lisa and I were, or if I was talking about Lisa. I don't remember. It's been a while since we filmed that episode. All right. But we are here now. We are live and in living color. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stay, but wanted to pop in. I'm going to be trying to come in live with you guys as much as we can. We've got a episode prep tomorrow, so that'll be a nice long session. We haven't done the analysis to see if we're going to continue to do the episodes themselves live, though the episode that we recorded on Friday was 1 out of 10, baby. So not all bad. What was that noise? Eunice. This just made very unexpected sounds. Were you doing something? What is going on? It's like making bubble noises, and there was some dinging.
Is it your phone?
No.
Bubble? Sound like
Yeah, it's doing it again. That's so weird. What is that? Sounded like Mario. So Straw Hat, you hear it, right? What is happening?
Well, nothing's coming through desktop. Did it just happen?
It might be the word game. Is the word game running somewhere?
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah.
That must be what it is. There we go. Was that, why don't we see it in the preview?
I've minimized it.
Got it. So it was still there.
Yeah. Well,
Got
I
it.
It was on.
I see, but it's still running.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Straw Hat, you're a genius. That was exactly correct. That is exactly correct. All right. Did you guys watch today's episode? That's the real question, boys and girls. Did you watch today's episode? It is 1 out of 10. It's the one that we did with Lisa. And I'm going to go over here. Do I have the activity feed? Yes, I do. And now I can see. All right. There's 8 of us. 9, I think, technically, with me included. What's up, Ova? Welcome, man. Welcome. All right. So the episode today is 1 out of 10. Very happy about that. It seemed to wind people up, though. So we track the like to dislike ratio, and it wasn't bad. It's just under 95%. But our usual for the channel, I think, is over 96%. And we will often see 98%. This one in the first couple of hours is 92%. It worked its way to 94 point something percent. Bring that booty. You are correct. We got the true fans in the house right now. That is for sure. Guida Bita, what up? You know, one of my favorite names to say right there. Are we at 10? It's all a lie, Guida Bita. At least according to the stream manager on my side, we are currently at 9. So we might have had somebody for a brief second and then they bounced. But we had over 2,000 people live on the premiere this morning, so that was pretty exciting. Oh, we just went up, and we made a truth sayer out of Guida Bita. So respect to that. All right, well, it will be interesting. We've been getting hundreds of people joining us when we do the episode prep, so that's exciting. We have that going on tomorrow, so we shall see. The document for what we're going to be covering, let's see. Why don't we just bring that? Okay, this is what happens here. Let's go. I can only imagine how many secrets of my life I just gave away by that quick flash of my sheets. I really should be careful. Okay. All right. This is the Evergreen tab. This is our episode tab for tomorrow. Let me know if you guys see anything on here that you find particularly interesting. What I want to know, who knows what's going on with the airplanes? Why are there so many airplane crashes? Anybody? That is not what we meant to do. We just want to go to YouTube. All right. We want news. News about airplane crash. Vince Neil. Did Vince Neil just have a plane crash? Are we having an unusual amount of plane crashes? That's what I want to know. Or are we just covering it more right now? Minecraft AI, curious if it's related to what I'm thinking. Oh, but that's a good question. I'd have to go back and look at what that link is. Where'd you see that Minecraft AI? Let's take a look. What was I thinking when I flagged this? Yes. All right, this is interesting to me. Researchers placed 1,000 AI agents in a Minecraft server, and they developed their own civilization with government, culture, and economy run by California-based startup Altera. Yeah, AI agents are going to be, I think, a real thing inside of Kaizen, but not just the AI agents, but creating, giving the world an intelligence. That's probably the right way to think about it. So yeah, in a very simplistic form, where the idea came from was I was playing Minecraft and I decided to terraform a snowy mountain into a plains biome, and it didn't work. And I was very traumatized because the way they have it, they've obviously got it coded in some way that once it's a forest or a plains biome or whatever, it's always that. And my thing was, well, that seems kind of boring. Why aren't the biomes based on a set of rules? So just like cows and sheep and pigs and everything will spawn based on a set of rules, why couldn't you make trees grow and things like that based on a set of rules? So that's one of the ways that I see AI playing a role in game development as you go, is that there's essentially a lot of hidden secrets to the world. And those reveal over time as players engage with the physics of the world. So you'll certainly also have some NPCs that are AI agents, but I think that the more interesting thing is making it such that the world, like imagine if you could discover a certain biome, and if you bring the right ingredients and make the terrain the way that it has to be for the following thing to happen, that a village springs up and that village advances in technology, and ultimately you come back a year later and there's like a mission to Mars being planned, and they've got a rocket built up. So we've been working on that. That's like deep stuff in the future. Right now, we just have to get the game loop right. But when I say that that's something that we really want to do, you can trust that I mean it. That's the wrong way. We really need this over on this side. I think that is the truth, chat. All right, that's much better. Okay, so yeah, we will see. Bring that booty. When one of the AI went missing and they banded together to find it, it was wild. So you've watched some of the video. That's interesting. I haven't seen it. Nice. Nice. Straw Hat. Yes, that would all be wild. That would be wild. The only bad thing is you are now covering a part of my document. That is not ideal. Oof. It's a little too bright there, chat. All right, let us do something like this. Really gonna make it impossible for me to grab, huh? Dude, PCs, how do you people use these things? Yikes. Really? Really? That is crazy town. I'm going to raise your guys' standards to get you on a Mac. This is nuts. All right, welcome back. How may I assist you?
Can I help you with that?
I think we've got it now, but that was unnecessarily painful. You think it was user error?
That was the best thing I saw in my life, yeah.
No, because I had to make the things not be hidden by the camera, so I had to shrink
I
it.
thought you were trying to snap it.
No, that's easy. Come on, I'm old, but I'm not that old. Kids today. What's the matter with kids today? Ova, a village burned down, a 90% area was burned, then convert to status scorched earth. If player plants, restores area, any changes to healing, etc., etc. Now you're talking. That is exactly what I'm talking about. All right, so I think that stuff's going to be cool. All right. So you guys have had your nice long drink of water on what's already on there. I'm guessing the most diehard people here are going to be into the gaming stuff. I respect that. Sorry, I just ate. That's hilarious. I also thought those were gigantic. All right, what am I missing? Have you guys seen anything in the news? And if you've got any info on those plane crashes, let me know. Saw on X searches for immunity in Washington, D.C. and listings of home increased on Zillow in the D.C. area. Yeah, that's interesting. I also heard that searches for criminal defense attorneys have gone up. I don't know if it's true, but it's certainly interesting. All right. Any hot topics? Anything popped off here? Delta plane overturn. Yeah. What's going on here? Hey, Drew, can you hear me? No. Can you look into this, the Delta plane crash? Like, is there something going on here? I personally have never heard about this many plane crashes close to each other, but I don't know if this is a game the media is playing to try to make it seem like there's more than normal just by covering it more. Seems crazy. It seems like these are all worthy of being covered, but the last one was in Canada, so I don't know if there's any way to blame that on Trump. So, but it certainly made my radar. Shiz is not allowed in the chat. We might still have some of our old family-friendly stuff. No, it shows it. Windows key plus arrow keys equals move shit around Windows fast. Let's try that. Windows key. Which one of these keys is Windows key? That's the question. We've got command. That doesn't have a picture of a window on it. Nothing has a picture of a window. I know it used to. What's Windows key these days? Because there's nothing on my keyboard. You've got control, function, start, alt, function. Anybody? No? All right. We got 14 viewers. Just since I rolled in, chat, we've doubled. Let's go. Let's go. We always knew that this was going to be the case. The more we are actually live and able to interact with each other, this is going to be a lot better. So we need to start scheduling some of that. But tomorrow, you nice, 8 a.m.? Tomorrow at 8 a.m. we go live for episode prep. So make sure you guys roll up, have your topics ready to go. But you'll basically be doing what we're doing right now. So if you guys have any topics that you want me to look into, now would be the time. Left side for blocks between control and alt might be Apple key. Yeah, you've got the command button. So the alt command. Nightbot is so rude. Nightbot, you gotta chill. You gotta chill, bro. All right, so what was it? Windows key plus arrows key. So if I click on this, Windows, I'm moving around the window. But I wouldn't say I'm moving things around. All right. That seems like bad TV. Bad TV. Detroit water main, RFK. Mental health, yeah. Musk's $1 billion offer to Wikipedia stands firm. What's this? I haven't heard about this. Elon Musk has publicly reiterated his offer to donate $1 billion to Wikipedia if the organization changes its name to Dickopedia. Jesus Christ. This proposal stems from ongoing discussions and criticism regarding Wikipedia's portrayal of Musk under the category of libertarian authoritarianism, sparking debates about Wikipedia's alleged ideological bias. I will give them $1 billion if they change their name to Dickopedia. He really has it. Well then. Offer still stands. Come on, do it. That is hilarious. To have enough money that you can spend $1 billion trolling. You got to respect it. You got to respect it, chat. Wikipedia lists Elon Musk on their page for authoritarianism. What? Where? Elon Musk was described by Jacobin as chief amplifier of global authoritarianism. Wow, that's interesting. Margaret Brennan's Holocaust free speech. Yeah, you guys hear about this? This is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, here's the thing. Hitler did use the principles of free speech to gain power. Obviously, nobody stopped him from saying what he was saying, but then he completely abolished it. So saying that Nazis were pro-free speech, it's the fact that they killed free speech that became the problem. So that's pretty wacky. That is a trash take. Already sucked Skittles. That sounds horrifying. Swiss councillor urges ban on X as threat to democracy. Yeah, some of the stuff going on in Germany is getting crazy. The raiding people and arresting them for memes, nuts. Nuts. Elon is hilarious, Straw Hat. There's no doubt about that. Ova, might be old news, but very well-trained AI helped sequence gnomes. I think that's genomes. And proteins and what they'll look like. Jump from 10 to 100 completed to 200 million. Is that AlphaFold? I think that's what we're talking about. Yeah, AlphaFold protein folding is insane and is a bit old news. I don't know if there was anything recently that happened, but a bit old news. What's up, Drew?
Okay, so I did a deep research on it.
Let's go.
There has been 5,000 plane accidents worldwide in 2024, including 1,500 fatalities.
Let's see if we can get us both here.
Specifically to the, there's been
sort of
30 accidents from commercial operations. So we have seen probably 6 or 7 highlighted in the media in the last month and a half, 2 months. But that is on pace with what normally happens.
So this is a normal amount of airplane crashes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
2024 though was one of the deadliest years since 2018 because there was 318 fatalities.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So planes crash a lot.
So I have fallen prey to mis, dis, and mal information because the framing was, oh, these guys came in and fucked with the FAA, and now planes are just falling out of the sky. And to be honest, I was a little bit like, it's kind of true. Like planes really do seem to be falling out of the sky. All right.
Planes fall out of the sky every day.
Pick one of our three. Miss, dis, or mal. Probably not mal. Although maybe it is mal because it's, no, but that's really, malinformation is bad for me, so I'm going to tell you to shut up. So if Trump tried to squash it, it would be malinformation. What's the difference between miss and dis?
I thought miss is made up. Dis is like a switch, but this is your 3 categories. So I technically don't know the definition.
Oh, this isn't me. This is what they always say.
Yeah, we haven't.
All right, we're going to look it up, chat. If any of you guys know, I need to get chat on here.
False information which is intended to mislead, especially propaganda issued by a government organization.
Is this miss or dis?
Dis.
Okay, and then what's miss? Like unintentional?
False or inaccurate information, especially that which is deliberately intended to deceive. So it's miss.
So misinformation is intentional deception. Disinformation is accidental.
Government propaganda.
Oh shit. So there's no just like whoops. So miss and dis feel way too similar. There you go, Eunice. Let's go. Get us in frame. Come on, Meow. We're getting closer, but that still feels... I mean, I can always just scoot this way a little bit. All right, chat. This is where you realize that I have a weird bug in my personality where I just don't need this to be perfect at all. They put Drew in the corner. Nobody puts Drew in the corner.
I love that.
Okay,
Except for Bring That Booty. Bring That Booty puts
Sorry,
everybody in the
it's
corner.
just Drew's little head right there.
All right. Now we got it. Thank you.
Awesome. Eunice is the best. Give it up for Eunice, guys.
You nice. That's why we say she nice with it. That didn't just happen, did it?
It did.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if it's propaganda, but with the media nowadays, who knows?
Say more?
I said I don't know if it's necessarily disinformation because I wouldn't call the plain stuff propaganda, but with government indirectly funding media companies, I guess you can categorize it as that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Southwest Airlines cutting 1,700 jobs.
There's a recession on the way. I feel it.
Bro, we've been in a recession for a while. For a long while. Seinfeld's I don't care comment on Palestine goes viral. Did he really say that?
Yeah, somebody tried to get him.
There it is.
Free Palestine! I don't care about Palestine. That's sad.
Damn. Really do be like that. All right.
Did you hear about Bilyeu getting caught up for the meme coin?
No.
He pumped the meme coin, and of course, as meme coins do, went up and crashed. So now he's being like investigated since he's like promoting.
What meme coin?
I don't know what it's actually called.
As long as it isn't anything to do with the Trump one, because, oh, man.
No, a Libra coin.
Oh, I heard about this, but like super tangentially. All right, so Libra, let's see what we got here. How do you spell his name?
M-I-L-E-I.
M-I-L-E-I. Very, very bad.
Conspiracy corner.
Could be.
So when a client comes to us with an ask to launch an influencer marketing campaign, the process is pretty streamlined.
Hold
So
on
what
a
we'll
second,
do
I
is
can't hear you now. This is in my ears.
People in crypto are angry, and I think they're rightfully so, because we had another rug pull in crypto. This time it was a $4.5 billion coin launched for or on behalf of Argentina, the coin Libra. And the result of this coin is that we went up to $4.5 billion. The coin collapsed, wiped out and obliterated a whole lot of crypto retail investors. And now people are angry. And I don't blame them. They're angry at Libra. They're angry at the cycle. They are angry at Sol, because if you look at the Sol East chart, that's what the Sol East chart looks like. People are now calling for the death of Sol. People are now also angry at the cycle. People are like talking about the cycle, and they're going, look, this is like the worst cycle ever. And people are just angry in general about crypto. And I think that these guys are angry, and they're checking out at the worst possible time, because I actually think that this cycle is going to turn, and it's going to turn very, very soon. I'm going to show you why it's going to turn. And then I'm going to show you one catalyst. Where if this happens, then we're going to get Bitcoin going to over $1 million. I know you think I'm clickbaiting you, or that maybe I've drunk the Kool-Aid, but the story goes something along these lines. So there is a Senator Rand Paul, and what he's saying is he wants Fort Knox to be audited. Now, what is Fort Knox? Fort Knox is where the majority of the US's gold is actually housed, and he's calling for an audit of Fort Knox. Now, if Fort Knox actually gets audited, and there's any shenanigans, any gold bars missing, then that'll be the big moment for Bitcoin, and Bitcoin could go to as high as $1 million a coin. And that's what I want to talk about today. I want to show you why this is possibly the worst time in the crypto cycle to capitulate and to exit, and why this catalyst, just this catalyst, I'm going to show you 3 other catalysts, but just this catalyst alone will take us up to $1 million on Bitcoin, and I'm not exaggerating. So stay tuned. And if that sounds good to you, let's do this.
Hey, Drew, we should put down bird flu. This is like the 3rd or 4th time I've heard this just today. So yeah, Ova saying bird flu might be getting scary. Cases have jumped again. Let's look at that. If there's anything there. RFK going after antidepressants. I have a feeling that's going to prove to not really be a thing, but we should cover the Bilyeu Libra pump because it's on the crypto beat. Do you have anything in the doc already? Thank you. All right. Can you, Ova, you have anything that we can look at by way of bird flu links? And then Guida Beta, if you have anything on RFK specifically, let me know so we can get something specific. I don't really think there's a lot to talk about with what's his face saying he doesn't care about Palestine. Ditch DEI funding. Ditch DEI policies or lose funding. Does this hit any sort of critical mass? Doesn't look like it. Doge axes over $370 million in DEI funding from education budget in 48 hours. In a swift 2-day operation, Doge terminated 70 DEI training grants totaling $373 million. Doge's actions echo their recent announcement of slashing 89 DOE contracts worth $881 million, including over $100 million in DEI grants. Ditch the DEI policies within 14 days or lose federal funding, citing the illegality of racial discrimination under Supreme Court precedent. Interesting. By the way, I don't know if we're going to cover all this, but I like that we have a lot of different topics. Like if we can hit them but get in and get out, I think that could be interesting. Certainly as a test, do people want me to go endlessly deep on 5 things, or would they rather a bit quicker on a larger number of things? OVA links are allowed now. Let's go, booty. Am I in the post? No, okay. Trump dismisses over 200 FEMA employees. Interesting.
Oh, and the Grok is 8 p.m. PST.
Yeah, I saw that. That's late as hell for our New York folks. Wonder if he's trying to hit Asia tomorrow morning. It's interesting. I don't know what to make of that. Shockingly late for the East Coast. We'll definitely want to cover that tomorrow. Grok 3, yeah, for sure. We got to test it out, put it through its paces, see what it's got. Yes, Straw Hat, for sure. Yeah, that's a good question. Is it just a demo or is it actually live for use? I don't know. Dash, what's up, my main?
Don't you have to be a subscriber on Twitter to use it?
I am a subscriber. I'd use the shit out of it. I have every AI setup ever. All of them. Absurd amounts. Even I'm like, God, this is getting expensive.
What's your tier ranking for AI?
Everything. Where do I? Ooh, okay. So let's go. Depends on what you're trying to do. So ChatGPT is my GOAT. So that's the thing. But O1 Pro. O1 Pro. 4.0 if you need something live to search the internet. I'm going to go with, I'm just starting to play with the video stuff, so you're going to have to let me change my mind. But as of right now, the one that I use the most is it Runway that I'm in the most? No, it's Luma. Luma I'm in the most because I'm trying to take a thing and say, okay, this is my character. Don't fucking make it different every time. This is my character. Now have this character do this thing. So far, and I'm still early, but that's been the thing that I've had the most luck with. All right, Straw Hat is putting his reputation on the line that it's releasing tonight. All right. Straw Hat, if not, we're going to have beef. Tom, N2M, U? What does that mean? Do you know what that means? Yeah, the letter, the letter N, the number 2, the letter M, space, YU. N to M. You? Not too much? I must have said, what are you up to? Not too much. I'm going to guess that is the breakdown. The breakdown. And now we know that Jordash is not in his 40s. That's what we know. That also makes sense. Using search to figure it out.
Okay,
Boomer. All right. Okay, Boomer. Faces fraud charges. Man, people trying to get this, man. Melee faces fraud charges over Libra. Promotion.
A link that chronicles it.
On February 17, 2025, Argentine President Javier Milei faced legal scrutiny after a social media activity involving the cryptocurrency Libra. Lawyers accused him of fraud, alleging his promotion led to a rug pull event where the coin's value surged over 60% following his endorsement and subsequent crash. Federal prosecutors are now investigating Milei's conduct. Concurrently, financial commentator Dave Portnoy is a financial commentator? That's the Barstool guy, right? Does he comment on financial stuff?
He had a meeting with Michael Saylor, who got him into crypto. And so he had crypto.
All I ever heard him is whinge that he sold his crypto. Okay, but what did he say? Let's see. Discussed on his Day Trader Global. Well, apparently he does. Show the questionable ownership of over 100 million held by Hayden Davis, sparking public and professional debate over financial ethics and insider trading within the crypto space. Can we call it insider gambling, please?
Malcolm in the Middle got 10th at the Daytona 500.
The kid?
Well, I mean, he's an adult now. Frankie Muniz.
But he's a race car driver?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He won a champion. He won a race like in 2013 or something like that. Somebody said, yeah, he's been doing this for the last 10 years.
Whoa.
He stopped acting and started racing.
Huh. I remember at one point seeing like him talking about like, oh, I've got these car collections or whatever, and did not think that he had turned into a race car driver. But there you have it. Let's go. No, that's legit. That is legit. Traders trying to run back Libra after knowing about insiders and snipes is where I stopped caring personally. I don't know what that means.
I feel like snipes are built in. Like, we have to stop demanding accountability for a volatile.
Oh, I see. He's saying they're trying to roll back the blockchain. Milei just unretweeted and the wallet sold with profit. Meme coins, man.
With the money.
Whose money is it?
It's, I mean,
that's what I don't. I mean, it's the.
I mean, it's the. I don't know. I mean, it's with the money.
Whose money is it?
It's.
That's a weird loop.
Yeah, we are done with it, so we can properly remove it. Brandon did
Getting those real behind the scenes looks over here. All right. Zelensky says Putin is scared of Trump. Let's see. We about to read this. Thank you, Guidabita. All right. Putin's a little scared of Trump as nations begin peace talks, Zelensky says. All right, let's hear it here first. Ads. Chat, what are we going to do about this?
Call him Donald the deal maker because in the 3 weeks since President Trump took office, he's already secured the release of 11 Americans held hostage, and among them were 6 in Venezuela and a teacher jailed in Russia.
I feel like the luckiest man on earth right now. President Trump is a hero. These men that came from the diplomatic service are heroes.
Joining us now is one of the key people who have been deeply involved in these releases, Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy to the Middle East. He's been very busy on a number of fronts. Steve, we haven't gotten into the Hamas hostages, but if you could, for the people watching tonight, take us inside these negotiations. Why was Trump able to do so quickly what other administrations, took a while or never got accomplished?
Peace through strength, Laura, as you know. That it means something out there, and everybody understands it. We had to reach out, and we understood that it was possible that Mark Fogel, we could get him home. And then the president, we pursued it. He instructed us to pursue it, and we determined that maybe there was a good opportunity, and he sent me on an airplane to go to Russia and hopefully figure it out on his behalf, and thank God we had a good result.
Was there a lot of setup, groundwork laid before your trip to Russia? Presumably you didn't just show up and like, I want to talk to someone. You had to have conversations before, and how did that go?
There was quite a bit, yeah. We had a really good back channel, and he turned out to be very, very credible and enormously helpful, and that led to, I think, a lot of trust building.
Are they going to be showing Zelensky here? We're here for the Zelensky comments about Trump being
candidly between the Trump administration and
a scary figure for Putin. Whoa, let's go. Got the volume way up. Soul and V, thank you for that follow. It's like super dramatic in my ears. It's kind of sexy. Thank you.
Attempting to smuggle a significant amount of drugs into the country. I don't even know how anyone would be that stupid.
I'm starting to feel bamboozled here.
But can you tell us anything about this tonight?
I really don't know much about it. I was just informed about it, but I have no facts. Not sure exactly what
All
happened.
right.
And
I don't buy that this video is going to get into Zelensky's comments. All right. Russian President Vladimir Putin is a little bit scared of President Donald Trump. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said in an interview that aired Sunday. Zelensky joins NBC's Meet the Press, recounting that when he spoke to Trump by phone about a potential peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, he told the president that he believes Putin fears the American leader. I said that Putin is a liar, Zelensky recounted on his phone call to Trump. And he said, I think my feeling is that he's ready for these negotiations. And I said to him, no, he's a liar. He doesn't want any peace. But I think he's really a little bit scared about the President Trump. He can push Putin to peace negotiations. Interesting. Interesting. If we can find something more on this or the clip of him saying it, I haven't seen the video, but probably worth watching if we can track it down. This is, where was this? Meet the Press. Zelensky on Meet the Press. Portnoy is not that stupid. He's pretending to be stupid. So if this goes to court, he looks like he's isn't a shark and is just an idiot that didn't know any better. Fuck these people. Was he in on it? Like, or not in on it like that, but did he have money in Libra? Is that what this is about? You're buying the wrong Libra. What is this? Javier Milei just back Libra again? Am I going to get rugged twice on the same coin? That's so interesting. Did not know he was into that. Tom, Asmongold usually makes some good points. Yeah, he's on my radar for sure. If you've got stuff that you think we should watch from Asmon, let me know. I'll pull it up right now. By the way, you guys have a good Valentine's weekend. Did you take good care of your significant others? I hope you did. Prince Harry's emotional farewell. Huh? Prince Harry's absolute bits as the Prime Minister of Canada thanked him for founding Invictus Games, reminding Harry that without him, there would be no Invictus. The emotional moment as he's told about the lives he's changed at well-deserved thanks. What is Invictus Games? I don't even know what they are. Do you know what Invictus Games are? Well then. Oh, this is interesting. President Donald Trump shared a quote on social media saying, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." Oh, we got to talk about that.
Invictus Games is like an Olympics for wounded, injured, and sick military service personnel.
Respect. I like that. We got to talk about this Trump thing. Do you have the tweet or you need me to send it?
No, I got it.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeti Bandit, say more about your AI workflows. I am in the market for killer AI workflows, especially if they have anything to do with gaming or anime. Your boy is on his make anime cheap binge so we can start telling our own stories here. Anybody find any interesting Asmongold stuff? If so, pass it forward. Yo, California is spending $9.5 billion on healthcare for illegal immigrants while facing a $30 billion deficit. Yowza. Elon Musk has sparked a debate on social media following comments where he questioned the logic behind the notion that people today cannot afford to have children, citing humanity's long history of reproduction. This has led to a flurry of responses accusing him of being out of touch with the financial realities faced by many due to his immense wealth. These posts reflect a broader conversation about economic disparities and the feasibility of raising children in modern times. Bro, come on. Come on, meow. People were having kids when they were being chased by saber-toothed tigers. Like we're not in that kind of dystopian reality. This is not Mad Max. And even in Mad Max, they'd have kids. Dude, I just don't get this. Elon Musk is the dumbest motherfucker on this website, a truly loathsome human, void of charisma and an atrocious sense of humor. Okay, if you just said a truly loathsome human, void of all charisma and an atrocious sense of humor, fine, that all opinion. But Elon Musk is the dumbest motherfucker on this website. What is happening? Boys and girls, come on. Have some common sense. Have some common sense. Not liking someone is not the same as them being dumb.
But emotions, Tom.
But emotions, Drew. That's what it is. Come on, party people. You got to set them emotions aside. All right, Yeti Bandit. My workflow are for personal goals. I haven't been using agentic AI and trying to get caught up. Also started playing with Notion in conjunction with AI. Very useful. Well then, Yeti Bandit, that's very interesting. Saw a cool anime AI video today made by Midjourney, Niji, and Lumaray 2. Yep, that is the flow that I am using. Indeed. Indeed. The key is, though, getting consistency, because just getting an output, relatively easy. But when you need a character, it gets a lot harder. A lot harder. Oh, look, a rich billionaire being retarded when it comes to poor people problems. Never seen that before. I'm not even saying that Elon hasn't been retarded when it comes to poor people problems, but him saying that people can have kids, even in the face of whatever economic uncertainty, boys and girls, that's just facts. Hi.
Hello. Noise canceling's crazy on these, by the way.
Yeah? Is this a paid advertisement? Right?
I don't need to be on the frame.
Let's go, you nice. You've been called out.
Double standard.
That's what I'm saying, Drew.
That's right. Sexism in the workplace is what I see.
Bye. By you.
Excuse me. Air report.
We're being harassed right now.
Hey, for your alert, I'm trying to, or not for your alert, for your stream.
Yep.
I'm trying to elevate it via eCam Live.
Via eCam.
Because that's what we're using.
Oh, the DJ booth.
In the DJ.
Yep.
Do you want chat to be on screen?
I like to be able to see chat for sure, for sure.
So you see how in that
Oh, do they need to see chat in screen? That doesn't seem important because they can see it elsewhere.
Well, so the thing is, when you watch it like full screen,
Yep.
like how some people watch YouTube on their TVs.
Have you seen a breakdown? Do people do that?
People do it. That's why I did it for you.
They can do that. Do they do that?
Yes, they do that.
Yeah? What's our percentage?
What do you mean? Of people who put chat on screen?
Yeah, yeah.
Like 75%.
Really? People are watching it on a TV?
People put chat on their screen.
You guys are saying the same.
I think we're having two different conversations.
You're saying we have the same thing.
I'm sorry, not the same thing. That's what I meant to say.
We are two ships passing in the
Okay,
night
okay.
right now.
That's kind of crazy.
So when I watch,
So you're watching right now.
yeah, but when I do a lot of Twitch.
Yeah.
When I'm watching Twitch,
Yeah.
the chat is very easy to see, even when it's not on the image.
Correct.
So I'm just saying.
So if you're watching like a replay, like for people who aren't there in the moment, you don't care about the VOD viewers.
Do you think they want to see
how
chat?
many VOD views you have on your live streams right now?
No.
Thousands and thousands.
Like, give me a real number.
Like 16,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Off of what? Episode prep?
Yep.
Let's go.
We out here.
Come on, meow.
Hey, what?
That was the greatest performance of all time.
So, like, if you go look at your favorite Twitch streamer in the world,
Yep.
Asmongold, he does it. Pay Money Webby does it.
Really? They put it on the thing?
Is your favorite
Oh.
Twitch streamer in the world does it?
Yeah. Well, we
Hassan?
can't show. All right, bitch. I'm sorry.
She comes in hot, everybody. She comes in hot.
That's crazy. Let me put back my landslide Fleetwood Mac.
Right.
and
Get that noise canceling back in. Oh, whoa. We just got some Straw Hat. Let's go.
Hit gifted a tier
Eunice
1
shows up. We got
subscription to
subs coming in.
DoorDash
Come on, meow. There we go. There we go. All right. I keep, no matter where I sit, I am off screen. There we go.
I'm asking because I don't know if you care much about like the framing of the prep show or whatever. Because obviously, I'm in the little corner.
Yep.
It's like you and Drew. So
Listen, do your thing. So do it well. And then everything is physics of progress. So if you put it up and numbers go up, we're good. If you put it up, numbers go down.
Yeah.
Red flag. Maybe it's that, maybe it's something else, but just pay attention.
Yeah. Okay. I'm also wondering if there's a better way for me to sit.
In a better place?
Yeah.
Do you want to sit at the table with us?
There's no room for me there.
Yeah, that also gets crowded because she's there for the community.
Because I look kind of awkward there.
What are you worried about? What problem are you trying to solve?
I'm just trying to make it look better.
Then decorate, like put like a little box around you with lights. No, I'm not kidding at all. If you imagine for a second that you could control, like somebody subs and you flash your lights and it like does a thing.
Oh, hey.
You see what I'm saying?
For the little button
Yep.
to get your attention.
Yes.
Who's ordering that?
You.
Not out of my paycheck.
That you. No one said you had to pay for it. You said who's ordering it.
Yeah, but that's not like. Do I just? Hey,
Just
scan your
tell.
card?
Certainly ask Andrew how he wants to track it.
Okay.
But you make sure that it works
Oh, okay.
and that it meets your needs and blah blah blah.
Giant red alert.
Okay.
Or do you want RGB?
I would just get something where you can communicate not only to me but to the community.
Yeah.
So,
Should I do Morse code?
man, if the community can read Morse code, no.
Oh, okay.
Can we do an ear recording button? Like, brr, 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 brr.
Oh, what we need is like a red band, like booth where you can play different sounds. That would be
But
dope.
also, if there's a way, because I'm not audio knowledgeable in that area over there
Mhm.
specifically because of the switcher and whatnot. If there's a way that we can get the audio, like if we play a sound to go through that TV, that way Tom can hear it or something. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
Talk to Eric.
'Cause I did
Through
see
the
some.
TV, it'll play through the laptop is the best. The TV.
Well, I don't know that it has to play through that. We just have to be able to hear it at the same time that they hear it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that could be as simple as you have a computer with a speaker connected to it and it just plays.
Yeah.
So when you do it, it,
You were saying that you don't have the noise anymore of the alerts
yeah,
popping up. And I
yeah.
feel like that would also be a good indicator of like,
If things are going well.
oh yeah, or like, oh my god, we just had a 10 bomb. Or,
Yep. Oh, big time, big time. That's why at a minimum, you have to repeat it somehow.
Yeah.
With either your own soundboard where when you hear it, you press it and it plays.
Yeah.
But that would be fun. A lot of fun. Like we could have a lot of fun with that during episode prep. Not that because I hate that kind of humor, but
Why was fart? You're going to fart noises.
Yeah, people always do that.
they do in your defense. But not us. This is how we differentiate ourselves.
What are we?
No, but we're not potty humor. That is where I draw the line.
That sounds like
The man has
not
put in
an
a
air
simple
horn. That
request.
sounds like dun 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 dun.
I was gonna let it slide.
Like a Beethoven?
That's what you sounded like.
We should do a Beethoven one instead of the air horn.
Let's do the Nutcracker.
How about Darth Vader? That'd be way more interesting.
Just him breathing.
No, I was thinking more the Imperial March, not the breath. Dun 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 dun. Yeah.
Okay, so Imperial March when somebody subs.
Probably not. Oh, we got somebody over here. They're just messing with us. Ducks a row, let's go. Ducks a row is trying to test the system out. They followed. They followed. Thank you, Ducks a row. We appreciate that very much, especially because this has got to be the worst TV in the world right now.
Are
but
they brainstorming a soundboard? Are they going full morning drive time disc jockey?
yes, Jordash, we are like full DJ. Let's get it on. The two guys from Iced Coffee Hour as Jeff and the Wombat. What is happening? You can morning radio shock rock DJ. The two guys from Iced Coffee Hour. I don't understand that. I know who they are, but I don't know what they have to do with shock rock. History Hyenas has some really good sounds that fit in with their unique inside language jokes. Ah, I've never heard of them. Do you know them?
Never. Is that YouTube?
I will check. History Hyenas. Let's see what we do here. How do you spell hyenas? Look at that. Oh, wait, that's the comedian guy. He's History Hyenas, huh? Interesting.
Hey, who's this guy?
Who's what guy?
That looks like Colin Farrell or whatever his name
Let's
is.
see. Who are you talking about?
This guy? I hate when it does that, the autoplay. That guy. Doesn't that look like what's his name?
Oh, a little bit.
Colin Farrell?
Yeah.
From the what?
Yes. That is Colin Farrell.
I think we're just going to buy Greenland and melt it and take their water. We're going to take their water, and Smithtown is going to get the contract. That's what it is. It's what it is. All the Ting Tong Hong Kong companies are about to get replaced by Smithtown Water. Good old Long Island boys are going to take over the Panama Canal and dump Smithtown Water. It's just going to be called the Smithtown Water Canal. Smithtown Water Canal. It's what it is. Yeah, exit 61. It's what it's going to be. Panama Canal. What it is. First of all, if you guys don't know what it is one of the most significant engineering feats ever. I mean, it's more impressive than when they built Yankee Stadium. That's a tall statement to say. It's better. I don't know if it's better than Yankee Stadium. It's up there. It's up there. Yeah. It's up there in the top 5 along with Yankee Stadium. But it's basically a shortcut between the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, which the kids had to go around before Panama. And now
need to
they go
hear
through.
some
Yeah,
sound
it's like
effects
it adds
pretty
another
soon
400 whatever nauticals. I'm no sailor. Yeah. But you have to go around the Cape Horn. It's called the Horn Cape or the Cape Horn. Yeah. Otherwise, and so what they did is they cut just straight through Panama. That used to be Colombia. Yeah. And there's a nice long story. Because here's what I like to think. Yeah. It started with the French. Yes. It started with the French. And let's be honest. Let's just talk. The French have.
All right, I'll have to check these guys out. History Hyenas, history done through the lens of two comedians. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. The boys rattle off the history of the Panama Canal and how we got where we are today.
That would be interesting.
Let's go. All right, check these guys out. I will check these guys out. Let's give them a sub. You guys got to get the Ed, and Eddie sound bits. Don't know what that is. It's not predictable. It depends on the topics. All right, Yeti. Well, I'll take a peek-see. I'll take a peek-see. Long Island mentioned, gonna start listening. Straw Hat, you from Long Island? Let's go. Hat of the strawest kind. All right, everybody. We are doing episode prep right now. By all means, if you've got anything that you want to see us cover, let us know. Is Asmongold on X? Is he? How does he not ever show up on my feed? Does anybody know where he got the name Asmongold? Oh, he's got 1 million followers on here. Not bad. He does not tweet. His last tweet was 21. Well then. Wait, what? What's happening? Oh, it's pinned. Did he delete the post? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, he does not tweet very often. No, he does not. Reciprocal tariffs, I think I already put in the doc. That's a good one. Interesting. Hey, did you hear about Mexico supposedly authorizing American special forces to go in and combat? Have you seen anything? Is that real?
I seen a community note that said they did authorize it. So
Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, huh? That seems highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Border encounters at 60-year low. Wow. Oh, when are we supposed to get our answer on Kash Patel? Set to undergo a critical procedural vote in the Senate, described as both a reformer by supporters and controversial pick by critics. Patel has faced scrutiny over his business ties and past comments. I think I'm supposed to be filming something right now. Eric, are you ready? Yes, sir. All right. All right, chat. I got to go. I have to film. You got it, man. All right, everybody. Like I said, I will try to jump in here whenever I can when you're live. We will also try to make sure that we get scheduled times. We do have a scheduled time tomorrow, 8 a.m. So we're going to be going live for like 4 hours. So make sure you join us. The first hour is pure interaction with you guys. So do be there. This is going to be us putting the episode prep together. So come armed with anything that you want to hear us talk about. But yeah, that first hour is high engagement with you guys. So make sure you join us. And then after that, you're going to be engaging with us, maybe not quite at the frequency for the next hour or two as we actually piece the episode together. And then for the final hour of that, we're basically in full-blown prep and then shoot. But we hope that you will join us for that. And until then, my friends, I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Came out that showed that it really was real. Right. Like the more I felt like I could grab a hold of that, but it was a science-based insight that allowed me to really change the tenor of my entire life.
For sure, for sure. I mean, it's interesting because people back when I was a kid, I'm 10 years old, a little 10 years older than you, and when I was a kid, or even when people were older than me, were coming through, the whole idea was that biology is just psychology. That you can think bad things away, and that was supposed to be really incredibly empowering. Now really what we believe with the advent of the advances in neuroscience, as a social scientist I have to know tons of neuroscience. Teaching happiness is 30% neuroscience, what I teach. I'm talking about the brain constantly. It's much more the case, we believe, that psychology is actually biology.
Facts.
And that sounds like it's not empowering. Like this is all determined.
Super empowering.
It's super empowering because once you actually understand the process, you can intervene in the process.
Correct.
I talk to young executives, for example, and I say one of the biggest threats to your career is an inappropriate sexual relationship in the workplace.
Dude,
it's
that's
one of
so hilarious to me.
It's and so we say, so let's understand how this is going to work, and you can psychologize it and say, you need to get some therapy. No. What happens is that the first thing when you have attraction towards somebody who's a potential romantic partner, the first thing that happens is sex hormones with testosterone and estrogen. And in combination in both males and females, this is happening. The second thing that happens in the neurochemical cascade of falling in love is there's an increase in norepinephrine and dopamine, so that you get the sense of euphoria and anticipation. The third thing that happens is a drop in serotonin. Now, what happens when serotonin, a drop in serotonin?
Interesting.
When serotonin drops, it makes you ruminate. That's the reason it's associated with clinical depression, because of the rumination procedure. There's a part of the brain called the ventrolateral prefrontal cortex, which is incredibly active when you're ruminating. It's one of the things when you're ruminating on a business plan, on an opera, on a poem, on somebody who's rejected you, on, and so it's you see it incredibly active in depression and creativity and falling in love and all of these things that all have rumination, iterative rumination involved in it. So and it all is involved with a drop in serotonin, which is why you don't want to have that early stages of falling in love for the rest of your life, because you'll want to die.
Oh.
And then the last,
you want to die. The early stages of love made me feel like I'd never get anything done again.
Yeah. It makes you feel out of control. Your brain looks suspiciously like an MRI in the brain of a methamphetamine addict.
Yeah. That's how it felt.
Yeah.
I legitimately felt like I was on drugs.
And then you get the warm tide that comes in of the increases in oxytocin, which is the bonding neuropeptide that functions as a hormone of the brain.
Do you get that before it's reciprocated?
Well, I mean, what it happens when you have eye contact with somebody in a love connection, and eye contact, so you're both getting it. The biggest bolus that you get of that is when you first lay eyes on eye contact with your newborn baby.
Really?
Yeah, it's just like 4th of July in your head. But anyway, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the neurochemical cascade. And the reason I bring this up is when I'm talking to young people in business, I say, if you do not intervene early enough in this neurochemical cascade, you're going to be in trouble, because it'll be out of control. It'll be like, no brakes on the roller coaster. And it's like, I have this incredible career and this incredible job. I don't know what happened. We slept together and now I'm fired. And you see it all the time. Like Harvard Business School case study. What happened? Well, they let the neurochemical cascade go too long, and you have to intervene. Number one, don't put yourself in a position where you go to step 2. Don't put yourself in a position where you go to step 3. What are you doing? You're managing your brain. And if you don't know the brain science, you can't do that. That's why this stuff is so incredibly empowering. And when you read that stuff for the first time, you're like, oh, there's something I can do here. Now there's something I can use. This is not just psychology. Now it's something that's more tangible than that, because the grandeur of this entire experience has a biological basis, and one that I can understand, and one I can actually manage.
Yeah, for me, being able to picture the thing, that helps a lot.
Sure.
Yeah, once I could understand the myelination process, I was like, oh, okay, now I get why this is something I need to repeat. Once I understood that the brain is a caloric hog, and from an evolutionary standpoint, that means anything that you do repeatedly, it's going to hardwire just to make it more efficient. And so all of that coming together really allowed me to begin to
improve your
navigate it
habits.
well. Yeah,
because your habits, what they were doing was improving the management of the organ. And that was affecting your psychology.
Did you know that Amazon has a $50 million fund that they have to pay out every month? And here's how you can get a cut of it. My name is Charlotte Mickelson, and we help everyday people grow their income with this one simple method. And we're pretty darn good at it. Our company, Publishing.com, was named the 19th fastest growing company in America. And the only reason we're so successful is because of the success that we've created for others. And I'll tell you why our method works so much better than anything else you might have tried. It's because starting a business is not the best way for regular people to make more money. And that's what everyone gets wrong. Starting and running a business is hard. It's expensive, it takes a long time, and it requires skills and experience that most people don't have. Instead, we help you plug into Amazon and the $500 billion a year business they've already built. Now, the way we do it is completely different from anything you've seen before. We don't show you how to buy and sell physical products on Amazon like everybody else. The way we plug into Amazon is through this app on our phone called Audible, which most people don't know is one of Amazon's apps. And using this app, I showed my mom how to get paid checks from Amazon every month. Look, this didn't make her rich, so if that's what you're looking for, this isn't for you. But if you want an extra income stream on top of what you're currently making that pays you every month like clockwork, that we can help you with. So if you want to see how we do it, my husband Christian, who discovered this method, just finished making the best video training he's ever made, walking you through step by step exactly how to set up this Audible app strategy for yourself. And the best part is it's 100% free. There's absolutely no risk. See for yourself how this is working for so many people. So just hit the button on your screen, put in your email, and you'll have instant access to this free training which reveals everything. Steven here says, I'm so glad I didn't skip that YouTube ad because my last check from Audible was life-changing. And here's what others have to say about it.
I find this course very, very easy to follow. The twins give a lot of step-by-step instructions on how to do this, and I highly recommend that you join too.
I had some reservations in the beginning, but I jumped all in and submerged myself heavily into this community, and I'm so glad that I did. Being there as a mom, providing for our 3 children, and working online from wherever in the world has been the best decision and best thing I have ever done in my life.
For anyone who's purchasing the course, I hope this course changes your life the same way it did for me.
So, to get free access to the training, all you need to do is tap the button on your screen, put in your email, and you can watch it right away. And look, if you're skeptical that what I'm sharing here is BS, or you think that those were paid actors, whatever you're thinking, that's fine. I get it. But that's exactly why we put together this free training for you, so that you can see for yourself what it's all about first. So you can see how it works, exactly how we do it, completely for free. Now, we wouldn't be the 19th fastest growing company in America if our stuff wasn't good. So the most important thing that you can do right now is don't waste any more time. Hit the link, go through the free training, see our 3-step process to making money with Audible, and get results. So again, my name is Charlotte Mickelson, and I'll see you on the training.
And your effectiveness and your happiness and the whole, the progress that you're making in your life. That's why the information is so critically important. That's why it can be so life-changing to learn science, actually.
For sure. So what are then the habits of happiness, or maybe a better way, this is a language you use in the book, the macronutrients of happiness? Like, what are those things that we want to begin building our lives around if we really want to thrive?
So people define happiness in a lot of different ways, but the biggest mistake that people make is thinking that it's a feeling, that happiness is a feeling.
Ooh.
It's not a feeling. Happiness has feelings associated with it.
Okay.
But to say that my Thanksgiving turkey has a smell is different than saying that the smell of the turkey is the Thanksgiving dinner.
Right, fair.
So that's a really big distinction that it's important to make. So your Thanksgiving dinner is protein, carbohydrates, and fat. That's literally what your Thanksgiving dinner is. It also has a delicious smell that attracts you to it and that you want. And if it didn't have that, or had the wrong smell, it smelled like you were microwaving trash when you walked into mom's house for Thanksgiving, you'd be like, something's wrong here. So, but getting past the feelings on happiness is what will set you free to be able to manage it appropriately.
Why do so many people feel lost and unhappy, and what can they do about it?
People feel lost and unhappy is basically part of what it means to be human. And there's an irony in having the big brains that we do. We developed a very large human brain over the past 40 million years for all kinds of reasons. I mean, it gives us it's our genetic advantage that we could say. It gives us help. It's our survival. We're not fast. We're not very good climbers. We don't have a lot of hair on our bodies, but we got these big prefrontal cortex of the brain. The problem with that is that we can understand ourselves. We're the only species, as far as we know, that knows that Tom knows he's going to die. For example, you can understand the nature of your own existence, but you can't actually make your own existence work in a fundamentally different way. And so knowing yourself, the essence of consciousness is one that gives you incredible transcendental information, but at the same time, it programs in a whole lot of misery. So for example, we have a tendency to our genetic proclivities force us to chase money and power and admiration and pleasure, because those are the things that help you pass on your genes. You get more animal skins and flints and buffalo jerky in your cave, and you're going to have more mates, basically. And so Mother Nature wants you to do that, but it's not going to make you happy. And you think that you want to be happy. The big prefrontal cortex says, I want to be happy, because you're so conscious. But the things that will help you pass on your genes are not the things that are going to make you happy. Mother Nature doesn't care if you're happy. And that's why it's so much more work. If you live by, if it feels good, do it. You're going to be a mess.
That's so
what it comes down
weird,
to. Yeah.
but so true. So I had a realization a long time ago. I'm very grateful that this happened early. It was, of course, born of misery, but I became so profoundly unhappy chasing money. I used to show up every day saying, I am here to get rich. And that provided me a lot of energy. So as a child of the 80s, growing up in Tacoma, and I really grew up on the edge of Tacoma. It's probably more accurate, even though my address really was Tacoma, it's more accurate to say I grew up in Puyallup.
Yeah, Puyallup, where the fair was.
Oh, yes.
Where the Western Washington State Fair, now the Washington State Fair.
That is all accurate. And it felt almost rural. And so I felt like I was living in the middle of nowhere. And John Hughes films showed me sort of this upper middle class Chicago suburb, and I was obsessed with getting a big house. And so I used to tell everybody, I'm gonna get rich, I'm gonna get rich. And my family was like, and I had friends that and I could literally walk to a trailer park. It was like that kind of part of Tacoma. And so my family, who were all sort of blue collar, just thought that was hilarious. And they're like, yeah, right. And but that I was really obsessed, and so I
were you a good student? Were you smart?
I was, but I was cheating. So I was I did very well in high school from cheating, and then in college,
literally from cheating.
Yeah. Like I was charming.
Yeah.
So I could get away with murder.
So you're incredibly clever.
Ooh, that's interesting. My identity is not that of someone who is clever. So it was very much somebody who was charming. So I could make people laugh.
Yeah.
And so I could get away with things. So whether that was asking my friends to let me literally take the test off of their desk and put it on mine so I could show my work.
Right.
But of course I was showing their work. But when I got to college, and I'm not even sure what gave me this insight, but I was like, I'm going to be spending a lot of money, taking on a lot of debt. I should actually learn.
Bridget Jones, it's time to live.
Do you think about what might have been?
We are about to embark on an adventure.
What if I forget him? I don't want to forget him.
I don't know what I'd have done the past 20 years without you lot.
20?
30?
Yeah, it's more like 30 years, to be honest.
What I'm here to learn. So I set a mantra to myself: sink or swim, A or F, I won't cheat, not even once. And so, and I ended up doing very well. In fact, I did better in college than I did in high school.
Were you happy in college?
I was. When I graduated, though, I was like, I'll never go back. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I'm going to get a master's and then a PhD. I was like, get me the fuck out of here. But it was film, so it was amazing.
Yeah, and you were living by the dictates of your own integrity. You were a man fully alive. Yes. You were not shading the truth.
Very true.
It's very important. And this is what's, there's a famous speech by, and I can't remember who it was, the guy who went on to become the president of the University of Texas, who became famous because he gave a commencement speech that was about make your bed. If you want to actually get your life on track, start by making your bed. What that was to ask people to become men and women of integrity. And that means even when nobody's looking at your bed, make your bed because you're a person of integrity. You went to college and you said to yourself, I'm going to be a person of integrity. I am not going to do that thing because that thing is not the right thing. And in so doing, you ordered your mind in a different way.
It's really interesting. So I wish that my life was like a straight trajectory after that, but it becomes the darkest period of my life becomes right after college. When I feel lost, I feel hopeless. I have no sense of how I'm going to put things together. That was a really scary time because when you don't feel that you can affect the change that you want, it really, for me, well, let's go back to what you said at the beginning. So I call that the directives of evolution. So if you think of AI has to be given instructions. You have to want a high score, or you have to want to stay within the lanes of your car, whatever. And humans, as nature's AI, need directives. And so, like you said, get a mate, that's definitely one of them. And man, I really hope at some point later in the conversation, after we've really gone into your book, we get to the fact that people are 30% less likely to get laid now, which is absolutely fucking terrifying to me. But
I have the solution for greater happiness on college campuses.
Really?
It's more love.
Yeah? Now, what do you mean by that, though?
I mean, actually more relationships, more romantic relationships. This would actually solve a lot of the misery on college campuses today. Actually, I mean, what were you trying to do in college? You probably wanted to fall in love, right?
No. No.
You
So I didn't. So I had a girlfriend at the very beginning of college, like the first few weeks, who I met in high school.
Right.
And
try to,
I broke up with her and
get some ad
decided
block
that
going
to get
on
into
here.
film school, I had to really buckle down. And I wasn't going to date. I wasn't going to party. I wasn't going to drink. I wasn't going to do drugs. And so
Let's pause this. Escape. Okay, so we should get new block. You can barely hear me? For real? For real? Hey, what's going on with this? Hold on. You know, something about, like, even though this is Tom's setup, he do be messing around with it after I fix it. Go, 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 go. Okay. Okay.
Effectively locked myself in a room for 4 years.
Let's just wait. Let's
to
just
get
wait and
good
see.
at filmmaking.
So
it
Let's
was
just wait and see
very
for a second if
yeah.
it pops up.
But now
We
I
can
want
go.
to
We can
get
go.
people back to your book because it is absolutely life changing. So I would show up every day trying to get rich.
Three
That was my
Ns?
whole shtick.
As an entrepreneur.
Yep.
Triple
and
N.
then because I wanted to build a studio.
Right.
Became profoundly unhappy pursuing
Pant.
that, and the lesson that I ultimately ended up learning was that
I got one.
all that matters in life is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself, and so meaning
Tape.
and purpose matter.
Is it showing up in the top
And
right
so
corner?
I had better figure out
Like, not in
that
the video.
money
Should be
wasn't
showing
going to
up on
bring
the
me
video?
happiness. I was living the cliche, and so I needed to attach meaning and purpose to what I was
How
doing.
did you figure that out? That money was not going to bring you happiness.
So on paper,
right.
I was worth more money than I'd ever
No,
been
in
worth. So I was
browser.
making more than I'd
In
ever made. I was
browser.
making
Right.
like maybe
Yeah, it's showing up right here. It's saying it's blocked 6 already. 7 since install.
85,000, something like that.
Am I
Which
re-
for
am I
me,
refresh? Should I
that was
refresh?
Good
at
money.
the time that was a
Yeah.
lot of money. And on paper,
Oh,
I
it
was
should
worth
be good.
about $2 million.
Hold
So
on.
I was like, okay, theoretically, and paper money is very different than real money, but
Yeah.
on paper, I was
Whoa,
worth
power pouring
millions
God,
of
it's
dollars,
crazy.
and I was still profoundly unhappy. So I was
And
like,
did you
I just
think? What did
noticed.
you think? If I'm getting just like, see your limbic system of your brain is saying,
Okay,
"Tom,
let's restart this.
go for the money,
While
then
we
you'll be
wait.
happy."
While
So
we
what
wait.
did you imagine was going to happen to you if you had a whole bunch of money that would actually make you happy? Or did you actually
Seal.
form an image at all? You
Sale.
just thought that if I have more money, I'm going to mysteriously be happy?
Lease.
yes. Then once I wasn't,
just going
I
off
asked
right now.
myself maybe the right question, which
Which
is
is why?
what did I think was going to happen? And I realized
telling me
that I
sale and
thought I
lease
would feel
are
about
not-
myself the way that I felt about other people that had money when I looked at them.
Ah, yes.
And I admired
that even
them.
possible?
Okay,
So I
comes
thought I
from
would
social
admire
comparison.
myself.
Got it. And you would actually, so social comparison led you to
What?
the admiration of other people who had been successful. So therefore, you would have that as sort of an admiration of
How is
yourself.
lease?
Yes.
And that self-admiration would have been the
How is
genesis
sale-
of
how did I
of
not
your
get
newfound
sale?
happiness on the
Yes.
basis of your money.
And if I were as able to articulate that to myself as you were just now,
That's
I
so
could have saved
58
myself a
years
lot
old.
of struggle. But
I couldn't either at 22. But
Not
yeah.
you taking my words.
reading your
That's
book
That's
really
crazy.
began to bring home this idea that there are two different
Lee? Is
types of
Lee one?
intelligence. And so at the time, I'm haunted by this idea. Genius is a young man's game. I feel like a really late bloomer. I end up spending all this time
Ooh,
chasing
ale
money.
might be
Not,
one.
I take this huge break from pursuing my passion and
Ooh,
building that
eels
skill
is
set. So
good.
now I really feel like I'm behind
wait.
the 8 ball.
Wait,
And my whole
ales?
life has felt like
Maybe?
that. And reading your book and the
Yeah,
whole
ales.
punchline of
We got
there's
the level, we
these
got the
two
level, baby.
grand
Can we get them
movements
all?
in
Can
your
we get them all?
life, and if you understand them, then you really can avoid this decline in misery.
Right.
You open your book with a story that I will never forget.
heck are
And when I
these?
put the book down, I was like running around the office,
What's
like
another
telling
word? What's
anybody who
another
would
word?
listen to
A
that story,
5-letter word?
if you don't mind,
Yeah.
walk people through the airplane.
10 years ago, I was the
ALC?
president of a think tank in
What is
Washington,
another
D.C.
one? I don't know.
And I was
don't know.
having
Could be-
these
I don't know. I'm
profoundly
just-
disturbing thoughts.
Oscar.
Am I on the right
hi, how
track?
are you?
Where does this lead?
Oscar, we're
What
just
is
waiting
my
to see
goal?
if
But you're
the
really successful at this point.
Yeah.
the ad block
I mean, successful
actually
for for entrepreneurs in Southern
works
California.
here
You know,
for
what
a
does
second.
successful mean? To be the president of a think tank in Washington
just to make
D.C.
sure.
Maybe not so
You
much,
guys,
but
don't forget
everybody's got a
tomorrow-
dream. It's a great country, isn't it? And I was the
Tomorrow
president
we're
of
gonna go
a
live
big, prominent think tank in Washington, D.C., and I was in my late 40s. So that was more or less the same age that you are right now.
tomorrow we're gonna
I was
go
looking at my
live
life saying,
at 8 a.m.
okay, buddy, what's the end game?
on
And
Twitch.
look, I had done research. I'm a
and
social
YouTube.
scientist.
Sorry, I got a text.
I do work on
I'm terrible
human
at multitasking,
behavior.
if you guys didn't
And I had
know.
never really
So
trained
I
these tools
easily got
on
distracted, and you
myself.
guys couldn't tell that I got distracted.
And
while
I
was
was really
talking.
disturbed by this because I didn't actually see
We're gonna go
what the
live
future
8
could
a.m.
actually
tomorrow,
bring
Twitch and YouTube.
that would be
Tom
better,
Bilyeu Show
or I would
Prep.
be happier.
Please bring
And
your
as I was
links.
kind of going
Please
through this, I was
bring,
doing what I always did, which is basically fly around and ask people for
anything
money. It was a
that you
nonprofit
think would
organization. I had to raise $50 million a
be
year,
great
and I was giving
for
175 speeches a year, which is super fun. I love.
Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. And so it was like running for the Senate and never getting
The- what's it
elected,
called?
basically,
Prep.
which is, you know, for running for the Senate, that's probably the best thing.
Ooh,
is you don't
ooh.
have to be a senator.
CH.
And as I was thinking about this, kind of an existential crisis.
what's-
you know,
what's-
what am I?
this
What
is a
path
lot
am
of-
I
this is a lot of
supposed to
words.
do? I mean, some
You
of
want
that
me
was
to test my
evident.
ice
I
bath
have a
tomorrow?
family. I'm in love with my wife. I love my kids. But I didn't have an understanding of
test that,
the
honestly.
course of my life. I mean, my religious life is figured out, but I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing.
Low key,
What
if
is Arthur
you-
Brooks supposed to be doing such
if
that I can
you,
be happier as a person?
did a
And
tweet
frankly, I
that
wasn't very
of
happy.
you getting an ice bath and
For lots of
challenging
reasons
Tom one
that anybody can understand. I mean,
1v1,
and-
that might be a good.
and I heard a
might be good
conversation
content, you know
behind
what I
me on
mean?
a plane one night that changed my entire
Um,
direction. It was a
King,
couple,
ace.
and I could. It was nighttime. It was like about 11 o'clock at night, and
Could you-
so it was dark.
Channel.
And so people were
Is
doing
channel
what
one?
people do on airplanes at 11
Look
o'clock
at
at night.
that,
You know, they're
dude.
drinking or they're watching a movie or they're sleeping. But I could hear the couple talking, and I could tell it was a
Could you
man and a woman.
lace?
I could tell by their voices that they were elderly, clearly
Dude,
old.
I'm going off.
And I suppose that they were probably married based on their conversation. I couldn't quite make out the husband's words because he was sort of mumbling, but the wife's voice was very penetrating. It was coming through the chairs. And he
Nacho.
mumbles and
There's no O.
she says,
Lane is good. Lane
don't
is
say it
good.
would be better if you were dead. And then he
Ooh.
mumbles some more, and she
Ooh,
says,
my favorite word. My favorite
it's
word.
not true that nobody remembers you.
Look at
It's
that.
not true that nobody
Look at
appreciates you
that.
anymore.
We
And I'm
got
thinking,
it,
this is a
baby. My
guy
favorite
who,
word.
holy cow, he's not a big shot. He's not an entrepreneur. He's not somebody who lived up to his own expectations. He got the experience or the education or the job that he wanted. And now life is kind of over and he's disappointed. And that makes
This is my
sense,
game
or it
either.
made sense
Did
to
you guys
me.
ever play Wordle?
Because look, if you're a big shot,
Wordle
then you're going to
is
die happy.
so-
Huh. And the lights go
so
on at the end
good.
of the flight an hour later or so. And
Wait,
I'm kind
why
of
did
curious.
we- why did
It's
we
not
lose?
prurient interest, but
I
look,
don't
you know,
understand.
this is my
Did we
laboratory
run
as a
out of
social
time that
scientist.
quickly?
Is an
That's
overheard
crazy.
conversation, perhaps.
Okay, it's
and,
looking like we
and
don't
so I
have an
turn
ad,
around
so
and
I'm
it's one
gonna
of the
go
most
back to my
famous men in the
desk.
world. This is somebody who's going to do 10
And-
times as much with his life as I ever am. He's rich.
We finish
he's
out my
famous.
stuff for
he's
the day,
universally admired. He's
and I'll
not
come say
controversial
goodbye in a little
for
bit,
stuff that he did
probably in about 10 minutes
many,
to say
many
goodbye.
years ago. And I thought to myself,
and end the stream
my
for the
whole
day.
model's wrong. The problem that I have, the direction that I'm going is incorrect
You guys-
because my
you guys let me know
model
if there's more
is
ads.
of
I'll run over here.
satisfaction is wrong. Here's the
So I'll
model
see
the
you in
world
10
tells
minutes.
you. Here's the limbic system of your brain, the ancient part of your brain that was extant a million years ago, and all of marketing and entertainment, which is a distributed digital limbic system, says work hard, make money, be successful, be admired, be envied, bank it, die happy. And it's wrong. And you know, in your heart, it's wrong. Because you're always asking yourself, hey, Tom, what have you done for me lately? That's what your mind is asking you. It's not good enough that you founded a company a long time ago and it made a bunch of money. It's not good enough. We need to excel. We need to achieve. We need to create value. That's how we're created as people. And this guy was blowing away the world's theory of happiness, of satisfaction. And I said to myself, I don't want to be explaining to my wife, Esther, on a plane 30 years from now, 40 years from now, I might as well be dead. And so I set myself to crack the code. What can I do? And by the way, the data are very clear that the people who have the earliest success, the mind-blowing success, they're the most likely to be unsatisfied with their lives at the end of their lives.
The story that you tell about Darwin was unnerving.
He could have been the man on the plane. Charles Darwin, who is on anybody's list of the 3 greatest scientists of all time. He was the talk of the town.
His name rings through the annals of history, man.
He's a hero.
This is, I think I may have been even more struck by the Darwin confession than the guy on the plane.
Many people who we revere today, who had early astonishing success, they died unhappy. But we don't record that. we record their success, not the unhappiness with their life later on. Charles Darwin had his greatest successes starting when he was 27 years old. We all know that he visited the Galapagos Islands on the voyage of the Beagle, which was a 5-year sailing voyage around the world to collect plants and animals and send them back to England. He was getting quite famous in his absence, but when he got back, he drops this intellectual atomic bomb, which is the ideas that led to his theory of natural selection, aka evolution. And for 30 years, he was rich, he was famous, he was the man, but then his progress stopped. It stopped because he didn't have the mathematical ability to keep up with his own research. His research passed him by, technically. And there was actually an advance that he needed that today we call genetics that he couldn't understand. It was written in German. He didn't study German. He was a bad student. He didn't do his mathematics homework. He never learned very much about statistics. And so the result was that he was left in the dust, which happens to people in their 40s and at most their early 50s based on their early success. And he spent the last 20 years of his life complaining about the disappointing, he wrote 11 books after that point, but they're all sort of derivative. They're like straw. And he said, I don't have the energy to do any work that I really find satisfying to his friends. And, he died disappointed. He died sad. Maybe the greatest naturalist of all time died sad. He could have been the man on the plane. And this is not what the world tells you. The world says, bust your pick. Get as early as you can. Get 10,000 hours, man. Kill it. Bank it. But if so what? The sine qua non of happiness excellence, retire at 40. Well, how many people do you know who've done that, who've actually gotten happier, who retired at 40? I know none. The point is that's not how human endeavor actually works. And so we need a better model. And I saw that. I did the research and I said, time to build a better model that actually describes the dynamics of human experience, that actually digs into what actually brings us happiness. And that's what my research is about. That's what I'm dedicating the rest of my life to exploring.
All right, so to put a fine point on it, the punchline ends up being there's two kinds of intelligence.
Yes.
So type 1 is fluid, sort of raw intelligence.
It's Darwin's genius, was fluid intelligence, his innovative capacities, what made Tom, which is your indefatigable energy, your focus, your ability to get better and better, to be the ninja in your particular field, which gets better and better through your 20s and 30s.
It sounds sexy even as you're saying it. That's what I find so horrifying.
Totally. That's hustle culture, man.
Yeah.
Hustle culture rewards that. And by the way,
it's been an awesome ride.
Oh, and it's
loved it.
Super addictive.
Yeah.
It's super addictive. It actually works in the same dopamine pathways as methamphetamines and alcohol. And
yes, it is my one addiction.
Success addiction.
Yeah,
it's
100%.
a killer, and you write about it in the book about the success addiction that virtually all entrepreneurs, virtually all strivers have. You can be the ace electrician and have a success addiction because we are wired to want to be excellent and to be admired, which leads you to get better and better and better at what you do, using what we've identified as what psychologists have identified for a long time now as fluid intelligence. The structure of your brain lends itself to just incredible energy and focus, and to get better and better and better as an individual at solving any problem faster than others. The problem is, this is the problem that led to Darwin's misery and so many others. It peaks in your late 30s or early 40s, and then it declines, and then it declines faster. And if you try to keep your groove, you're going to ride that thing to the basement, and you're going to be the man on the plane. You're going to be Darwin. You're going to be bitter and unhappy. And most people think they get one curve. That's the bad news. The good news is that's not your only curve. You have a second curve that comes in behind it, which is not your fluid intelligence, which goes up, peaks, comes down. It's your crystallized intelligence, your wisdom, which doesn't have fast working memory.
What the heck are these
The innovative
letters?
capacity is not as good, but it's your ability to identify patterns, to use the information in
Bro,
your
my
environment. It's like
mind
having the
just
New
went
York Public Library at
immediately
your disposal. It takes a while to get the
something that's
information.
not.
Like, I can't remember that
I
thing
got one.
because it's
I
on
got
the
one.
4th floor back in the stacks. I got to
got one, I
send
got
my
one.
guy to get it,
Is that
but it's
right?
in there, and you can
Did I get
use
it?
this information
Yes. Look at
to be
me,
a
dude.
teacher, to be a historian, to have actual wisdom.
Low key.
That's what you get better at through your 40s and 50s,
Low-key, I'm kinda
and you
good
can
at
stay
this
high in
game.
your 60s and 70s and beyond. That's your true success curve as you get older. The key is you got to walk from fluid intelligence over to crystallized
get dated.
intelligence. You got to walk
They're
from the
too
star
thin.
litigator to the managing partner, from the innovative startup entrepreneur to the venture capitalist, from the mathematical researcher to the professor. Those are the different curves you got to go from one to the other. And if you're stuck on the first, and if that's your
is this a word?
vision of your own greatness, and you can't be thrown off that, you'll be chasing that for the rest of your life, even though it's in the basement, and you can't get it back.
So there are some people that can wake themselves up out of the matrix, other people that must be awoken. I do fear sometimes that I need to be awoken, but you woke yourself up. I'm so curious. So you're doing your thing, you're very successful, and I don't know, maybe, and I guess we should tell people that you started out as a musician, a French horn player, nonetheless, very specific.
Yes.
And
very esoteric.
And made a living as a professional French horn
in the
player
Barcelona
until you were
Symphony
31,
for a bunch of years.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, exactly right.
All right, so you're killing that game, but you realize that you're declining. Do you think that going on that is what allowed you to then consciously step away while it seems like you were still in your prime as the leader, the president of this think tank?
I got very lucky. I got very lucky that I failed my first career.
Low-key.
And after having a lot of success, I went into early decline. And out of desperation to support my family and to have a future out of my 20s, I had to change gears.
Thanks for
I
watching.
didn't have a college
I'll see you guys
education. I
tomorrow.
dropped out of college.
I hope you're all there tomorrow.
Kicked out, splitting
at
hairs.
our
When I was
8 a.m.
19,
stream.
I
Once
went on the
again,
road
8
as a musician. That's my
on
parents call it
Twitch
my gap
and Tom's
decade, right?
YouTube.
Which you can imagine how fun that was.
Bring
for
your
them.
links.
And I
Bring
kind of made
topics
a living,
and bring
kind of
your
made
friends.
my rent. But I was living
everybody.
my best life
Okay.
because I was a young guy.
Yeah,
I didn't have health
All right.
insurance.
You
I didn't
have a
go to
good
the
night.
dentist for 6
Bye-bye.
years at one point.